or go to fortheinjured.com.
On I-95 southbound, stalled vehicles blocking the left lane at Lantana Road. There's a crash Forest Hill Boulevard east of the Turnpike. Spot something on the roads? Call the traffic tip line, pound 250, keyword West Palm Traffic. I'm Ron Hurst.
This report is sponsored by FreshFromFlorida.com.
Meal planning is work, so let Fresh from Florida help. Learn what's in season, browse hundreds of recipes, and get tips from Chef Justin by visiting FreshFromFlorida.com. Eat healthier with Fresh from Florida. There's sunshine in every bite.
Because we have lawyers in all 50 states, I see lots of lawyers' ads. Most seem to be bragging on results, but are they true or misleading? For example, in some cases, a firm may try a case even though the at-fault party has no lawyer, then brag in the ad about their results. My son Matt got one for nearly $50 million, but we never collected one dime. Some lawyers may say they got a result even though they were sitting second chair at a firm like mine, and even though they had little to do with it. Happens all the time. All that glitters is not gold. At Morgan & Morgan, our results are real. Visit forthepeople.com and go to settlements and verdicts to see for yourself what your case may be worth before you hire a law firm. Do your homework. Fact check. It's easy and too important not to. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Got a classic hot rod or resto mod? GiveMeTheVin.com wants it. Just go to gmtvcc.com. Get an offer in minutes. GiveMeTheVin.com is already the best place to sell your car, and now it's even better with their big cash giveaway. Give Me The Vin is giving away $25,000 in cash every month. There are two ways to win. Get 250 chances to win with your mail-in entry or 1,000 chances to win if they buy your car. That's with GiveMeTheVin.com.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
Star Wars Night at Roger Dean Chevrolet Stadium takes place Saturday, April 26th at 6 p.m. Take a picture with your favorite movie characters in a galaxy not far, far away and enjoy post-game fireworks after the game. Purchase tickets at RogerDeanChevroletStadium.com.
Men, is good enough really what you want with your sex life? This is Jeff for the Atlantic Men's Clinic. And if erectile dysfunction is making a bad bedroom experience for you and your partner, you should call us because you want your intimacy to be fantastic, both for you and the one you love. At Atlantic Men's Clinic, our treatments have success rates of well over 90%. And because we're a medical practice focused on men's sexual health, we can offer many treatment options and even combine treatments to find the right one for you. Which means if you're like most of our patients, we can likely get you performing like you haven't in years. So make an appointment and make a change from good enough to really good. Your initial visit includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. Call 877-455-7300. That's 877-455-7300. Or go to AtlanticMen'sClinic.com. That's AtlanticMen'sClinic.com. We have 6 offices across South Florida to serve you. Atlantic Men's Clinic, a Promenic restorative health practice.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-239-1749. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-239-1749. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-239-1749. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-239-1749, 800-239-1749, or biglou.com.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
It's the final days of Diamonds Direct's annual spring sale. This is your last chance to get an extra 20% off our already renowned prices. Plus, book an appointment and get an additional $100 off your purchase. But hurry, these savings end soon. And this weekend only, we're open Sunday to give you an extra day to shop our expanded selection of trending engagement ring settings, his and hers wedding bands, must-have fine jewelry, and more. Time is running out. 20% off, store-wide savings. Visit DiamondsDirect.com for details.
This Work Zone Awareness Week, take a moment to think about the people behind the cones. Road workers risk their lives to keep Florida highways safe. Speeding, distractions, and ignoring signs can be deadly. Slow down, stay alert, and follow the rules. It's the best way to protect workers and yourself. Together, we can make a difference. From the Florida Department of Transportation. Respect the zone so we all get home.
All about the presets.
That is the best new feature. It's like a car radio right on the app. There's a list of what's trending. There's all the podcasts. I love it.
Get in on what everyone's talking about and get the new and improved free iHeartRadio app today.
iHeartRadio. Here's the latest with weather on Real Radio.
I'm meteorologist Lauren Alessi for CBS 12 News. Skies are dry as we continue to move through our Thursday morning. Temperatures are starting to head up into the 70s across the area for everyone now, with our highs back near the low to mid 80s through the afternoon. We'll stay mostly sunny and dry. Winds out of the east still 10 to 15 miles an hour. Our temperatures will remain in the 80s with dry skies as we head through the weekend.
This report is sponsored by Straight Talk Wireless. Straight Talk might not be on your shopping list, but it should be. Next time you're grabbing some milk off the shelf at your local Walmart, stop by the Straight Talk aisle and switch to real unlimited data. It's quick and convenient. It won't even take up room in your cart.
From the Anajar and Levine Accident Attorney Studios.
Have you been in an accident? Call Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
Real Radio 92.1 is WZZR West Palm Beach, an iHeartRadio station.
Make us the #1 preset on your car radio and on the free new and improved iHeartRadio app. Listen for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
Hey, it's Rover. Real Radio wants to put $1,000 in your hand. For $1,000 now. Enter the nationwide keyword grand at realradio921.com. That's grand. Enter it now at realradio921.com, and good luck from Rover's Morning Glory and Real Radio.
Redefining radio. This is where the fun begins. Introducing Greek.
Let me tell you something. Don't ever love more you than anybody else you love more.
Francis.
Because then you're squeezing your banana so hard every time you come in here, and then you're pounding it on the desk.
Let's get the party started. It's the Penthouse on Real Radio.
It is the Penthouse on Real Radio on a Thursday. Big night today in the NFL draft tonight. Everybody will be watching and checking it out. And you can play GM for the day. Barrett Jackson opens up today. What is your dream car? If somebody said, here's a check, it's blank, go get your dream car. We'll find out what the Penthouse thinks for a dream car. Even maybe for a day or for a week or for a year. Have a dream car for a year. You guys can always get involved with us in a couple different ways. No pizza. Maybe bring us some salmon. That'd be nice. But you can call us at 877-927-6969. You can text us at Real Radio 47142. We'll throw a couple topics your way. A chance to get $1,000 every hour from our good buddy Rover. He gave you the keyword. And we'll get into all that and so much more on a special Thursday. Dom, good morning.
Hey there, G-Man.
What is the keyword this hour? Do you know?
The keyword. Ooh, let's see. The keyword this hour is grand.
Grand. G-R-A-N-D. Grand. Get a grand in your hand. Hello, Francis. Good morning.
Hi, what's up? Hey, Dom. Hi, Greek. Good morning.
What is up?
What's going on?
It is a Thursday. So, guys, get ready. Barrett Jackson kicks off Thursday, Friday, Saturday. I had 3 people last night text me for tickets for Sunday. I said, no problem, you're in.
Gotcha.
Yeah, nobody realizes that there's no Sunday. You said that yesterday. But it does kick off today. What would be your dream car if you had it? They said, here you go. Here's a blank check for a day, a month, or a year. Here you go. Or forever.
I have a couple options, but like a Toyota Supra or a Ferrari F40.
Wow.
Yeah.
Ferrari F40. Franny, how about you off the top of your head? Dream car for, they just said, here you go. You get it.
You know what I like? I want a 1977 Ford Bronco, like a nice baby blue with like camel peanut butter interior.
There you go. Let me write this down.
It's got to be bikini top.
Okay. Maybe no
That's
dinner
what
Tuesday.
1977 classic Ford Bronco, please.
Oh. And that was what, 600,000? The one we saw?
The one that we saw. Actually, I think that the one that I really liked was a Blazer.
Okay.
I think that was.
And was that like 600,000?
It was a lot.
Yeah, I remember he told me.
But there was a Bronco next to it, which,
Yeah.
Either or.
Okay. Either or.
What about you?
There's a certain Mercedes 2-seater that I really like. And I don't know the model number off the top of my head. I know the car, but it's very sleek looking, a 2-seater. I would rather have, because I don't ever have anybody in my back seat. I really don't. It's rare. So, yeah, that'd probably be the one. I will find out the style number.
AMG. I think it's an AMG model.
Yeah, it's an AMG style. You're right, but I don't know the number on the back of it. But yeah, that'd probably be it. And that's the good thing about going to Barrett-Jackson. You get to look at cars.
You do.
I mean, obviously, you could bid on them if you have cash, but if you don't, it's just cool just to walk around and check them out.
You do need a bidding pass to bid.
Yeah,
you can't just go up there. And,
Can't just raise my hand?
No.
$8.
Yeah, like I like classics. I mean, I always loved the Broncos, but before that, and I know you're not a Ford dude, Dom, but I love the like the convertible 1967 Mustang Shelbys, like that.
Cool.
Those are really nice too.
They're beautiful.
Yeah.
I saw some cars today, classics, driving up on 95, and I thought right away they had to be going to Barrett-Jackson. There was a Stingray.
Sure.
Yeah, a Corvette. Driving up, convertible down. And I was just thinking to myself, like, wow, like on 95 rush hour, I wouldn't be taking this road. And there was 3 accidents this morning.
Was it?
Yeah. And then I saw an old Thunderbird, like a
Definitely going to Barrett-Jackson.
Yeah, like a 57. And I was just like, again, thinking to myself, like, military, take something else. I would not be bumper to bumper. And I saw 3 accidents on the way from Boca up here. And I was just like, man, God bless. But I would, like, imagine if that's your job in the morning. Hey, bring up that Corvette. I'd be like, can I wait till like 9:30? Because 95 is so bad. It is so bad.
Yesterday, the turnpike was the worst.
Oh, yeah, it was closed.
Was it still when you had to deal with it?
It was it was closed when we were on air.
Yeah.
And then it was closed again later on.
Oh, really?
Going northbound because a boat got off its trailer.
Yeah, I heard that last night. Somebody told me that.
Man, that sucks. That actually happened to my husband. It was before I was with him. A boat that he had when he was like in his mid-20s or something, and he was driving on 95, and I don't know what happened with the trailer or the hitch, but it kind of jackknifed, and the boat went swung, hit his truck, and then and then flew off. Yeah, the 95.
I can't imagine like you're driving on 95 and you see a boat come at you. Like you think you're in Bad Boys too. You're like,
well, I mean, not only did it mess up the boat, but also his car too.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, it's crazy. And when you're stuck in one of those, and I've been stuck in them many times down here.
What?
Like
traffic?
Like where you know you can't get out. You know what I mean?
That
Like
is the
it's
worst.
closed. It is so bad. And you know it's hours. And then whatever you're doing, you pick up the phone, you text somebody or call them, you go, I'm going to be a little jammed.
It's going to be late.
Yeah.
And I love how that, like, a lot of people, including myself, sometimes, like, you feel like you have to show them a picture.
I was just going to say that.
Look, it's not moving. Well, that happened to me, maybe like last month going over to work to double roads, and I take the back roads. I take, military to alternate A1A, and that's it. I never take the interstate because it's quicker that way.
Yeah.
And normally alternate A1A isn't that bad, but between... I think it was, it must have been Hood Road, which is before Donald Ross, and Indiantown was where I have to go to get to double roads. It took me an hour and a half, and it normally takes me 25 minutes to get to work. So I told, I text, and I was like, and I showed a picture too, but I was like, listen, I was like, I don't know what's going on. I thought my assumption, because Donald Ross, and because even from Hood to Donald Ross, that's 5 minutes, if that. If that. So my assumption was something happened with the Bright Line.
Oh, okay.
Because they have the Bright Line stop right there, like the tracks. And, when that accident happens, it halts life. So I thought that. I was like, I think it might be a Bright Line thing, but it ended up being something else. But I was just like not moving.
And it's so frustrating when you know can be somewhere in 10 minutes.
Especially work.
I was like, and I was like, where I was at, it should have taken me 10 minutes to get there.
And everybody does send a picture, and I don't know why. Like if they tell me, I'm like, it's cool. You know what I mean? It just
I know. I feel
confirms
like that. I don't. Yeah, it's just you just want to solidify. I'm not lying.
You have somebody on hold?
Yeah, we have George on the phone. He wants to talk about another car event that's free going on this weekend.
Hello, George. What's free this weekend?
What is free this weekend? Well, let's see. Down off Atlantic Avenue in Delray Beach.
Okay.
At the historic old school square, there's a giant free car show.
Cool.
I work for a place, and I'm bringing 2 Ferraris, a Rolls Royce, and an Aston Martin, a number of cars. So there's going to be some really interesting cars there. It's all free. It's great eye candy. A lot of people walking around, and it should be a good time from 10 till, 3 or 4 in the afternoon. Check it out.
This Sunday, correct?
This Sunday, Pineapple Grove.
Okay. I know right where it is.
Square.
All right. Thank you for the heads up. And thanks for listening to Real Radio. Peace.
Anytime.
So if you want to remember that on Sunday,
go. Yeah.
Pineapple Square, you said?
Pineapple Grove.
Grove, Square, whatever.
And there's no Barrett Jackson Sunday, so
there you go.
it's another car event.
Yeah, if you didn't get enough cars there, and he said there's some eye candy there, so...
I'm sure he's talking about the cars. Just kidding.
Oh, was he?
No,
I'm sorry.
I was kidding.
My bad, Franny.
I mean, it's Delray, so...
Cars and women.
I'm sorry. Maybe I'm wrong. You go there, you're like, I thought there was eye candy. What the hell's going on? Yeah, give us a call at 877-927-6969 or text us at Real Radio 47142. Panthers tonight, game 2 in Tampa. Could they win 2 in Tampa? Ooh. Pressure's on.
Hope
Tampa.
so.
Yeah, if they
Let's
could.
do it.
Restaurants, bars, strip clubs, casinos. The NFL draft has become such a huge thing, especially tonight, the first night.
I guess I really don't pay much attention to it. Do restaurants and bars really get busy for the draft?
Yeah, a lot of people.
It's a thing?
A lot of people I know go out, and there's always, draft parties. I've seen
restaurants draft parties or just like bars
Sports bars, but even restaurants have stuff. You know, check it out.
I've never, even working in the restaurant industry, we've never celebrated draft parties.
Well, again, it's just something that crossed my screen.
Yeah.
People have said to me, where are you going to watch a draft? Where are you going to watch a draft? Where are you going to watch a draft? So, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I'm guessing it's because of the crew that you hang out with. You guys are very much into it, so they're wondering where you want to watch the draft. I don't know that these draft parties are happening because, being in the industry, I don't know if we've ever, even working at places like Duffy's, which I've worked, I don't know if we've ever had draft parties.
Yeah, I've never...
Yeah.
All right, well, they never had it. I've heard it. Do whatever you want. Go out tonight. I'm sure there's going to be people out.
Well, I'm just saying, people that are interested in it, that don't want to stay at home and watch it, I'm sure are going to be out and about.
Yeah, I mean, I think the strip clubs will be packed. Monroe's will be packed tonight. Great place to watch the draft. And again, everybody's a GM for the day. The biggest question mark is Deion's son. Where's he going? If you bet on the Hard Rock app, he is plus 650 to go third. And a lot of people say, no, he's going to go 21 to Pittsburgh. And he's a possibility, they're saying, to go anywhere in the first round to the second round. But plus 650, third to the Giants, I think that's a good pick. Probably not going to happen, but it's good for odds if you want to cash some tickets and maybe make some money if it works out. And it'll be early enough so you can bet on other things. Miami Heat did get beat last night in Cleveland. They tried at the end. They made a nice little bit of a run, but to no avail as they ended up coming up short for the Heaters.
I do know, like, if you're down in certain areas and with specific teams, they do draft parties. Like the Miami Dolphins, they have a draft watch party going on that's presented by Bud Light, and that's in Doral Yard. So that is and that's the team. That's what they're saying, their draft party. So that's from 7 to 11 tonight, Doral Yard, if you want to drive down there where you can watch the 2025 NFL draft with the Miami Dolphins. They said guests will hear a panel of experts breaking down all the picks. You can receive exclusive giveaway items, enjoy alumni cheer. They have the cheerleaders, mascot appearance, and a bunch more. So I want to say that might be free. It's like a first come, first serve, but that'd be fun if you're a Miami Dolphins fan.
I went years ago to one down at the stadium. They had a big party, and the field was open to everybody, and they were doing like drills with the kids, and the cheerleaders were there. It was pretty cool. It was cool. It was free. Again, it was something where you could see as a fan and get on the field and everything like that, which was, I think for a lot of kids and people that they had a good time, which is fun. You plan to go out tonight or no?
Not really. No plans.
420, that's it. AI, Franny, what do people use it for? I've never used it, but what are people using it for besides just faking everybody out?
Yeah, no, I've utilized it before too. I mean, you can use it for a ton of stuff. You can use it to create images. You can use it.
Documents. Contracts.
Yeah.
Resume.
Yep.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that people utilize them for, even creating like birthday cards or whatever it is. So it doesn't necessarily have to be to utilize voices or to fake image somebody like that, even though those are some things. But they were asking, hey, what are the top things that people do with AI? And I'm curious what you utilize AI. If you do, what do you utilize it most for? So according to, this is Harvard Business Review, so legit art. They said artificial intelligence is used to be used to be the stuff of science fiction, but love it or hate it, it's now part of our everyday lives. While some people do embrace it and use it for as many things as they can, I've even heard people say, like they have a job, like a career job, but then they do 2 or 3 on the other side because they utilize AI to help them with so that's how they're able to juggle 3 or 4 jobs because they use AI to help them like work the other jobs.
It's pretty sad,
it's
but great.
Crazy. Yeah, but
it's good for them.
They're scamming. They're making
That's
money.
what I'm saying. It's sad.
Yeah, but they said, there's a lot of things you can use it for. New research from Harvard Business highlights how people are using AI most this year, 2025. So it's based on analysis of thousands of forum posts like Reddit and Quora, stuff like that over the last year. The report ranks the top 100 ways everyone is using AI and finds that support both professional and personal, right? Tops the list. So this is what they have, the top 10 ways people are using AI. For healthy living, asking it questions about, certain things about health, exercise, whatever. Creativity, as I mentioned, creating images. You can create flyers, birthday cards. To improve code. I know nothing about code. That's very techie. 7 is just for fun and nonsense. Like what we did with the AI, made the dolls, the action figures. That's AI.
How is that doing, by the way? You guys selling a lot of those?
So many of them.
I was going to say.
actually sold out.
I figured that.
Yeah.
I saw Greek still on the shelf.
I didn't even make one. Yeah.
Generate ideas.
Yeah.
Generate code. So I guess this is a big thing that a lot of techie people use. Enhance learning. 3, to find purpose in life. People ask, yes. That's number 3.
Wow, it's amazing.
Yeah.
I have no purpose.
Number 2, well, maybe you should ask AI. It can find your purpose.
Like, you have no purpose. I went to a palm reader. She said, you have no future.
Number 2, to organize life.
Wow.
And number 1, for therapy and companionship is what they use it for, the number 1 thing. Yep.
So you guys say
last year, therapy and companionship was the second, while life organization wasn't even on the list. So now it's number 1, and life organization is number 2. But yeah, they said personal and professional support is now the biggest used overall, but content creation, learning, and creativity is still just as popular. But yeah, they were like, they figured a lot of people would be using it more for work, and now it looks like it's more for personal use than anything.
Yeah, I could see that. People also want to talk to somebody and figure out their problems or different things and try to get a different opinion. And they're going to believe it, too.
And obviously. It's not here, but I mean, I guess maybe healthy living. People ask for medical advice on AI. And we even read reports where they trust it more than they trust their doctor.
Which is bad.
Yeah.
To me, it's not. I mean, I think anything on the internet you read, it's not to you. It's just a...
But that's the thing, is that they feel like it is because you're putting in your information. You're giving detailed stuff. They ask you, well, what else is wrong? What else? Can you give me more symptoms? Can you give me more of this? So they do delve into it. And I think that's why they believe it. They ask the same questions as your doctor would.
I know a lot of people do it. I've heard a lot of my friends say, guys and girls, they're on the internet or AI and ask about certain things that, my shoulder hurts or I'm getting a head pain or I can't sleep and whatever. If it helps you, like I always say, everything in life, then do it. You know what I mean?
I mean, I tweaked it a little bit, but even when the first time I did the pig roast for that festival, I had it and I was like, this is my idea. This is the name that I want to name my business. Can you come up with an image? And I said what I want an image for my logo. And it did. And I loved it.
Oh, cool.
So, yeah, I mean, you can do stuff like that.
I'm sure there's a lot of things that you can do.
Because I don't want to hire somebody to create that. I don't know how to do stuff digitally. I mean, maybe if I mess around long enough on Canva, I could figure out it. But it did it just from putting in a few words of what I wanted. And I was like, yeah, that's great.
And you liked it.
I did.
Dom, do you use it at all?
A little bit here and there. But
anything for work or no?
No, not really. If you had to make a Greek doll, Franny, what would it contain?
All right. So we would have to have them. We have to say, but because you put an image of you, right? Like it can even just be a headshot and say what you like to wear. We could say, some Ferragamo shoes, whatever. Maybe a nice blazer or something, sports coat. We'll figure out what you want to wear. But I think that there would have to be maybe like a roulette wheel, a bottle of Portofino,
cigars,
a Vegafina cigar. Let's see.
Maybe some earbuds.
Maybe a little tiny, like little toy Mercedes Benz next to him.
Brunette
some
wig.
AirPods.
A brunette wig.
Yeah, a tiny brunette.
And some AirPods.
Yeah, definitely. Maybe like 10 of them because he loses them. Let's see.
I've been good lately. I have been good lately. I lost the other pair the other day, but I found them, which was awesome. Thanks to our cleaning crew here, which I didn't even know we had a cleaning crew, which is great.
What do you mean? We've always had one.
I just don't see them.
Like, I don't think
That's because they're here after 3 p.m.
Yeah.
They come here at night.
Sometimes on Saturdays they walk in.
So you have seen them.
Once in a while.
Okay.
But I was very impressed that they found them and they gave them to somebody.
But they didn't jack them from you?
Yeah, I guess in a way. I mean, because most times people do jack them. Even where you go to restaurants or bars, I talk to girls and guys. They say people leave them all the time. And people just take them. Yeah. They're expensive for a lot of people. You know what I mean? They're $100, $125. But I think I have right now 5, like 4 backups because I lost so many and I bought them and then I found them again. But yeah, I don't know. There's other ones that you could wear that really.
I was gonna say there's cheaper versions too.
Yeah.
You don't have to buy apples.
Yeah, there's ones that really like cling to your ear.
Yeah.
You get those too.
So maybe you should get those.
Yeah, I don't like those. I like these. They're very loose and just pop in and out. 877-927-6969. It is the Penthouse on draft day. Who do you think the Dolphins should take at number 13? And do you think Tyreek Hill's getting traded today? Oh my God, that noise. Whoever made it is just so tied into the draft. And I think the NBA uses it now too. Do
they?
Yeah, I think they do. But oh my God. I was hearing that last night on people's phone. I was just like, stop. I can't take it. I thought Roger Goodell was going to pull up. It is the Penthouse on a Friday. A giveaway today at 12:45. Who's most likely to today? It's at 12:45, not 11:45 today. And always you get a chance to get the $1,000 with the keyword from Rover. We're striking out so far, guys. Not putting any blame on anybody, but we just need you to win. Because every day our boss says, "You have a winner? Do you have a winner?" And we always say no. But I don't think anybody's had one.
No, not here.
Yeah,
not in our building.
Yeah, not in our cluster yet. So let's try to make it happen. And if it can't happen for Real Radio, we want it to happen for another station. Right. It is the Penthouse on a Thursday. Hope you guys are having a good day. Are you going to a draft party or am I on drugs? We'll be back in a few minutes. Peace.
Real Radio is the news junkie.
Good evening. This is the Fox 8 6 o'clock news. I'm Neil McNeil.
And I'm Natalie Wilson.
His name's Neil McNeil? Neil McNeil is his name. He is the human version of Bodie McBoatface. Neil McNeil. I don't even know what this report's about anymore. I can't stop thinking about Neil McNeil.
The News Junkie. Weekday afternoons at 3 on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Let's see what's up with traffic on Real Radio.
From the Gordon Partners Traffic Center. Have you or a loved one suffered from nursing home abuse? Call 561-333-3333 or go to fortheinjured.com.
On I-95 southbound, stalled vehicles blocking the left lane at Lantana Road. There's a crash Forest Hill Boulevard east of the Turnpike. Spot something on the roads, call the traffic tip line, pound 250, keyword West Palm Traffic. I'm Ron Christie.
This report is sponsored by Summit Racing Equipment.
It's Car Care Month, and Summit Racing has what you need for bumper-to-bumper care. Revive the interior, exterior, underhood, and more. Shop SummitRacing.com. Use promo code RADIO for $10 off an order, $100 or more. Exclusions apply. Offer ends May 4th, 2025.
Here's the Greek for Alini Water Filtration System. Call them today, 954-646-7402. I didn't think it'd make a difference in my life, but it does. Jump in the shower, and I come out feeling like a perfect 10. Walk over to my faucet, get some water, and I'm happy. Because you know what? I'm saving money, and it's good for my health. It's simple, it's safe, and it's clean, and it's no hassle. Call them today, 954-646-7402. Alini Water Filtration System. It'll make a difference in your life, and it makes a difference in my life. Soon as I get out of bed, I feel like a winner. Peace.
It's the final days of Diamonds Direct's annual spring sale. This is your last chance to get an extra 20% off our already renowned prices. Plus, book an appointment and get an additional $100 off your purchase. But hurry, these savings end soon. And this weekend only, we're open Sunday to give you an extra day to shop our expanded selection of trending engagement ring settings, his and hers wedding bands, must-have fine jewelry, and more. Time is running out. 20% off, store-wide savings. Visit diamondsdirect.com for details.
Do you have multiple broken or missing teeth? Think you can't afford dental implants? The care team at Eric's Dental Group may be able to help. Eric's Dental Group, a unique dental implant practice, focuses on helping patients use their medical insurance to pay for life-altering dental implant treatment. You may qualify to receive total full mouth restoration for just your deductible and co-insurance fee. Full mouth restoration for just your deductible and co-insurance fee. Eric's Dental Group is in network with Blue Cross Blue Shield PPO and Florida Blue and work with most employer-based insurance. Your insurance company will never volunteer to help. That's where Team Eric's comes in. They guide you through the medical insurance bureaucracy. They do it every day, and they're great at it. If you have Blue Cross Blue Shield and you're ready to change your life, search for Eric's Dental Group right now. That's Eric's Dental Group. Your insurance company will hate it. Your family will love it. Step up and visit them now. ericsdentalgroup.com.
Hey, it's the Greek. Rev up, baby, for the after party on Saturday, April 26th in Monroe Palm Beach. Beautiful ladies are there, and you'll enjoy yourself with a 5-star menu and beautiful ladies all night long. It's April 26th. It's the after party of Barrett Jackson, and it's the beautiful ladies of Palm Beach with you. You'll feel like you have the keys to a beautiful car when you step into Monroe Palm Beach. April 26th. It is Rev up, baby. Get ready for the party. Be there. Monroe Palm Beach, 7 days a week, open at 5 a.m. That's where the beautiful girls are at. Peace.
Thinking about buying your first home? Now, with Third Federal, you can buy your first home and pay no PMI. Hi, I'm Mark Stefanski, Chairman and CEO of Third Federal. Private mortgage insurance, or PMI, can cost thousands of dollars over the life of your loan. And you may not realize PMI doesn't protect you. It only protects the lender in case of default. But at Third Federal, you can buy a home with just 5% down and no PMI. Plus, first-time homebuyers get $750 off a closing cost. So if you're thinking about buying your first home, go for it and visit thirdfederal.com.
Even before you find a home, lock in 6.625%, APR 6.685% on a 30-year fixed-rate purchase mortgage. Visit thirdfederal.com or call 1-800-3rd-FED today. APR reflects 15% down for $350,000 loan amount. Rate requires automatic payment program and is subject to change. Restrictions apply. See conditions for closing cost coupon at thirdfederal.com/FTHB. Equal housing lender.
Febreze. As a rideshare driver, I love keeping my car smelling fresh and clean. So when I'm driving, I only trust Febreze car vent clips, featuring 3 distinct intensity settings, because it's that little touch that sets me apart. I can turn the intensity down for subtle freshness, or I can turn it up for when I want lots of scent. So whether it's set to low, medium, or high, with Febreze car, I know my car's going to smell amazing. Which keeps my driver rating right where it belongs. Picking up Oscar!
Johns Hopkins University has found that just mild hearing loss doubles your risk of dementia, so hearing loss isn't something to ignore.
But hearing aids are so expensive and ugly.
Not anymore. Meet Audion Hearing. You can get nearly invisible hearing aids without a prescription starting at $98 a pair, and they're ready to use right out of the box. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, and with over 1 million customers, Audion is easy to trust. Visit audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
The following heartwarming yet informative scene is brought to you by Trust and Will.
Son, your grandpa and I used to work on this car together, and when I'm gone, I want you to have it.
Wow. Thanks, Dad. Doesn't count. What you need is a will. Luckily, Trust and Will makes it easy. Designed by attorneys, but customized by you, you can easily create a state-specific, legally valid document that actually counts. Now, let's let the engine do the talking, am I right? Start your will at trustandwill.com. Use offer code COUNT for 20% off and make it count. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. For details, see trustandwill.com.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother got life insurance from Ethos, and it only took 10 minutes. And he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit ethos.com/today. Ethos.com/today.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com, and we sell custom blinds, shades, and shutters at low prices. Our blinds are handcrafted to fit your windows, and if they don't, for any reason, we'll remake them for free. Your satisfaction is always guaranteed at Blindster.com.
Real Radio weather.
I'm meteorologist Lauren Oleski for CBS 12 News. Skies are dry as we continue to move through our Thursday morning. Temperatures are starting to head up into the 70s across the area for everyone now, with our highs back near the low to mid 80s through the afternoon. We'll stay mostly sunny and dry. Winds out of the east still 10 to 15 miles an hour. Our temperatures will remain in the 80s with dry skies as we head through the weekend.
This report is sponsored by Rocket. Rocket is giving every home one address. Rocket.com, a single seamless home ownership platform to help you find, buy, sell, finance, even refinance your home. Everything you need, all under one roof. Visit Rocket.com, the new home for all things home ownership. Rocket, own the dream.
Here's what's trending now on the new and improved iHeartRadio app.
This is going to be an episode you can't miss. Deepak Chopra drops some mind-blowing wisdom on Purpose with Jay Shetty. And I got to be honest, it might change the way you think. Plus, Julianne Hough spills iconic advice she got from the one and only Dolly Parton on Post Run High. Plus, Clay Matthews joins Lots to Say, and he's got a lot to say about beekeeping. Yeah, you heard that right.
Explore the latest. Open the free iHeartRadio app and see what's trending now.
Greek's Trifecta is sponsored by Pilar Coffee Bar and Ice Treats.
This is Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Real talk for the Palm Beaches and the Treasure Coast. You're listening to The Penthouse. Now back to The Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
It is The Penthouse on a Thursday, getting ready for the weekend. Don't forget, on Fridays, Franny always gives you a list of things that you can get involved with and have fun with. Dominic's in the house.
Hello.
Oh, by the way, I noticed you shaved today. Where was that yesterday?
I shaved like 2 days ago, yeah.
Or 2 days ago.
Very perceptive.
Did you notice he shaved?
I wasn't really
paying attention?
No.
Franny's here today.
Hi.
It's time for This Day in History and a trifecta.
Riders up. It's Creek's Trifecta.
All right, not a great team for Florida. Great night, for Florida teams last night. Panthers, they're playing tonight against Tampa, game 2. Hopefully we can win again. Pressure's on. But the Heaters did lose in Cleveland. Made it close at the end, but did not win 121-112, but did cover the point spread. So if you had the Heaters last night, plus 12 or 14, you could eat today and get gas in your car. Marlins lost 5-2 to the Reds, and the big news today is the NFL draft tonight. They're expecting between 12 and 14 million people to watch it, and they think the first draft pick is going to be Ward from the University of Miami, the U. So we'll see what happens with that, but he is definitely supposed to be the first pick. The second pick is supposed to be Hunter, Heisman Trophy winner of the Cleveland Browns, and then the third pick is the Giants, and that's where it's up in the air. Is it going to be Carter from Penn State or maybe Deion's son? We don't know. Speculation. If you want to bet on Deion's son to be the third pick, he's plus 650. So if you bet $100 on that, that'll bring in $650 for you tonight to bet Deion's son to be number 3. What do you think of that?
I think he might drop.
Well, then you don't think he's going to get drafted?
Yeah, I don't think so.
All right. I like the odds. So I'm having dinner down there tonight, so I'm going to probably just blanks and giggles for that, just for some. I like the odds. $650. $100, you know what I mean? Get some cheese and crackers. Greek's Trifecta, sponsored by Pilar Coffee Bar and Ice Treats in Deerfield Beach in the Cove Shopping Plaza. Peace. Now over to Franny for This Day in History.
On this day in history.
All right, back in the day, April 24th. This is what happened in history 225 years ago. In 1800, the Library of Congress was established with a $5,000 allocation for the purchase of such books as may be necessary. The library now contains 30 million books on more than 530 miles of shelves.
Wow.
Yep. 51 years ago, 1974, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers were established as an NFL franchise. Same year, 1974, legendary comedian Bud Abbott died at the age of 76. The classic Abbott and Costello comedy bit, Who's on First, is even featured in the Baseball Hall of Fame. 50 years ago, 1975, Pete Ham of Badfinger, very sad day, hung himself in his London garage. He was only 27. If you're not familiar, the biggest hits is No Matter What and Day After Day. 36 years ago, 1989, Massachusetts declared New Kids on the Block Day.
Nice.
I still celebrate every year. Doesn't matter what state I'm in.
So does
33 years ago, 1992.
He's got the post in the studio.
David Bowie married Iman. They were together until his death in 2016. He did pass at 69. 30 years ago, 1995, Darryl Strawberry was sentenced to 6 months of home confinement in order to pay back $350,000 in back taxes. 21 years ago, 2004, Eli Manning was selected by the San Diego Chargers as the #1 NFL draft pick. They traded him less than an hour later to the Giants, of course. 21 years ago, 2004, Mario Lopez married the very beautiful Allie Landry. Their marriage quickly failed and was annulled 2 weeks later after he admitted to being unfaithful to her at his bachelor party.
Oh, my God.
She was hot. I don't know what she did. Remember they called her the Doritos girl?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very pretty.
20 years ago, 2005, Joseph I'm going to mess this up, Ratzinger was inaugurated as Pope Benedict XVI. He retired 8 years later. 18 years ago, 2007, the divorce between Whitney Houston and Bobby Brown was finalized. 17 years ago, 2008, Wesley Snipes was convicted of tax evasion and sentenced to 3 years in prison. He began serving time and is in December 10th, got out April of 2013. They said then he got out of house arrest July of 2013. They said Expendables 3 came out the following year with some playful references to his jail time when he joined the team. 9 years, I didn't watch it, so I'm not sure. 9 years ago, 2016, me and Mrs. Jones singer Billy Paul died at the age of 81. And that's what happened this day in history.
Thank you, Francis. Appreciate it. You guys want to get involved in the show, you could text us or call us. Maybe it was something about the NFL draft. Barrett Jackson, what would be your dream car? If you had a chance to go to Barrett Jackson, they said, walk in, pick any car, what would it be? So gambling is getting more a big part of our society. I think there's 41 states now will legalize sports betting, and their prediction is going to be 45 within the next year. But the rise in gambling with younger kids is what has a lot of people concerned.
And we're talking as young high school kids. So this is not necessarily sports gambling either. It's a lot, maybe like you can do like casino games and stuff like that,
Sure.
poker
Roulette.
online. But they were talking about that. These are high value tables that are online. And for kids, it's a lot. They said, $200 or whatever it is. And so which is a colossal sum for a high school student. And a lot of these people are playing. And so there's a unique and quickly spreading social phenomenon, and it's reaching high schools across the country. They said some high schools, like they have their teams. Obviously, it's not sanctioned by the high school, with a bunch of leagues with a dozen tables, twice the amount of kids than the average classroom has in it, all with varying game rules, clicks, and levels of expertise. But the latest fad right now that the kids are getting into is online poker specifically. They said kids are getting hooked to it. Online tables are filled throughout the night with peak hours. Around 11 p.m. is when the peak hours, and they start playing. They said games spanning until the waking hours. These kids are gripped by the thrill. High schoolers are wagering increasing amounts, irresponsibly and carelessly gambling away money. They said it's common to hear in the halls about 14-year-old kids owing $100 or $300. And they said in the most alarming cases, they've heard one student lost over $1,500. These are high school kids.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Yeah, they said, this is made possible through the growing advent of online casinos. Digital gambling dens have been making poker sites more available to youths since they say the turn of the century. But yeah, a study conducted by the University of Pennsylvania revealed that 2.9 million kids play cards for money, 580,000 of them online. The kids were what they call kids, aged 14 to 22, even though we know, that 18 on is adults considered, with most of these young people under the age of 21. They said it's because weak age restrictions and regulations are making it easier for high school students to use. All you got to do most of the time with all these, even in porn sites, are like, put in your birthday. Okay. Like, as long as you can math and figure it out, that you make yourself older, you know?
Liquor sites do the same thing.
Yeah. It says, it may seem innocent for now. After all, kids owe their debts to friends. It's tempting to say kids will be kids or gambling with allowance money. They say it's true until it's not, right? Until it can become a problem. The Office of Problem Gambling Services says that children introduced to these harmless betting, what they call by the age of 12, are 4 times more likely to engage in problem gambling later on in life. They've done studies on this because 12 is very young to get into it.
Sure.
They said older adult problem gamblers who begin earlier in life gambled more often than their counterparts who began as adults. Gambling as youth not only increases your chance to carry the habit into adulthood, but also increases the severity of addiction, according to the OPGS.
Yeah, it's very serious. There's no doubt about it. Whether it's gambling, like you said, poker, blackjack online, sports betting, the kids are exposed to it. I know my stepson says everybody bets in school, a high percentage of kids.
They said it's like during lunchtime when they're allowed to have their phones. That's when they say it's a big time for them to be doing it.
Late night, they used to be gaming. Now they're gambling. They're doing that. And the biggest reason is that these kids can't get in casinos. And then once they become 18... I think in the state of Florida, you can play poker when you're 18. I think is that true?
Texas.
Yeah, you can walk in. But that's what they do, and that's the line. But again, it does come a little bit to parents, like monitoring the kids' phones and looking at what they're doing. And if you're a parent and you got a kid and you start to see something different or they need maybe more money or different things like that, that should be a sign. Like, I got to check out his phone. And I know a lot of parents don't like to do that, and kids forget it. They like, you know what I mean? Like, oh, you're invading my privacy. But again, different generations, different times, but it's bad when they start losing serious money. And you get it, and then you also start having a problem because it never just stays at the level you're betting. Just like drinking, just like drugs, it always increases. If you're betting $20 when you're 16, you're not betting $20 when you're 25. You're just not. And a lot of it is your friends. Your friends bet, you're going to bet. I mean, it just does happen in a lot of aspects of different things. Same thing with drinking, drugs. It's not a bad thing, but it's an old saying, but birds of a feather do flock together. Because you know what? You have that common, talking and getting with them and stuff like that. And I know myself, all my friends, a high percentage of them, they do bet. I mean, even to this day, we're talking 30 years. And, some guys don't, and we're friendly, but you have that common bond. You know what I mean? Where you're talking about it, you're going to the track. Somebody's not going to the track with you who doesn't bet. They might go for fun for the day and hang out, but for most likely it's betting. But the kids, it's a bad problem. But it starts, I think, with the parents too, watching them and saying, hey, what are you doing? Are you on your phone? And I think you can tell signs. Maybe kids getting angry for no reason. Waking up really pissed because they gambled all night. They get up. Asking for extra money. You know what I mean? Like, you could hear something like a kid is saying, like, hey, I need to make some money, like out of nowhere. You'd be like, for what? What do you need money? Here's your lunch money. You're in 10th, 11th grade, and you got some pin money. What else you need? But, yeah, it's a problem, but I think a lot of times nobody wants to start home and look at responsibility.
47142 started off with Real Radio. Somebody's like, take a headshot of Greek and let's make a bobblehead of him. Okay, I'm sure ChatGPT can do that if we ask. And then it says, you guys have been talking about Greek going fishing, and I'm thinking that day will come when Ferragamo makes deck shoes. They do. I just looked it up. So that day has to come. I looked into it. Ferragamo makes boat shoes.
I was invited yesterday.
They do. They have a couple of them. For a mere $880, you can buy them.
Not spending that on deck shoes, but it's too much out of the budget. But I was invited yesterday. Scotty, the owner of Monroe's, invited me, and then, of course, he wants Franny to come.
Well, I kind of invited myself.
Well, nobody says no to you.
I kind of invited myself.
They're like, yeah, Franny can come. I said, maybe we'll do a show. Keep the boat docked, and we'll do a show there. Have 3 nice little chairs, hang out, get some sun, go fishing. The boat never leaves, and we'll hook it up. Get an outlet, and we'll be fine. 877-927-6969. You can also text us at Real Radio 47142. What would be your dream car if you went to Barrett Jackson today? You walked in, you got dropped off maybe by your friend, your mom, Uber, and they said, okay, you're going to get a ride home. Let us know if you have that. You can text us or you can call us. So, Franny, there is a lot of people who get married, and there's a high percentage who get divorced. What are the red flags?
Like that you're about to? Yeah. A marriage psychologist came up with this, and they said that this is of a future divorce, right?
Yeah. All right.
And You're not married. Why are you taking notes?
Well, because I want to see how many I had.
Oh, okay. All right. You're going to go back. Okay, got it.
Yeah.
All right. So Dr. John Gutman did one of the most extensive marriage studies ever and learned that if couples have 4 nasty habits, their relationship is basically doomed.
Okay.
Said they're so toxic, he calls it the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse.
Ooh, that's deep.
Right? That's so toxic.
I got to write this down.
Yes. So, yep, he's the mastermind in one of the most extensive marriage studies ever done. And his research was recently, they did a spotlight on the Unplanned podcast. So there was a body language expert there, Vanessa Van Edwards, was talking to the host about Gottman's research, which identified these nasty habits that can be a sign that marriage is pretty much doomed. So we're going to get into them, but they are criticism, contempt, defensiveness, and stonewalling. And they say they're so toxic that they're known, as I mentioned, the 4 horsemen. But they say it's contempt that you really have to watch out for, as that's the one that could signal a marriage won't last. They explain that this dude brought couples into his lab during the study. And if one member of the couple shows a one-sided mouth raised towards the other, he can tell if you're going to get divorced because he's looking for contempt. She says it's important to tackle this corrosive contempt head on if you see it from yourself or your partner. Otherwise, it could fester and grow. But they say that this Gottman person could predict divorce with an astonishing 93.6% accuracy.
Ooh.
This guy really knows his stuff.
93% is pretty good.
Almost 94%. And I do understand the whole contempt thing. And they say that is the most corrosive. They said, go away, ad. The claims here, right? Fear comes in bursts and then you calm down. Happiness comes and then you go back to normal. Anger comes and then you calm down. They say a lot of times with contempt, that's when it starts happening, it just sticks. They said not contempt. If you feel scorn or disdain for someone, that's what it is. And if it's not addressed, it just festers.
Oh, I'm sure.
Yeah.
I mean, disdain is bad.
Yeah.
I mean, you're definitely not going to stay married to somebody if you feel that way. I mean, that's a bad feeling.
Yep. She obviously noting with the contempt too. That's why at the end of a marriage you see 2 people because it festers. They can't even look at each other because they waited so long and let it fester and not even talk about it or deal with it.
Yeah, that's to me that's sad.
So I say if you catch a whiff of contempt, that's a big one, either from yourself or your partner. It's time to tackle it head on and don't let it grow. Mm-hmm. They were ask what's going on. Are you okay? What are you feeling? I want to be here for it because then you're giving air to whatever that contempt is that can be addressed. And then you can either fix the problem or you can become the enemy against it, whichever one you decide to do.
It's interesting. Again, a lot of times people don't like to have hard conversations, but a hard conversation could make something last as opposed to making it, hit the skids and getting divorced, which definitely does suck. If you guys have any, you can call us or text us and let us know. But again, it's communication like everything else.
Yep. They say discussing contempt or the things relationship with basically what gasoline and matches are to a fire. So they say the telltale signs, eye rolling, what they call the mouth crimping, you're just kind of that disgusted. Eye rolling, that, even subtle fidgeting, picking at their clothes or cleaning their fingers mid-convo. They said those are silent signals of disdain. Definitely eye rolling. That's a big one. But I can see if you get that, look while they're talking, you look at them.
That's bad.
Disgust.
Oh, yeah, that's terrible.
Uh-huh.
Dom, you do that eye rolling when management talks to you. I see you.
I just did it when you were talking.
I know you did. You little bitch. 877-927-6969. I should have noticed you shaved yesterday. I'm sorry.
I said 2 days ago.
2 days. I should have noticed 2 days ago. Sorry. I don't want a relationship to hit the skids. But yeah, you definitely should communicate and say something. But if somebody has disdain, that's bad. That's when you just got to punt. You got to be like, hey, you know what? However.
Well, no, but that's the thing. They're saying you got to catch it. If you notice it, catch it and try to do something about it because that's the one thing that will fester to the point where you just can't stand them at all. Not even just the way they breathe.
Ooh, that's bad.
Yeah.
And when you're dating, maybe you could ask somebody or in a marriage, hey, are you happy? Is there anything I could do better? Stuff like that. I mean, those are tough questions.
Not even just dating, like you said. Yeah, marriage too. You
can
always ask that question.
Yeah. Anything going on? You seem a little different. There are always, if a pattern changes, there's a reason why. If somebody called you in the morning every day at 7:30, 7:45, whatever time you want to use, and all of a sudden they stopped, they're talking to somebody else or something changed. Or they're coming home from work at a different time. Or, whatever it is, it could be the littlest thing. Sometimes there is I look at different patterns. Maybe you're talking to them and they're not as interested, stuff like that. But marriage isn't easy, and neither is relationships. Everybody talks about it, but it's and everybody's looking to be happy. It is true, you got to be happy with yourself. But when you're
But they shouldn't be difficult either. You know what I'm saying? Like
yeah.
you said, they're not easy, but they shouldn't be difficult. If it's difficult, then you're not with the right person.
But I think you got to work at them.
Of course, like everything.
Yeah. Well, a lot of people don't like to work at anything. 877-927-6969, Dom. You can also text
Why'd
us.
you point at me?
You can also text us at Real Radio 47142.
I saw that.
Well, you gave me the rolled eye, so I had to come back with something. I mean, I got to defend over here. But you can text us or you can call us. Also about gambling with young people. If you have kids, maybe you want to reflect on it. And do you monitor their phones and a lot of different things? And most parents don't because they look at the phone. And again, let's make it clear. I do not have kids. So for me to say it, a lot of people say, oh, it's easy. But I look at my dad, the way he, was on me and my mom. And they were on me pretty tough. Something did go wrong, but they were on me pretty tough. I can definitely say that. I went awry as I got older, obviously. But you can monitor your kids' phones. I mean, that's it. Even when people who have, they watch their kids when they're driving. Know where they're at, know how fast they're going, stuff like that. I think a lot of times I've heard parents say when they're driving, they get more concerned. But when a kid's 15, 14, 16, you got to watch them too. What they're doing and what's going on. So it's not easy being a parent. There's no doubt about it. But it's something you wanted, we would hope. And then you got to watch your kids to what they're doing and what they're getting involved in. And their friends, too. That's a big thing, too. If you notice that, like
Who they're hanging out with, what crowd they're with.
Yeah, I mean, I have a buddy of mine whose son's big into gambling, and it started from his golf team. That's how it started. And he just said he started betting on golf. And from betting on golf, they went to sports. From sports, he's 18, 19, and he went to casinos. I mean, that was the pattern. He goes, but we never saw it as problems. Years ago, a lot of people who gambled was because their uncle or their father or brother took them to like a track or something. Those are stories I always heard. Like, how'd you get into gambling? My brother took me. My father took me. My uncle took me.
My uncle was the first one that took me to a track.
Yeah. Did your parents know?
I don't know.
Okay. Because usually parents don't. How old were you? Do you remember?
Probably like 12.
Yeah, that's young to be at a track at 12 years old. But I mean, parents usually were not a big fan of that. Like if, you took them to the track or stuff like that. But usually a lot of kids that I've heard, grown-ups who bet, that's the story they tell me. Guys in their 50s, hey, I started because, my uncle took me or my cousin or my brother, and I started going. And then you see it, and, that's how it starts. And like anything else, you don't think it's going to be a problem, and then it turns into a problem, which is not a good thing for anybody. But there could be other problems that could be worse. I guess you could look at it like that. Like I say, at least you got a shot to win. I could do a seminar on it for kids. It is the Penthouse on a Thursday. Don't forget, the giveaway today is at 12:45. It is not at 11:45. We're going to come back with some Florida stories. Those are always interesting and unique. We'll be back. Peace.
Download the app and then take us anywhere. Except maybe there. Get it from your app store. Search for iHeartRadio. Our Stanley Cup champion Florida Panthers have slashed their way through the regular season and are in the hunt for a repeat. NHL playoffs are underway, and round one is through the rival Tampa Bay Lightning. It's the Battle of Florida, and Real Radio is your official home for Florida Panthers hockey. Catch every goal, every check, every fight, every face-off, and every victory. Not near a radio? You can stream Real Radio 92.1 anywhere on our free iHeartRadio app. Florida Panthers hockey on Real Radio is presented by Precision Garage Door. Why settle for better when you can have the best? Schedule your appointment today at flgaragedoor.com. Here's traffic on Real Radio.
On I-95 southbound, stalled vehicles blocking the left lane at Lantana Road. There's a crash Forest Hill Boulevard east of the Turnpike. Spot something on the roads? Call the traffic tip line, pound 250, keyword West Palm Traffic. I'm Ron Hurst.
This report is sponsored by Macy's Backstage. What will you find at Macy's Backstage? How about fun Mother's Day gifts, all for under $15? Get low prices every day on unique finds before they're gone. In-store only at Macy's Backstage today. Find a location near you at Macy'sBackstage.com. Off price, on trend, arriving daily.
Hey, it's the Greek for Alini Water Filtration System. Call them today, 954-646-7402. I didn't think it'd make a difference in my life, but it does. Jump in the shower, and I come out feeling like a perfect 10. Walk over to my faucet, get some water, and I'm happy because you know what? I'm saving money, and it's good for my health. It's simple, it's safe, and it's clean, and it's no hassle. Call them today, 954-646-7402. Alini Water Filtration System. It'll make a difference in your life, and it makes a difference in my life. Soon as I get out of bed, I feel like a winner. Peace.
Do you have multiple broken or missing teeth? The care team at Eric's Dental Group, a unique dental implant practice, can help you use your Blue Cross Blue Shield PPO or Florida Blue to pay for life-altering dental implant treatment. Your insurance company will never volunteer to help. That's where Team Eric's comes in. They guide you through the medical insurance bureaucracy. They do it every day, and they're great at it. If you're ready to change your life, search Eric's Dental Group right now. ericsdentalgroup.com.
Fabrice. As a rideshare driver, I love keeping my car smelling fresh and clean. So when I'm driving, I only trust Febreze car vent clips, featuring 3 distinct intensity settings, because it's that little touch that sets me apart. I can turn the intensity down for subtle freshness, or I can turn it up for when I want lots of scent. So whether it's set to low, medium, or high, with Febreze car, I know my car's going to smell amazing. Which keeps my driver rating right where it belongs.
Picking up! Oscar!
Johns Hopkins University has found that just mild hearing loss doubles your risk of dementia, so hearing loss isn't something to ignore.
But hearing aids are so expensive and ugly.
Not anymore. Meet Audion Hearing. You can get nearly invisible hearing aids without a prescription starting at $98 a pair, and they're ready to use right out of the box. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, and with over 1 million customers, Audion is easy to trust. Visit audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Hey, it's the Greek for Pilar Coffee. They offer delicious food, amazing coffee, and house-made gelato that everybody will love. Their menu is crafted with fresh, premium ingredients, offering unique coffee recipes and a taste that you'll never forget. They have it all there under one roof. If you want breakfast or lunch, it's a great place to stop in. Pilar Coffee in Deerfield Beach in the Cove Shopping Plaza. Take it from your boy. I give you winners every day in sports games. I'm going to give you a winner today with Pilar Coffee. Stop in. Peace.
It's the Hard Rock Bet Battle of the Bets. 2 bets facing off. Winning side splits $250K in bonus bets every single day. Time to pick a side. Team underdogs or team favorites. Team over or team under. There's one way to settle this. Hard Rock Bet Battle of the Bets. Pick a side for $1. Win your share of $250K or more today. Prize pool will be paid out in bonus bets, not a cash offer. Offered by the Seminole Tribe of Florida. Must be 21 plus and physically present in Florida to wager. Terms and conditions apply. Concerned about gambling? Please call 1-888-ADMIT-IT.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym for a while.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone.
Lower T?
Yeah, I went through it a while back. Once you hit 40, your body has less free testosterone. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again, at work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text ALL to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T, the #1 selling testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast, absolutely free. Text ALL to 321-321. That's all to 321-321.
The new iHeart app just looks better.
The best feature of a car radio on the app.
It's the presets.
It's super easy.
And thank you for keeping it free.
Get in on what everyone's talking about and get the new and improved free iHeartRadio app today.
iHeartRadio. Here's what's happening with the weather on Real Radio.
I'm meteorologist Jennifer Collins of CBS 12 News. Mostly sunny this afternoon with temperatures in the low to mid-80s and an east wind between 10 to 15 miles per hour. Expect a partly cloudy sky tonight with overnight lows in the 60s inland, 70s at the coast by the start of Friday morning. Dry and warm through the weekend with temperatures in the middle 80s Saturday and Sunday.
This report is sponsored by Blindsphere.com.
What if I can guarantee the price of Bitcoin will be $1 million in 2030? Well, I can't, but I can guarantee you'll save a lot of money on blinds at my company, Blindster.com. Free samples, free shipping, and guaranteed to fit. Shop at Blindster.com today.
What the Florida is sponsored by FAMU's MMERI. Educate, Learn, Talk.
From the Anajar and Levine Accident Attorney Studios.
Have you been in an accident? Call Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
Real Radio 92.1 is WZZR West Palm Beach, an iHeartRadio station.
Make us the #1 preset on your car radio and on the free new and improved iHeartRadio app. Listen for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
Hey, it's Rover. Real Radio wants to put $1,000 in your hand. For $1,000 now. Enter the nationwide keyword money at realradio921.com. That's money. Enter it now at realradio921.com, and good luck from Rover's Morning Glory and Real Radio.
You're listening to The Penthouse. Now back to The Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
It is The Penthouse on a Thursday. Thanks for always tuning in. 921-1017. Keyword this hour is money. Just got that friend Rover, so try to make it happen and win $1,000. We'll also throw in a big prize, a pizza with Dominic, if you win $1,000.
Woo!
Dominucci.
Nice.
We're trying to add to the pot, make it a little bit good. Dominic's in the house.
Hello.
Of course, Francis is here.
What's going on?
And it's the first batch of Florida stories.
Florida.
Florida.
Did you say
Florida?
I'm from Florida.
WTF.
What the Florida?
Well, we got a Deltona teen who's been arrested. This is terrible after being accused of trying to poison his 77-year-old adoptive mother. According to Volusia Sheriff's Office, they said deputies said they were called to a home Saturday morning after being notified about an attempted poisoning. By the way, not very bright, because I have a feeling you would be able to smell and notice this right away. So upon arrival, deputies learned that the mother had poured herself a glass of milk, though she detected an unusual odor. She went to try to take a sip, and she was like, this smells like bleach. That's exactly what he put in there. Another family member told deputies that he believed the woman's son, Eduardo, 17 years old, purposely poured bleach in her milk to hurt her.
Terrible.
He put the Clorox in the milk. The woman could be heard telling deputies in the body camera footage that was released. She believed that Eduardo had tried to poison her milk due to their recent conflicts. And deputies did find that the milk container, in fact, smelled like bleach. A search of the residence revealed the Clorox bleach bottle in the laundry room. The bottle was positioned in a dusty area, they said, indicating that it had been moved recently because there's like an outline of the dust. They said that Eduardo was found in one of the back bedrooms, ultimately taken into custody, and he did reveal and admit to pouring the bleach in his mother's milk because he said he was angry at her and no longer wished to live in the home. Well, then run away, dude. Instead of trying to poisoning.
It's your mom.
It says now he's facing charges of poisoning, attempted murder, and aggravated abuse of an elderly person. Next up in your What the Florida, there's a dude who stole $2 million in high-end vehicles. This Florida dude was caught on camera crawling into a valet key room and stealing nearly $2 million. Now he's behind bars, but Miami Beach police say Gregory Yerdy was arrested on 4 counts of grand theft, and an incident happened back a few months ago at the Satai Hotel parking garage in Miami Beach.
I've stayed there many times. Beautiful.
Investigators say multiple vehicles. That's why he went in there for those cars. He was like, these people are rich. Investigators say multiple vehicles were stolen from the parking garage. Surveillance video shows him low crawling into the valet key room in the parking garage, removing several key fobs and later fleeing with 4 luxury cars.
Wow.
They were able to identify him through the investigation. Suspect later surrendered himself at Miami Beach Police Headquarters. They said the increase in high-end vehicle thefts is a concerning trend nationwide, and Miami Beach is definitely not immune to it.
Nope.
The chief was talking. He was like, let this and other successful apprehensions be a clear message. If you come to Miami Beach to victimize our residents and visitors, you will be held accountable, is what they said. Then, the happiest place on earth, it's probably a place where you shouldn't bring cocaine with you. A man has been banned from Walt Disney World after he was caught sneaking a wallet full of cocaine into the Magic Kingdom Park.
Jesus.
Dustin Lee Wallace, 44, of St. Augustine, was arrested March 29th. They said charged with possession of cocaine. He just pleaded not guilty earlier this month. Disney security officer Brian Colon described the situation. He witnessed Wallace and his son walking up to the security checkpoint near the Magic Kingdom bus loop. As per usual, security policies at Magic Kingdom, Colon went to, wand the pair with the metal detector and check their bags. Colon also asked Wallace to remove the wallet from his back pocket, to which he did comply. Brian observed that his wallet was very bulky, and he began to get nervous. So Brian explained that he must check the wallet. The defendant opened it and observed a large bag of powdery white substance. So, of course, he contacted his manager for assistance. They did field tests, white powder. Yes, it was cocaine. He later admitted to trying to bring the drugs inside the Magic Kingdom, claiming that the cocaine was for his stress relief.
I'm under a lot of stress,
he advised
dude.
He's been using cocaine for approximately a month now because his work is so stressful. His work made him do it. So they said the latest incident is at least the second time in the past several months someone has been arrested for trying to bring drugs into the Magic Kingdom. Can't bring drugs. Can't do it. And then finally here in What the Florida, we have a very drunk woman in the Villages area who attacked her husband. Golden Vutkamp from Turkey had been drinking when she got into a fight with her husband. They've only been married for a year.
Oh.
I know, that's it.
Still
At their
honeymoon.
home at the high-end Harbor Hills community of Lady Lake. According to the arrest report, the husband first went to his spare bedroom to try to avoid confrontation. He's like, I don't want to fight with you, and locked the door, but she forced her way into the room.
Yeah.
Then she headbutted him in the face.
Oh, that's not a good thing.
And struck him. Said that is a move when you headbutt somebody. That is a move. And struck him several times. They said he's trying not to fight her. He got in his black Cadillac Escalade, went to a friend's house trying to get out of this. He was like, I can't be around her. Bad things are gonna happen.
Wow.
So she ended up contacting Uber, knew where he was, got a ride from their home to the friend's house.
Oh, God.
Yes, she arrived at the house 9:30 p.m. She and her husband started arguing outside. She then used her cell phone to strike him multiple times in the face while demanding the keys to the Cadillac.
Oh.
So then she got in the Cadillac. Despite pleas from her husband and his friend, who all agreed she was in no condition to drive, the husband did call 911. She was found near another area in the Villages. They identified the Cadillac, and she was like, it's my car. And he was like, no, it's fine. She said she had asked her husband for a divorce earlier that day, and that's what happened. Her husband, who had visible knot on his forehead, told police that he did not want to press charges. He's like, I'm used to it. She does this all the time.
Wow.
She's been arrested before, and I even got stitches in my head as a result of her physical aggression, he told police.
Man, what's love
She
got to
was
do with it?
arrested back in August after an alleged attack on him. The case was eventually dismissed. So as a result of this altercation, she was arrested, even though he said he didn't want to book charges because they noticed all the physical stuff was going on. She was arrested on a charge of battery and booked into the Sumter County Detention Center. And that is What the Florida.
Man, that's pretty bad. Headbutt, then takes an Uber to the guy's house.
Takes the car.
Takes the car. Man, that's a bad
And he's
situation.
like, I'm used to it.
Yeah.
She does this all the time.
Not the first time.
I got stitches in my head.
He's got a good attitude.
I guess so.
Have either one of you guys ever been on a plane or about to get on a plane and they offered you to get off the plane and give you a voucher? I've heard of a free flight.
I've never gotten on the plane, but before boarding the plane, I've heard them say, hey, this is a book flight if you want. That's happened once before.
There's a guy on Delta. He was on the plane. He was going, I believe, from Seattle to Chicago, and they offered him $3,000 to get off. That's a ton.
Mm-hmm. I would take it.
Yeah, $2,000 in Delta credit, though, and $1,000, I guess, in gift cards. But he
sold.
Yeah. But I've heard of that's a lot.
It is a lot. But I've heard them give crazy amounts like that before. But that is a lot. And that's the thing. Just hop on the next flight or whatever it is.
Yeah.
Sign me up.
Some people won't do it because obviously they want to get to their destination. Maybe it's job, family, different things you have to do.
Of course, if it's emergency, wedding, whatever. I get why some people wouldn't, but man, that's a sweet deal.
One time I was flying from West Palm to Jersey, and they offered a free flight. I didn't take it because I wanted to get up there. But yeah, this guy, $3,000, $2,000. Now, when I first read the article, I thought it was $3,000 cash. Like they just peeled off 31.
Right there.
Yeah, I'm like, yeah, show me the money. But he got $2,000.
Like, I don't have to go to Chicago that bad.
Yeah. Screw Chicago. Whatever I'm doing.
Right?
That's the amount where you're just like, I don't care. But $2,000 in credit with Delta, so he can use that, I guess, in the future. Which, in a way, for Delta, that's...
He could probably use it right away if he wanted to, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
if they gave it to him, like, go and look and be like, all right, when's the next flight out?
Well, the next flight, I think, was going to be free, obviously, because they...
And they give him a free...
Yeah, that's what that said. $2,000 Delta voucher, and then $1,000 in
No, I understand that. So, but he had to use the Delta voucher to book the flight.
Oh, I don't know. I guess the flight was already paid for because he was on the plane, so maybe they just moved into another one. Because when he was on the plane...
Well, if that's...
Yeah. I mean, it was
That's
already
the
paid
case.
for.
So on top of it, he gets a free flight and he gets bonus. Then he gets on top of that $2,000. Yeah.
Yeah. But, I mean, again, some people maybe not. If they got to get someplace. But that was a big amount, I thought. I've never heard somebody offer that much for flights when they're overbooked. So maybe the thing is to look for planes that are overbooked. And then you get on and you'll be like, okay. And
How badly do you want to go?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. If you're, like, it depends what's going on. Like, I don't know. If you're in Vegas, say, and you get your ass kicked big, you got to get it home. You're like, I don't know. But then the voucher could help you. Maybe you'll make a little bit of run with some gift cards. But yeah, let us know if you've ever been in that situation when you boarded a plane or was on a plane like this gentleman, and they came up to you and said, hey, do you want to step off and we'll take care of you? But yeah, it's unusual that they give that kind of credit because that's a huge credit. The four-letter network has not said anything yet about Sharp, whether or not he's going to get fired with the big problems that he's had this week with that girl. It's gone back and forth all week on social media, news, newspapers, everywhere. Everybody's got an opinion. But we'll see what happens. There isn't anything that has been done yet. I am surprised that he's still on TV. Because I think that one audio of him saying, hey, you know what, I'm going to choke you next time I see you is pretty bad. But we'll see what happens and how this settles. Also, his lawyer did announce that they offered her $10 million about a couple days before. And I'm shocked she didn't take that. I mean, that's 10. I think we're so jaded in our life with money, like millions here, millions there, like 10 million. And they walked away from him. And maybe they thought, hey, if you offer $10 million, he's guilty, and we can get more. Obviously, the lawyer thought that. But we'll see what happens with if the four-letter network releases him. Dom, do you think he gets fired?
Not until it's the definitive answer. Not right away.
Well, this is a civil case, remember. This isn't criminal.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, so you would think if he loses in court, then maybe he gets fired?
Yep.
Down the road. Franny, what do you think?
I don't know. I mean, definitely suspension. I'm surprised they haven't suspended him during the investigation.
Yeah.
A lot of times they do that.
Yeah, I'm surprised he's still on, and he was on yesterday. He's done a lot of different things with social media, you know, his take on everything and I don't think that's part of the problem is he can't stop himself.
Remember, he had a leak a while ago of a video, and it was the sound of him having sex.
Oh, I know. There's another thing that was out
From
there.
his personal IG.
Yeah. He had that, but he said that was a mistake. It shouldn't have happened. But this is something totally different. And supposedly, because of that situation, that's why this girl, you know, ended up having the problems with him because he was cheating on her. So I don't know. It's a mess for him. Obviously, he was a Hall of Famer in the NFL, played for years. He's been on TV for a while. He was years ago when he first got out of football. He owned restaurants in L.A. and he was on radio stations locally. Then he got bigger and bigger and went nationwide. We'll see what happens, but so far the four-letter network has not suspended him. I am surprised about that or fired him. I agree with Franny, at least suspended until they find out. And I'm sure they're investigating. 877-927-6969. That's the number to call. You could also text us at Real Radio 47142. What would be your dream car if you got a car? Barrett Jackson kicks off today. Thursday, Friday, Saturday. No Sunday. So I know a lot of people forget that. But what would be your dream car if you got to go to Barrett Jackson and walk away with anything?
What's yours, G-Man?
I said that Mercedes. I didn't look up the style.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. If I see it, then I would look it up and check it out. But yeah, that's it. I wouldn't be like Rolls Royce, Bentley. That's not me. They're beautiful cars.
I think it's a GT.
Is it GT?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'll check it out. But yeah, they have so many cars there that are unbelievable. I like the cars that you see that they redo and everything's brand new, and just how clean those cars are. We've done shows there for years, and you get to see all of them. There's got to be hundreds of cars there. I mean, there's tons.
I like when you
more
see
than that.
Yeah.
I like when you see like the old 60s or 70s cars, and they have like the mirrors under them, so you can see how clean it is even underneath the car.
Oh yeah, that is true. Yeah, and some of the engines, unbelievable. I mean, like sparkling. Yeah, but it's cool. I mean, again, it's fun. I think it's fun. It's a good day of entertainment. You can just walk around, and I think admission's $20. I could be mistaken.
I don't know. I'm not sure, but I can double check. Speaking of vehicles, a lot of people do what they call risky behaviors while they're driving that you shouldn't do. And we know one of the big ones is texting and driving. We do. But some of them could even be down to eating. And yeah, maybe you can take down some French fries or chicken nuggies or burger and be okay. But it's funny to see some of the crazy stuff that's people, what they call risky meals that they've eaten. So April is, we mentioned it before, National Distracted Driving Awareness Month. And a whopping 72% of people who eat while driving admit to having some risky meals in their driver's seats.
Okay.
And by risky, I mean like barbecue ribs or a bowl of hot soup.
Hot soup's like...
They said, have you ever glared over another driver and seen them picking out a full charcuterie platter while driving? Yeah, somebody has. In this new report, 86%.
Well, if it comes right in front of you, a nice little plate, you just grab it.
86% of drivers admit to being distracted by technology, of course, using their phones. But that isn't the only thing that keeps our focus off of the roads. I am guilty of this, getting ready while driving. Not all the time, but I've done it. 27% of drivers admit to working on their appearance while driving, whether it's changing clothes, putting on makeup, painting their nails. Even some guys, they say shave.
Oh, wow.
I've never painted my nails, but I have put on makeup, and there's been times where I've changed my clothes.
While you were driving?
Yeah.
Really?
I feel like I'm good at it.
Right.
And among Gen Z drivers, that number jumps to 50%. They said eating while driving. It isn't just snacking. A whopping 70%, 72 admit, as I mentioned, to trying some risky meals like eating barbecue or a bowl of hot soup or even cereal. Some people do. They said creating content while driving. 74% of people say the most embarrassing distraction is filming videos or creating social media content while driving.
Mm-hmm.
If you haven't done this, you've probably seen someone who filmed a video, not just in the car, but while in motion. Seen it. I told you guys, my girlfriend is still dealing with chronic back issues because of an accident she got in probably like a year and a half ago. And she already had back issues because she does nails and just from doing, I'm sure, pedicures, manicures, just bending over, but they messed up her back bad. And so her and her husband, and it was probably like a 5 or 6 car accident. They were getting off at the Donald Ross exit, waiting at the light, and some girl in the very back and I mean, not even slow, just railed into one car, and then it just caused a domino effect. And so when the girl got out of her car, she was completely naked.
I remember you told us
not
that.
even thinking about it. She's like, oh my God, completely naked. They found out that she was shooting an OnlyFans video while driving naked and did not realize that there was all these cars in front of her at an exit,
Oh, my God.
at a light, and just rammed into
And she got out of the car?
And she got out of her car naked. And they got back in, and they were like, cover up, woman. But yeah.
Could you imagine how you got to be like out there, not even realize you have no clothes on? You get
She
out.
probably didn't care either. I mean, if she's doing a naked OnlyFans video in her car,
Wow.
she probably thinks she's promoting herself.
She probably would have forgave her, like, oh, I'm sorry.
Right? Yeah, no, but she, that's, I
Not
mean,
if she hit my car. I wouldn't care if it
well,
was.
her car caused all that. So, I mean,
Yeah.
she got screwed, and probably
More ways than
more
one.
than ways one, yeah.
Yeah.
But they say, stress and anxiety, 20% of drivers say stress from work or school or relationship issues can mess with their focus behind the wheel, too, because they're thinking about it and not paying attention. The report also includes a map of distracted driving hotspots through the country. And the most distracted states are in the Southwest. They say California, Arizona, New Mexico, Texas, Nevada, Utah, and Colorado. But Florida, North Carolina, Michigan, and Connecticut are also danger zones. They said the rest of the South is somewhat dangerous up into West Virginia, Pennsylvania, Massachusetts. The areas with the low levels of distracted driving are in the Northwest and Northeast, including New York State.
I notice girls in the morning more than any other time of the day putting makeup on.
Yeah, because they're getting ready to go to work.
Yeah, like I see, walk over at a light, or even on 95 today, I saw some girl right next to me, and she was putting on her eyeliner, like driving like 65. I'm like, that's great. What's the riskiest thing you think you've ever eaten while driving?
Maybe like a burrito.
Yeah, I was going to say tacos are very difficult to
Something
eat.
like that.
Yeah,
Messy.
They are. And that's the thing. Like, you do it, and then just like lettuce and meat's falling, and then you're just like, oh no, and you're trying to catch up, but you're driving. I agree. That's probably the messiest. I think I've attempted to do cereal, and I was like, this ain't happening.
Cereal? Wow, that's impressive.
I think I did, and I was like, no, can't.
Put it in a cup.
It's really difficult to eat with a spoon while you're driving.
Slice of pizza. I've had that.
Yeah, but to me, that's easy.
You think?
Yeah,
Not
you can
messy.
one hand that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I found it difficult.
Yeah, I'm with you. Like Mexican food tacos, I think is the messiest I've dealt with.
And then, of course, Cerise, who used to be with us for years, I always have to give her credit. She watched porn. I mean, that's impressive. I mean, that's up there. I mean, that's like winning 17 hands in a row in blackjack at the Bellagio. Who do we have on hold?
We have Toot on the phone.
Toot, what is happening, Toot?
Hey, good morning, G-Man. Good morning, Frank. Good morning, Dom.
What's up?
Hey there.
All right, yeah, and when I was in Texas, those interstates, they're like wide open.
Mm-hmm.
So until you get like close to like downtown or by the airport, that's when it gets congested. But down here, I was driving in Miami one morning over there by Golden Glade, and there was this girl. I'm in a 4-door pickup truck toting a trailer with like 2,500 pounds on it. There's this girl next to me, excuse me, putting her makeup on, smoking a cigarette, eating a breakfast sandwich,
Wow.
and driving at the same time.
Multitasking. That's impressive.
And, I kind of like tried to get over, and she looked at me and she gave me like that look like, can't you see I'm busy?
That's crazy.
And so I just slowed down and let her go on her way, But I'm like, I guess she was driving with her knee.
Driving her knee.
She was steering with it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, that's impressive, though,
But,
to do four things.
All this stuff all at once. And I'm like, couldn't you leave your house a little earlier?
Yeah, you probably could have, but she sounds like she was doing a few things.
Yeah, I don't even think she went home the night before,
Probably not. A little walk of shame.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, right? Yeah, but I was like, good Lord. I mean, driving in Miami, that area, it's cutthroat.
Yeah, any big city, it's always crazy the way people drive. But like you said, you're driving a truck, so you're really seeing right into the cars what people are doing. And I'm sure you've seen a lot of crazy things over the years.
Oh, yeah, because they don't want to give you any kind of leeway at all.
Yeah.
You know? As soon as I had an opening, the other car would take the lane. And I'm like, really? And it's the same thing like going through downtown Atlanta. Downtown Atlanta, I mean, you got to have at least 7 mirrors.
Yeah, it's not fun going down. Downtown Atlanta and downtown Miami to me are just they're equally as scary and it's easy to get lost. It really is. In Atlanta, every street is Peachtree Street. I was like, how many Peachtree Streets are there? Like everywhere you look. It's true.
It just keeps going in circles.
I'm like, yeah, I get it. I hate driving downtown Atlanta.
Yeah, no, I mean, that was our thing because I used to do drilling work. So it was get there early in the morning and leave later on in the afternoon. That way it gave time for traffic to dissipate some.
All right, Toot, thanks for the update on that young lady. And I'm glad she didn't cause you any havoc or issues when you were driving.
Yes, sir. Oh, I like you guys very much. Thank you.
We like you too, Toot.
It's always nice to hear.
I know, because you said, remember last time you said, I love you guys, you said, I love you too, and that was a whole thing. Greek wasn't understanding that joke.
No, he went right over him.
Yeah, no, I got it. I got it. Well, like comes before love, and we love you, Toot. You're the best.
All right, kids. I love you guys.
Bye,
Peace.
Toot.
Grand day.
We love you too. People say you don't have to say it back if somebody says you love them, but I think it's proper to do. But if it's fake, it's better. It is the Penthouse on a Thursday. Francis, Dominic, and myself. Dom, I saw you sleeping last break, by the way, so make sure you keep your eyes up. Yeah, I was waiting for you to hit the mic. I really was. I was watching. I said, is he going to fall asleep again? Not offended. It is the Penthouse on a Thursday. We'll be back. Peace.
Real Radio is the News Junkie.
Good evening. This is the Fox 8 6 o'clock news. I'm Neil McNeil.
And I'm Natalie Wilson.
His name's Neil McNeil? Neil McNeil is his name. He is the human version of Bodie McBoatface. Neil McNeil. I don't even know what this report's about anymore. I can't stop thinking about Neil McNeil.
The News Junkie. Weekday afternoons at 3 on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Getting you up to speed on traffic on Real Radio.
From the Gordon Partners Traffic Center. Have you been injured in a motor vehicle accident? Call 561-333-3333 or go to fortheinjured.com.
On I-95 southbound, a stalled vehicle is blocking the left lane at Lantana Road. There's a crash Forest Hill Boulevard east of the Turnpike. Spot something on the roads? Call the traffic tip line, pound 250, keyword West Palm Traffic. I'm Ron Hurst.
This report is sponsored by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather Injury Lawyers.
Injured in an accident? Call Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather for your free case evaluation. Call us at 500-HELP, 500-HELP. HELP is just a local phone call away.
Hey, it's the Greek for the Crazy Horse Saloon. Your favorite neighborhood bar, great food and atmosphere. Always a good bar to stop in and hang and enjoy yourself. They got live music on the weekends, a great place to watch sports, and Taco Tuesdays. It's the Crazy Horse Saloon, 4240 North Lake Boulevard. Stop in. That was the home of Greek's Gridiron. You'll always have a good time there and great food. And live music on weekends. It's a Crazy Horse Saloon. Put that on your agenda this weekend. Peace.
I'm Mark Anajar. I'm Glenn Levine. I'm Ellie Anajar. Together, we're Anajar and Levine. If you've been hurt in a car crash, we'll fight to get you the maximum compensation you deserve.
Call Anajar and Levine for your free consultation. 1-800-747-FREE.
In office, West Palm Beach.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, it's Franny, and we know GiveMeTheVin.com is already the best place to sell your car, and now it's even better. With GiveMeTheVin.com's big cash giveaway, they're giving away $25,000 in cash every month. There are two ways to win. Get 250 chances to win with your mail-in entry, or 1,000 chances to win if they buy your car. Whether you're selling your daily driver, pickup, SUV, or even a supercar, they want it. Just enter your VIN or license plate at GiveMeTheVin.com and get an instant offer in minutes.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
Did you know even the smallest increase in mortgage rates can cost you thousands of dollars over the life of your loan? Hi, I'm Mark Stefanski, Chairman and CEO of Third Federal. It's true, even a 0.25% change in rate can cost you thousands of dollars over the life of your mortgage. But with Third Federal's new Early Rate Lock, you don't have to take chances. Early Rate Lock is the only pre-approval that locks in your rate at pre-approval, even before you find a house. Plus, we're so confident that our rates are the lowest, if you find a lower rate, we'll beat it or give you $1,000. And now through April 30th, get pre-approved with Third Federal and we'll pay all of your closing costs. So don't wait. Call Third Federal today.
Right now at Third Federal, even before you find a home, lock in 6.625%, APR 6.685% on a 30-year fixed-rate purchase mortgage. Visit thirdfederal.com or call 1-800-3RD-FED today. APR reflects 15% down for $350,000 loan amount. Rate requires automatic payment program and is subject to change. Restrictions apply. Zero closing costs on low-cost loans only. See conditions for lowest rate guarantee at thirdfederal.com. Equal housing lender.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing, must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business. Powering possibilities.
Now through May 4th, new customers can get started with 300 megabit internet and Security Edge for $69 a month for 24 months. And ask how to get free installation on qualifying bundles. Plus, find out how to get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Call today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Equipment, taxes, and other fees extra. After 24 months, regular rates apply.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym for a while.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone.
Lower T?
Yeah, I went through it a while back. Once you hit 40, your body has less free testosterone. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. At work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text ALL to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T, the #1 selling testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast. Absolutely free. Text ALL to 321-321. That's ALL to 321-321.
Febreze. As a rideshare driver, I love keeping my car smelling fresh and clean. So when I'm driving, I only trust Febreze car vent clips, featuring 3 distinct intensity settings, because it's that little touch that sets me apart. I can turn the intensity down for subtle freshness, or I can turn it up for when I want lots of scent. So whether it's set to low, medium, or high, with Febreze car, I know my car's going to smell amazing. Which keeps my driver rating right where it belongs. Picking up Oscar!
Johns Hopkins University has found that just mild hearing loss doubles your risk of dementia, so hearing loss isn't something to ignore.
But hearing aids are so expensive and ugly.
Not anymore. Meet Audion Hearing. You can get nearly invisible hearing aids without a prescription starting at $98 a pair, and they're ready to use right out of the box. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, and with over 1 million customers, Audion is easy to trust. Visit audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Need new blinds? At Blindster.com, we offer guaranteed low prices, guaranteed satisfaction, free samples, and free shipping. At Blindster, we take the fear out of ordering custom blinds, shades, and shutters so you can do it yourself and save big. Blindster.com.
For more information about contests on this station, visit realradio921.com/rules.
Sarah Spain for iHeart Women's Sports.
Presented by Capital One.
Earlier this week, ground was broken on a new training facility in Portland, Oregon that will be shared by the NWSL's Portland Thorns and the city's new WNBA expansion team. Both teams are owned by the Bethal family's Raj Sports. The training center is expected to be open in early 2026, just in time for the Thorns season and ahead of the yet-to-be-named WNBA expansion team's debut. For more women's sports stories, subscribe to Good Game with Sarah Spain on iHeart Podcasts.
As a founding partner of iHeart Women's Sports, Capital One helps you stay connected to top female athletes and earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining, entertainment, and at grocery stores with the Capital One Saver Card. What's in your wallet? Terms apply. Visit CapitalOne.com.
Tariffs and your money? Well, we just offered our thoughts on the most recent episode of the How to Money podcast.
Let's say you do live in a state that gives you a tax break on $529. That's great, but don't invest those dollars once you put them in.
We're all about investing in a 529 plan. Typically, right, you want that tax-advantaged money to grow. But as you get close to needing to spend the money, de-risking is crucial.
In uncertain financial times, How to Money is here to help. Open your free iHeartRadio app, search How to Money, and start listening today.
Greek's Trifecta is sponsored by Precision Garage Door of South Florida. Precision Door, a name you can trust.
This is Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Real talk for the Palm Beaches and the Treasure Coast. You're listening to The Penthouse. Now back to The Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
It is The Penthouse on a Thursday. Hope you guys are having a good day. Get that keyword from Rover and get $1,000 in your hand. Dominic's in the house.
Hello.
Of course, Francis is here.
Hey.
And it's time for a trifecta.
Riders up. It's Greek's Trifecta.
Not a good night for Florida teams as the Cavs beat the Heat 121-112. Second quarter, they had just an unbelievable quarter. The Heat got it a little close in the fourth quarter by 3, I think, or 5 at one point. Fought all the way back, but then Cleveland hit the gas again. Miami is 0-2. Tough to come back in a best of 7, down 0-2. We'll see what happens. They are going to be home against the Cavs this weekend, I believe, but it's going to be tough. Panthers in good position. They beat Tampa. They have game 2 in Tampa. If they can win tonight, they are going to be in control of that series, especially with the next couple of games home. Remember, if you want to listen to the Panthers, you could always listen to the Panthers on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. We are the home of the Panthers. Excited about that. Marlins, bad night yesterday. They ended up losing to the Reds, but they took 2 out of 3 from the Reds. And so that's good if you're a Marlin fan. And if you like the Marlins, you listen to them on 1230 The Gambler, our sister station. Big news in sports tonight. There is some NBA playoffs, but the NFL draft is tonight. I believe it starts at 8 p.m. First pick is supposed to be Ward to Tennessee, University of Miami. Hats off to them. And then Hunter, the Heisman Trophy winner, is supposed to go to the Browns. The third pick is the New York Giants, and there's speculation of who they taking. Are they going to take the defensive end from Penn State, Clark, or are they going to take Sanders? Most people don't think they're going to take Sanders, but we'll see what happens. But the draft is tonight at 8 o'clock. A lot of people will be consuming it, watching it. They're thinking between 12 and 14 million people. Yeah, last night the Warriors got beat, but Jimmy Butler got hurt pretty bad. He went out in the second quarter, and he did not return. His whether or not he can play in that series is really going to be determined on who wins that series. Rockets ended up getting the win last night, but if Jimmy Buckets played last night, who knows what would have happened in the game. Greek Trifecta is always sponsored by Pollard Coffee Bar and Ice Treats and Deerfield Beach in the Cove Shopping Plaza. Weiss. 877-927-68.
What does that mean?
Was that Weiss?
Weiss, which is short for peace. You can call us or text us.
Is that East?
I don't know how that's short for peace.
What is your car that you would love if you went to Barrett Jackson and they gave you one? What is the car for me, Dom? What was it? AMG what?
Oh,
GT?
yeah, AMG GT.
Yeah, it was a beautiful car. Awesome.
About $200,000.
Really? Ooh, it's a dream car.
That's all. Somebody was talking about, I mean, I don't know if they were distracted driving, but they would definitely distract me if I was driving next to him. At 47142 started off with Real Radio. It says, my mom used to make me take her wigs to the wig place to get styled. So if I stopped at traffic light and there were people next to me, I would take the wig head, pretend it was a girl giving me the nasty. I had an old couple roll into a car in front of them once. I felt bad.
Oh, my God. That's crazy.
Oh, man.
Oh, yeah.
I thought it was going to go where he was putting the wigs on.
No, he was making it do things. All right. Thank you for that. So Mother's Day is next weekend. Don't forget, because yesterday I had this sad stat that a third of moms said that they have to make their own Mother's Day reservations.
Is it next week or two weekends?
It's next week.
Is it really?
Oh, no. Sorry. Next week's mine is 2 weeks. I keep on thinking this is May 2nd. It's May 11th.
Okay.
So, yes, it's May 11th. It's, yes, 3 Sundays from now.
Okay.
Thank you. So May 11th is Mother's Day, but listen, it's never too early to start thinking about what you're going to do for your mama. And one mom in particular created what they call a foolproof guide to what mom wants for Mother's Day. Her name is Dom, like this one. Dom Martin, a mom on TikTok, is looking out for dads and partners who are clueless about what to get mom for Mother's Day. So she put together a simple guide of do's and don'ts, starting with don't wait until the last minute. Yeah. That's her big don't.
That's a great one.
Yes. So still stuck on what to get moms in your life for Mother's Day this year. They said, well, you still have a few weeks to figure it out. We know a lot of guys and gals out there probably haven't even started to think about what to do or to buy for the mother of their children. And to help make sure they don't mess it up, this content creator and mom, Dom Martin, has put together a simple, informative guide.
That's my second account.
So she, you know, I can see how that could be you. So she holds her laptop to the screen to present a slideshow, and it says gifts moms actually want for Mother's Day. And Dom makes it clear that a candle or a new robe definitely don't cut it.
Really? Oh.
So she lays out the do's and don'ts for gift giving for moms. And this is geared towards husbands, right? For the do's, number 1, as I mentioned, plan ahead. If you wait until the last minute, you'll regret it, according to this mom. Next up, personalize the gift and think about what mom really wants. Number 3 on the do's is pay attention. Do pay attention, she explains. This is somebody who birthed a kid on your behalf. You should probably know what they like and what they don't.
You would help. You would think. You would think.
She said, first on the don't list, Mama, M-A-M-A presents. I'm going to hold your hand when I say this, she shares. If she wanted something that said Mama on it, M-A-M-A, she probably already bought it for herself at this point. It's low-hanging fruit. Number 2. Anything cleaning related, because according to Dom, that's giving Cinderella. It's giving clean up after me, not I love you, she says. The next don't is searching on Amazon for Mother's Day gifts. As this mom says, anything that comes up on that list, I guarantee you she does not want. Because you can go and guilty Mother's Day gifts or whatever. And then finally, she begs you not to just guess what mom wants for Mother's Day. She said, this is somebody that you know very deeply, hopefully, right? And personally, you should know what they want. And they said, if you don't, just kind of hint around, ask little questions. Don't just guess, according to her. So this is her advice this Mother's Day. This is her foolproof guide, do's and don'ts of what you should do this Mother's Day.
Yeah, you should definitely know your mom, what likes or doesn't like, maybe her favorite restaurant. I'm sure a lot of people maybe would do a spa day. Definitely.
See,
flowers.
that's something I wouldn't get my own mom because my mom doesn't like people touching her.
Okay.
She doesn't like going and getting pedicures, massages. That's just her thing. So even though it would be something, but I know that, and that's like you should know things.
Yeah, you should. Maybe her favorite restaurant, a gift card. I mean, that could be something. And this way she can go with who she wants and not have to go with you. 877-927-6969. That's the number to call. You can also text us at Real Radio 47142. Who do you got?
I have a talk back.
Okay.
So all this talk about gambling and kids brought me back to my childhood. And gee, I think you remember these, right? We had the tickets for the football season.
Yeah.
We had green tickets, white tickets, and yellow tickets, right? They got all the games on them. You circle your selections. You pick the numbers at the bottom that correspond to your selections. You separate that piece, and you take that piece with you, and you hand in the top part to whoever is taking your action, let's just call, right? You remember that, G, in New York? Now, here's where kids will realize they really got it easy right now, right? Because if you miss your collection guy at the high school, you had to bring your ticket back to one of the locations it's going to. The green ones were the McGowans, Irish, get it, restaurant. The white ones went back to a barber shop that was run by the Santoro family. And the yellow ones, which I always thought was the worst, had to go back to a bar, which was a cop bar, and was run by the Amados. So that yellow for me was always caution. Do I want to do this?
It's true. The tickets were big in high school. That's what happened. You ripped off the bottom of them, and you paid like $1, $5, $10, $20 was like a max, and that you would bet, and then somebody would take your money, and that's how it started. Today, it's so much easier. I mean, for kids, it really is. In all aspects of life, a lot of them, and for a lot of ways, it sucks too. There's other things that do suck, like we talked about yesterday, social media, bullying, all that stuff. That didn't really occur. But the gambling thing, that was usually your first introduction to betting. And then it was something that you, as a kid, you liked. And then when you found something that you liked that you thought could, turn into money, you were like, okay. One of the places where I used to get tickets was a country club. I used to valet park there. And there was a golfer there who used to take tickets, and he would, push them on all of us. We were kids. And I thought it was a little
I've never heard of it.
Yeah. We never heard about the tickets?
Mm-hmm.
Oh. And he would come around all the time to the valet guys, and he would, take all our tickets on Friday for the games, college and pro and stuff like that. And it's just the way he did it and everything like that. But when you won, and it was rare that you won. I mean, because to win 4 games or whatever it was, you couldn't find him like Monday and Tuesday. And then if he came in Wednesday, everybody be looking for him, like when he pulled in and everything like that. But yeah, it's just certain things in life that Jeremy just said that are just standard things for younger people that you just never forget. Give us a call or text us on certain things. Maybe you got something for your mom that you want to share. That would be a good Mom's Day. Mother's Day is May 11th, so make your reservations now. Ding.
Jeez, I know.
Is that you dinging me? That's him. I knew it was him.
Ding, ding, ding. I'm like, it's so distracting.
I knew it was him.
That time.
Yeah, I knew it was you. Because
I think you got it ring one time, too.
Yeah, that was you, too.
No, it wasn't.
Yeah, you're a little bit of an ass of wise today, Mr. Wise Ass.
What do you mean today?
Today. I mean, your review is up tomorrow with management. I don't know if
is
they
it?
did. Yeah, they called me in. They want me to give a review. Not just my opinion. Our boss and the big market manager, and they came to me, too. So tomorrow's your day. And you're doing good, by the way.
Thanks.
I heard that. I'm like, man, who the hell's blowing me up? And then I saw it was you. I said, you got to be kidding me. But in actuality, you know, it's my fault for having my phone on. So I got to take blame for that. Something a lot of people don't like to do in life. Take responsibility for mistakes or things they do. Even in an argument, diffuse it. Say I'm wrong. You find out how sometimes people will really get upset. They're like, what do you mean? You go, no, it's my fault. I'm sorry. Just move on. Even if you don't mean it, just go ahead. It's not worth fighting about. Or like Dominic, who texts me during the show just so I get in trouble. And then Franny gives me that little look, and she looks up, and I'm like, oh, God, I'm in trouble.
Well, oh yeah. I gave you a look earlier. No, I actually did a snap of the fingers because I was in the middle of talking. I was like snapping. I was like,
yeah, you're right. You're right.
And I looked at him. He's like, what? I'm like, stop doing what you're doing.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. You wonder why I'm afraid of you.
Well, I didn't want to yell it. I was trying to be discreet.
You were very good.
Thank you.
And I really appreciate it.
While I'm over here egging him on.
Yeah. Well, you're just a heat merchant. You love to throw fire on the wood and everything. And I'm looking like a dude, and I'm like, what? Is that Dom texting me during the show? You're crazy, dude. You are definitely crazy. You're definitely a good fit to this penthouse. There's no doubt about it. Try to get people in trouble in the studio and stuff like that. Now the boss will be like, hey, don't bring your phone in there. It's dinging. What's going on? Who's doing that? And I wouldn't throw you under the bus because I'm not that type of guy. But I'd be like, how about Dominic texting me? What about that? What do you think? The Raiders tonight have a draft pick along with all the other teams in the NFL. And Tom Brady is said to be the guy pulling the strings behind everything with the Raiders. I don't know how much longer he's going to be able to be on TV. It's becoming more and more evident that he really has a lot to do with the Raiders. He's just not a 10% owner, which most people are. But they say he's making so many calls. And
I'm not surprised because he's Tom Brady. He knows football, and so I get it.
Yeah. And don't forget, I mean, everybody who follows football knows Tom Brady was a 6th-round pick who just really shocked the world and went against every single expert that gets paid millions of dollars of hits and misses. And there's a lot of hits and misses in all drafts, and more misses than hits in a lot of these guys. But Brady supposedly is behind the scenes. He also helps the University of Michigan. They just got like a big quarterback from high school that's going to go to Michigan. And I could see that. Like Tom Brady pulls up in front of your house. I mean, he gets out and starts talking to you, man. You'd probably like, oh my God, it's Tom Brady. Especially if you're 16, 17 years old, you're a quarterback. It's probably one of your idols or somebody you look up to. And I mean, you want to talk about like something recruitment, like a big ace? That's him. I mean, there's no doubt about it. Like if Brady comes to your house, you got to be like, oh my God, be like Michael Jordan, like going for the Bulls, or anybody who's really big that if you're a fan of that. But I don't know. I just think eventually he's going to come off their TV, and he's not going to be able to do any more with Fox. He's doing this year. He got a lot better this year as time went on. People went after him a lot, and I get it. In the beginning, that's what people do. But I just think when he's more and more involved with the Raiders, eventually they're going to be like, no, you got to step away. You're just too much. Because he gets inside information. I mean, he does as an announcer. They know things that people don't know. And even if it's not this week you're playing them, maybe down the road. Or maybe you're talking to somebody else and say, hey, you know what I heard? Or this is what I seen. Or the refs are watching this. All things like that. That could give you an advantage. But we'll see. I don't know if Al Davis will ever sell more of the team than he has, but he may down the road as not Al Davis' son, as he gets a little bit older and maybe he just wants to dump it. But the Raiders are doing very well as far as in the beginning they weren't, but now they're doing good with money. And Brady has something to do with it. And he's young still. I mean, he's only in his, I think he's 49, 50. So he's got a long time to get a piece of the Raiders, more of a piece. But they said he's definitely the guy making the draft pick tonight. Dolphins pick 13 tonight. If you have an opinion of who you think they should get, give us a call. I would love to see them get that tight end Warren out of Penn State. That kid's awesome. I saw him in the Orange Bowl. We'll see what happens. And do the Dolphins trade Tyreek Hill today? Rumors flying around.
Ooh.
That would be a big trade to move up from 13 to move up to someplace like maybe in the top 5. Would you be? I wouldn't be surprised if Tyreek Hill got traded.
Trade up for the second pick at Travis Hunter. I'll take it.
Oh, yeah, that would be huge. Yeah. I don't know if the Browns would do that. Maybe. I mean, that would be a big trade. Yeah, that'd be awesome. Yeah, that'd be great because then you get a guy who can play cornerback and play wide receiver. Yeah, that'd be great, Tom. Good move. Maybe you should call the Dolphins right now. Call Stephen Ross. I have his text.
I mean, if I were them, I wouldn't want him. I mean, just the drama that's going around. I don't know if you saw there was like more to it. It was in the Palm Beach Post saying that. Well, we know that he took their kid, right?
Yeah.
She's saying that he took their daughter without consent. She has filed a motion alleging her abusive husband, and so this happened, I think, yesterday. And so she said that, he acted in an abusive manner towards her and had never been alone with her 4.5-month-old baby, but still showed up at their residence last week saying he was taking the baby. And so she called police, claiming his true objective was to demonstrate to the wife that he can do whatever he wants. But police said she had to let him take the baby, and she did. So they said the husband has no sincere desire to spend time with the baby, to assume parental responsibility for the baby, or to be personally involved with the baby. Has not. So they said that his track record for involvement as a parent is well established, as he has many, many other children.
Oh, yeah. He has 10 kids.
They said, of course, the filing says he's impulsive, unpredictable, his behavior. And so, he's always got something stirring around him.
And when he left the Chiefs years ago, people were surprised. But sometimes people know things that we don't know. Who do you have, Dom?
We have Alan on the phone.
Alan, good afternoon. Welcome to the Penthouse.
Hey, how you guys doing this afternoon?
Doing great, Alan. How are you?
Good. Getting back to that Mother's Day gift, my mom and my father passed, but it was always, I could never figure out the right gift to get them. It was always one of these gambles where maybe I'm getting the right present or maybe I'm just getting something that I don't know if she's going to want to return it or not.
Well, again, I think the thought is that you get them a gift and recognize Mother's Day and, recognize them and that you love them. And obviously, hey, I appreciate everything you've done. So I think that's part of it. If you don't get the right gift, they could always return it. But it's better than not getting a gift and forgetting them. I think so.
In regards to the pick, everybody's talking about the running back, Restrepo, whatever his name is.
Mm-hmm.
Would be a lot of people think he might be an excellent fit for the Dolphins.
At 13, I mean, I don't know. The Dolphins have a lot of big needs. They're okay, I think, in running back right now, but they need help offensive line, bad, and defensive line, and even in their defensive cornerbacks and safety, they got some problems right now.
Yep, a lot of holes to fill. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. We appreciate it. If you have an opinion about the draft tonight, you can give us a call. What would be your dream car? Barrett Jackson kicks off today locally, Thursday, Friday, Saturday at the fairgrounds.
Did you see that they're letting Travis Hunter's dad go to the draft?
Yeah, we talked about that yesterday. You brought that up.
Mm-hmm.
Very interesting. It's just life. What do you say? I mean,
From down here. He's in Boynton Beach.
Yep. Boynton Beach River. I don't know if that happens anywhere else. But he's lucky that it's happening. I mean, they're letting him out of jail to go there and attend the draft.
Now imagine he goes to the Dolphins and his dad could go to the games and stuff like that.
Well, I don't know how much more time his dad has to be.
He's on probation.
He's on probation?
Mm-hmm.
That'd be great. I mean, I would love to see him go to the Dolphins. I mean, I think that was a great thing you just said. If the Dolphins could trade with the Browns, 3 kill for a number 2 draft, that'd be perfect. But I don't know. He's got a serious girlfriend. He's getting married, I think, in a couple weeks. Something like that they were talking about. And he's been with her for years. And every draft, it's interesting because they show the kids, the guys or whatever, and a lot of them have their girlfriends next to them. Mm-hmm. And CeeDee Lamb years ago is that famous one where the girl took the phone.
And he took it right back.
And he grabbed it from her. So we'll see if any of that happens. You can bet on who they're going to hug when they get drafted.
Sure, there's everything.
Yeah,
I'm still iffy on that girl, his girlfriend.
I don't know enough about her. I can't say.
There's so many rumors that she has another guy. There's so many rumors that she has another guy.
I know, but
who are we talking about?
Travis Hunter.
Yeah, his fiance.
Got it.
She's given him. There was a couple things publicly, like the day the jerseys, and she had an argument with him or something like that. But they've been together for years. I know they got $1 million home in Colorado out there. We'll see where he goes.
Mm-hmm.
So somebody did respond to your question, G-Man, their dream car, but they said, I don't know if I'm saying this right because I'm not familiar with it. I know what a Bentley is, but this specific one, they said 47142. They said, Bear Jackson, pick the Bentley Bentayga.
Okay.
Bentayga. Bentayga in safety green is the color they're saying.
All right, cool.
The Bentley Bentayga. Do you know what that is, Dom? Am I saying that right?
No, no.
Bentayga.
I've heard of Bentley, but I've never.
Yeah, and I looked it up. Yeah, it's a beautiful car. I just don't know how to say the Bentayga if I'm saying that right.
And it's your taste. What would be your dream car? If you went to Barrett Jackson, they said, hey, Barrett Jackson should do that. Tell them. They give one car away to somebody who comes in. I think that'd be nice. Thanks, Greek. They'll say, we don't think it's great. It is the Penthouse on a Thursday. We'll come back in a few minutes. You're going to get a new keyword coming up. Don't forget the Panthers tonight on Real Radio and 101.7. Go Panthers. Can they beat Tampa 2 in a row? That'd be awesome. And a new keyword from Rover.
You want it now?
Go ahead.
No, too bad.
Okay,
Bye.
sorry.
Think we're just in your car? Think again. Anytime, anywhere. Tell your smart device to play Real Radio 92.1 on iHeartRadio.
Hey, it's Rover. Real Radio wants to put $1,000 in your hand. We're giving you 13 shots a day to score $1,000.
Oh, yeah. Can't believe it. Woo!
Every weekday from 9:05 in the morning to 9:05 at night, we're giving you a keyword at 5 past the hour. Take that keyword and enter it at realradio921.com. Every keyword is worth $1,000.
Thank you. Thank you.
That's awesome. It's $1,000 in your hand. Good luck from Rover's Morning Glory and Real Radio.
After your car accident, we will put money in your pocket or you don't pay us. Call Steiger Green and Finer.
Steiger Green and Finer won $300,000 for my case.
800-561-1111. 800-561-1111.
Offices West Palm Beach.
Actual client testimonial.
Let's see what's up with traffic on Real Radio.
Left lane of your on-ramp locked. It's roadwork, I-95 north from 6th Avenue south. We have a right lane closed in Boca, 95 south at Congress Avenue. Right lane closed Beeline Highway north after Blue Heron Boulevard. That's traffic. I'm Jody Stewart.
This report is sponsored by Allstate. Some people just know you could save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Those people are probably saving a carload of cash right now. So what are you waiting for? Check Allstate first for a quote today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Did you know even the smallest increase in mortgage rates can cost you thousands of dollars over the life of your loan? Hi, I'm Mark Stefanski, Chairman and CEO of Third Federal. It's true, even a 0.25% change in rate can cost you thousands of dollars over the life of your mortgage. But with Third Federal's new Early Rate Lock, you don't have to take chances. Early Rate Lock is the only pre-approval that locks in your rate at pre-approval, even before you find a house. Plus, we're so confident that our rates are the lowest, if you find a lower rate, we'll beat it or give you $1,000. And now through April 30th, get pre-approved with Third Federal and we'll pay all of your closing costs. So don't wait. Call Third Federal today.
Right now at Third Federal, even before you find a home, lock in 6.625%, APR 6.685% on a 30-year fixed-rate purchase mortgage. Visit thirdfederal.com or call 1-800-THIRD-FED today. APR reflects 15% down for $350,000 loan amount. Rate requires automatic payment program and is subject to change. Restricted supply. Zero closing costs on low-cost loans only. See conditions for lowest rate guarantee at thirdfederal.com. Equal housing lender.
Hey, it's the Greek. Rev up, baby, for the after party on Saturday, April 26th in Monroe Palm Beach. Beautiful ladies are there, and you'll enjoy yourself with a 5-star menu and beautiful ladies all night long. It's April 26th. It's the after party of Barrett Jackson, and it's the beautiful ladies of Palm Beach with you. You'll feel like you have the keys to a beautiful car when you step into Monroe Palm Beach. April 26th. It is Rev up, baby. Get ready for the party. Be there. Monroe Palm Beach, 7 days a week, open at 5 a.m. That's where the beautiful girls are at. Peace.
As men get older, our bodies change. We all know that, and often we just accept the changes as the way it is. But some of those changes, such as bad sleep patterns, low sex drive, brain fog, no energy, and reduced gains in the gym, could be due to low testosterone. And that is something you can change. This is Jeff for the Atlantic Men's Clinic. And even if you're in your 30s, if you're experiencing some or all of the symptoms I just noted, you very well may need low testosterone treatment. With our treatment protocols, if you're like most men, you'll be amazed at the change. You'll have more energy, improved mental clarity, your sleep will be better, so will your workouts, and you'll likely find that your sex drive increases too. So give us a call today and make the change for good. Your initial visit includes blood work and a medical consult. And if you start on treatment the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 877-455-7300. That's 877-455-7300. Or go to AtlanticMen'sClinic.com. We have 6 offices across across South Florida to serve you. Atlantic Men's Clinic, a Promenic restorative health practice.
Febreze. As a rideshare driver, I love keeping my car smelling fresh and clean. So when I'm driving, I only trust Febreze car vent clips, featuring 3 distinct intensity settings, because it's that little touch that sets me apart. I can turn the intensity down for subtle freshness, or I can turn it up for when I want lots of scent. So whether it's set to low, medium, or high, with Febreze car, I know my car's going to smell amazing. Which keeps my driver rating right where it belongs. Picking up Oscar!
Johns Hopkins University has found that just mild hearing loss doubles your risk of dementia, so hearing loss isn't something to ignore.
But hearing aids are so expensive and ugly.
Not anymore. Meet Audien Hearing. You can get nearly invisible hearing aids without a prescription starting at $98 a pair, and they're ready to use right out of the box. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, and with over 1 million customers, Audien is easy to trust. Visit audienhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Real Radio weather.
I'm meteorologist Jennifer Collins with CBS 12 News. Mostly sunny this afternoon with temperatures in the low to mid 80s and an east wind between 10 to 15 miles per hour. Expect a partly cloudy sky tonight with overnight lows in the 60s inland, 70s at the coast by the start of Friday morning. Dry and warm through the weekend with temperatures in the middle 80s Saturday and Sunday.
This report is sponsored by Blue Stream Fiber, HOA and condo board members. Fiber internet has never been easier. Blue Stream Fiber simplifies the switch, helping your community save up to 50% while keeping residents happy. Their step-by-step process makes upgrading hassle-free. Visit bluestreamfiber.com/radio today.
Spring has sprung and it's full tilt boogie time at GiveMeTheVin.com, America's best car buyer.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
Portions of the following program were pre-recorded.
From the Anajar and Levine Accident Attorney Studios.
Have you been in an accident? Call Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
Real Radio 92.1 is WZZR West Palm Beach, an iHeartRadio station.
Make us the #1 preset on your car radio and on the free new and improved iHeartRadio app. Listen for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
Hey, it's Rover. Real Radio wants to put $1,000 in your hand. Or $1,000 now. Enter the nationwide keyword BANK at realradio921.com. That's BANK. Enter it now at realradio921.com, and good luck from Rover's Morning Glory and Real Radio.
You're listening to The Penthouse. Now back to The Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
All right, this hour, the keyword is bank. B-A-N-K. Bank. That's where you can go if you win $1,000. You go right to the bank and put it in and be like, nice. Come on. Ladies and gentlemen, somebody win this $1,000. I'm tired of talking about it. I'm going to start talking about a winner. Speaking of winners, here's two to do the show every day with me. I'm lucky to have them. Dominic's in the house. Woo! So fake. Franny's here.
What's up? Hi. Wait, I want to go, woo! Yeah, my voice won't let me do that.
But that was a nice one. No, I like it.
All right.
Yeah, I like when people fake it. Over to Franny for some fun facts.
It's Franny's Fun Facts.
Okie dokie. April 24th. We got a few. It's kind of slow on the holiday day. It doesn't show it here, but I did see in our emails it's Take Your Kid to Work Day.
Oh, that's
see
nice.
That? Yeah. Clearly, we don't have any children. I don't think anybody does.
Could you imagine a little G-ster running around here? Oh, God.
I think Joel Malkin is the only one that has kids.
Yeah, and I'm surprised.
Like in this side of the building. There's other in business and sales. Like I know our bosses have.
Yeah.
Super has.
Oh, so you're right. You're right.
Yeah, we
Yeah,
work
but I don't
the
even I don't see Super that often. So that's why I didn't think about it. But yeah, other than that, it's Joel, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
That's amazing.
None of us kids.
Yeah.
Is it the industry that does it to us? Is this what it is?
That's one of my biggest regrets.
Well, you can still do it, G-Man.
I know.
You're not dead.
I know.
Your swimmers work more so. I mean, they're, women, we got that biological clock. You guys can keep on going.
You can find a nice young one.
There you go. Women are having that. I mean, in the 40s is normal now. right, today is National Pet Care for All Day. He's like, that's too old for him. Action Day for Tolerance and Respect Between People Day. Fashion Revolution Day. As I mentioned, the Take Your Kids to Work Day. It's Love Your Thighs Day. Do you guys love your thighs? No? National Pigs in a Blanket Day.
Different.
National Skipping Day.
Oh, I see you at 3 o'clock. Skip to your car every day.
Yeah.
The only time I see you with any energy.
If you were listening to This Day in History, it's New Kids on the Block Day.
Another one of your favorite days.
And it's something that I want to do almost every day. It's Scream Day. So I'm going to...
Does that have anything to do with us?
No.
Me?
Did you know your scream is like a fingerprint? No two screams are the same. Just like your voice or fingerprints, your scream has unique acoustic features that can actually identify you.
Tom, let's hear your scream.
Yeah, that's Tom. All right. Screams hit a roughness and sweet spot that trigger panic. Scientists have found that human screams contain a specific frequency pattern called roughness that hits your brain's fear center hard. That's why horror movie screams mess you up even when you know it's fake.
Oh, okay.
Uh-huh.
Makes sense.
They said you can scream in space. Kind of. Astronauts can't scream outside their suits. No air equals no sound, right? But they've admitted to screaming inside their helmets when things get stressful. Just no one else can hear it.
Oh, wow.
Just their lonely screams in their helmets.
So if they're losing their cookies up there, they scream.
Little New Kids on the Block. I like it. Let's see.
Well, this is what you play when you get out of the shower.
The right stuff. Wilhelm's scream is cinema's most famous yell. It's a stock sound effect. We got to see if we can find it. It's called the Wilhelms. Wilhelm, yeah. It says it's a stock sound effect for the 1950s, and it's been used in over 400 movies, from Star Wars to Indiana Jones.
Wow.
They say once you hear it, you'll never unhear it. Wilhelm scream. Cinema's most famous yell. 400 movies it's been in.
That's a ton.
Star Wars to Indiana Jones. I guess, yeah, when we hear it, we'll never unhear it.
Yeah, Dom's looking it up.
I know. See, that screaming is contagious. Like yawning. Hearing someone scream can make others scream too. It's an evolutionary thing from back when we had to warn tribes about saber-toothed tigers and stuff like that. They said there's a competitive screaming contest. There's a lot of them, including one in Finland where people belted out into the wilderness, the longest, loudest, weirdest. There are all kinds of categories for it. And you actually do win pretty decent money for them. Screaming can be good for you. Letting out a good scream can lower stress, reduce muscle tension, and even release endorphins.
Oh, wow.
They say it's basically an emotional CrossFit is what it is. There's a place in Iceland where you can record your scream and they'll blast it into the wilderness. It was part of a mental health campaign to help people cope with stress during the pandemic. They scream into void, like literally scream into nothing. And then they say humans aren't the only screamers. Goats, frogs, and even some caterpillars scream when they're threatened. Oh. Though some sound more like squeaky toys than horror movie extras. But yeah, very weird. I know they have places like scream rooms where you can actually just go in and they say that helps let off some steam, makes you feel good if you just get out there and yell.
I feel like that's what G-Man does here.
Did you find that scream?
I did. I'm loading it right now.
The Wilhelm scream. I wonder if when we hear it, we're like, oh, yeah, I've heard this. Because, since the 1950s and over 400 movies. Interesting. Yep, there's your fun facts. Oh.
I can see Dom's skipping as he gets out of the shower.
The right stuff. Is that it?
That's it.
All right.
I don't know.
I mean, it sounds familiar, but it's been used in that many movies.
Yeah. I don't know. I thought it was going to be something a little bit more distinguished.
It's called the Wilhelm scream. Interesting. The right stuff.
I don't know.
All right. Well, no, you don't have to know.
Well, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, but if they said it's iconic stock sound, and if you even look it up, it says the same thing. Many, many films, TV series, and other media.
Very interesting. Very interesting.
We're sorry it's not your scream. I know you want your scream in 400 movies.
No, I wouldn't want my scream. If they pay me, yeah, then I want my scream. Then it'd be perfect. If they're going to pay me, yeah, I'll do anything. Pete Davidson's getting all his tattoos removed, and it was an article I read last night. It's going to cost him $600,000.
Oh, wow. That's a lot.
Yeah, that's what I was like. My God. I met him. Well, I saw him. I didn't meet him. He was in Boca one night with some girl, and I mean, again, he had a shirt on, but he had a ton of tattoos up and down his legs and his arms. He just said he wants to get rid of them all.
See, I read something different. I read that this morning when I was looking at it. I read he was $200,000, which is still a lot.
Okay.
That he spent $200,000 on removing 30% of his tattoos.
Yeah, and they said $600,000 would be the total amount to get them all completely off.
So that's how much he has spent so far.
Wow, that's a lot. Yeah, he's again, like I said, the night I saw him, had shorts on, and he had tattoos up and down his legs on all his arms. He said that was the time in his life when he really wasn't, in a good spot. Was doing a lot of drugs and drinking, and he wants to get them all removed. I didn't realize it was that expensive. I know he has like 200 supposedly, which is a lot. But that's and I'm sure it's painful too. I don't think it's that easy to take off. But yeah, certain people, like I said, you get them on. I can see if you get somebody's name. I knew this girl who had her wedding date on her shoulder, like on her, her arm. She ended up getting divorced. She told me she was getting that off.
But yeah, each tattoo, I don't think you realize it. And lasers are a lot better than they once were. But a lot of those tattoos are like 10 sessions.
Yeah.
It's not just a one and done kind of situation. And he was even saying it's like 60 weeks of your life right there on just one tattoo to remove. So because he's talking about that, there's a 6-week healing process after the fact too, and you have to have that in between time before you go to your next session.
Oh,
okay. They can't back to back it. Your skin has to heal before they go back again.
Wow.
So yeah, he was like, it's pretty horrible. He's like, it's like putting your arm in a grill and burning off a layer of your skin.
Oh God.
and you got to do maintenance to let it heal properly, like you do maintenance if you get a tattoo. Yeah. So he was saying in an interview, he's like, yeah, it sucks. It's rough.
I see. I don't know if that would hurt him. I guess he said in Hollywood because of he wants to get different roles and stuff like that. But I'm sure they can cover him up. But I don't know.
Yeah, he said he started back in 2020, started the removal process, and he found out that it's going to take him probably 10 or more years to finish it.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. That's a long time.
Because you don't want to do could you imagine how much pain you would be in to do your whole body?
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah, he's just taking it in stages. He said, my arms are pretty much gone. His hands and neck are gone, but he still has his torso, his back. He's got a lot.
Yeah, all his legs, like I said the night I saw him. I wonder if he got rid of the tattoos with Kim Kardashian's kids on them.
Yeah. But he did say, and some people do it, and we've seen this, and because he was a drug addict, he said, I was a sad person, I felt ugly, and we've heard people do this, so he felt like he needed these tattoos to cover himself up.
Yeah, that's very sad.
Because he wasn't happy with himself.
Very sad. And again, he was successful. Got on Saturday Night Live, which is very hard.
Yeah. And he may get tattoos again. He just says the ones he got, he says, I don't think there's anything wrong with tattoos. But when I look at mine, I remember that sad person that I was and how unsure I was. And so he's like, so I'm just removing them. And he says he may start fresh. So it's not like he just in general, maybe now that he really knows who he is and he's in a better spot, I don't think he's going to cover himself like he did before. But you just don't know. He just doesn't like what he sees when he looks in a mirror because those tattoos remind him of being an addict and his really sad time in his life.
Well, I hope better days ahead for him, like everybody else. Pete, I hope things work out for you. Stay out of Boca. What else you got?
we have Jim on the phone.
What's up, Jim?
Hey, what's going on, guys? How you doing today?
We're doing good, Jim. How are you, sir?
I'm doing awesome. So I actually did a couple of tattoos myself when I was 13.
Okay.
And one of them was on my hand. Well, it still is on my hand, and I'm kind of going through the process of getting that removed. And
Jim, did you say 13?
Yeah.
Wow.
What did your
who did it, or did you do it to yourself?
And what did your parents' reaction when you came home?
So, well, no, I actually did it. I was in my bedroom, and I wanted a tattoo, and I figured out how to do it myself. So I just did one on my hand, and then I did one just below my waist of my ex-girlfriend's name.
Wow.
And what did your parents say?
My mom would always yell at me. She'd always say, I don't want to see him, because I would walk around with, like, my shirt off in the house and say, I don't want to see it. And then she'd go, okay, show me. And I'd show her, and then she'd say, I don't want to ever see it again.
Yeah. I get it.
But, so the one on my hand, it was a 20-second, it's a 20-second thing for the laser, because it's a smaller, it's like on the web of my hand. You have to wait a month in between each treatment, and they said it could take up to 6, and it's $100 a piece. So that's $600 just for a little teeny spot of my hand.
Wow.
Yeah, it's not inexpensive.
No. And then they said you have to make sure you flushes that ink out of your system once you've had that laser treatment done. But it feels like somebody snapping you with a rubber band. You know how, anybody ever smack you with a rubber band?
It sucks.
I'm Greek. I'm sure they probably with you many times. I'm sure you enjoy it. But
Oh, is that a joke?
See, I've heard it feels worse than actual tattoo itself. And I don't look at getting a tattoo. It doesn't bother me getting tattoos. I actually quite enjoy the feeling of doing it, but I think it feels worse than getting snapped with a rubber band.
It hurts, and like I said, it's 30 seconds, and once they just go, it feels like it's a continual snap of a rubber band wherever the area is. That's why they have to put like the cooling. They do like a cooling thing, and then what happens is then the tattoo is really weird white. It almost like bubbles up, and then it just goes away. But then they say drink lots of water, and again, yeah, it's a month in each one, so it's not fun. So if anybody out there thinking about getting a tattoo, make sure you want it. I've got my ex-girlfriend's name on me twice, and I had to have him covered up.
Twice?
Yeah. Yeah, stupid thing.
What made you get it a second time?
I wanted one on my arm. The first one I did myself, like I told you. I did it a little bit below my waist. It was it was her initials. And then I went to an actual shop, and I had her name tattooed on my arm, and literally 3 weeks later, we broke up.
Oh, that sucks.
You hear that? Everybody who has, usually people who get names on their chest or body, they break up.
No, yeah, well, my girlfriend's ex-husband had her name huge across his chest, huge. Then they got divorced, so he got a cover-up. But this fool got a cover-up and then put his new girl's name underneath the cover-up. And I'm like, do you not learn your lesson?
Did he break up with her, too?
They're still together. I don't know if it's great, but they're still together.
Yeah.
I just did on myself. They're toxic.
You don't know if it's great.
But think long and hard before you get a tattoo. And I would tell everybody, don't ever get one on your hand. Don't ever get one on your face or your neck. Those are the dumbest.
Yeah.
I agree. The hand, not so much. It doesn't bother me that much, but definitely your face and your neck.
Yeah, I think because people judge you as soon as they see you, in a lot of different ways.
Yeah, and I had actually got one on my member.
Wow.
So I got a $100 bill tattooed on there. But
wow.
See what you think about your stuff.
Wow. And you say, I like elastic bands, huh? Wow, you're a little judgy.
How badly that hurt?
Oh, my God.
The thing,
and that's weird now because nobody wants to take 100.
No, but honestly, I'd like to just see my money grow,
Oh, God. Oh, my God. So what are people's reactions the first time they see it? Like, are they like, is that a $100 bill
on there?
No, I was just kidding you. I just saying. I had it on there because I like to watch my money grow.
I heard you the first time.
I didn't hear that part. That's funny. I missed that part.
So do you really have a tattoo or is that a joke?
I have a tattoo down that area, but not on that. Oh, no.
Okay.
No way to be able to,
okay.
No, I couldn't take that pain. It was worse enough getting married. That hurt enough.
Oh, my God. Now, aren't you still married?
I'm still married, yeah.
Well, you don't sound like you're.
He loves her.
You don't sound like you're very happy.
No, it's not bad. I mean, it's 23 years. It's good.
Well, it's got to be 23 years. I mean, come on. That's amazing. God bless. It's something you never hear on the street. You might hear somebody say to you, and I talked to our big boss about this yesterday, hey, go to Jamaica. Or, you know what, that's a good restaurant. Or, you know what, maybe try that. But you never hear anybody say, hey, you know what, you should get married. Just one thing you just don't hear guys say.
No. But you know what? I dated a lot when I was younger, and I figured, it's time. It's time to settle down, have a kid,
Well, good. I'm glad.
Career, that kind of thing. Yeah, so. But anyhow, that's my contribution for today.
Well, you know what? It was nice today. Good contribution. We appreciate it. And I hope you get another 23 years with your wife.
I'm hoping. I've had it with my turtle, so I might as well get it with the wife.
All right, well, good. You sound like you're on point, bro. Love your calls, and I know you're a good dad, too, so I have much respect for that. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, guys. Have a good day.
Peace. Domster, who do we have?
We have Anthony on the phone.
Anthony, how are you today, sir?
What's up, little G?
Nothing much, buddy. What's going on? Not a great way to start the conversation, but go ahead.
You like being called Little G?
What do you got, douchebag?
You don't like that? You don't like that one? You don't like when I call you Greeky?
No.
No Little G?
No. It's a pretty simple. It's simple. Just call me Greek. That's it. Why do you got to ad lib? If I needed an ad lib to my name, I would have did it myself, or the person who gave me the name would have did it. It's
Greek-a-nooch.
I've heard that. That I've heard. What's up?
Yeah, but don't you want to have some? But don't you want to have something just me and you though?
No, not really. No, I don't want to have anything. I told you remind me of that girl who calls me Greeky. She's like, and I'm like, I don't like it. If you want me to answer, don't do it. I think it's pretty simple. If you mess up that name, we got problems.
Franny, has Greek been a good boy today?
I think so. Yeah, so far so good.
I haven't pissed her off yet.
All right, I'm gonna give you my blue chip well play for free today.
He's giving it for free. G. Are you listening, G?
Yeah, I said.
Okay.
Go ahead. What is it?
Take the Knicks on the ML.
The Knicks in the what money line?
Yep.
All right. Well, when you speak, you have to speak for everybody to understand. Money line, a lot of people don't understand what that means unless they bet. So you're saying take the Knicks over the Pistons tonight. Game 3 in Detroit. First playoff game they've had years in Detroit. That crowd is going to be going crazy.
I think
we'll see.
The Knicks, they got a couple of days off, to just regroup. What they got to do is they got to shut Cunningham down. They let him do whatever he wanted in Game 2. Game 1, they locked him down. The Knicks don't want to lose one on the road. They don't want to lose 2 in a row. So I think this is the game that they handle business. Take the Knicks straight up. What do you think? The Thunder tonight just close them out?
I don't know. I mean, it's a lot of points, but probably they're in Memphis. They're laying. It was 7.5 this morning when I got up around 5:30, and now it's 9.5 on the Hard Rock app. And the Cunningham, that's not an easy task to shut him down. His over/under tonight's 31, and the Pistons own the Knicks this year too. I don't know. We'll see.
I like that Thunder team. It reminds me of like a quote that you said a couple of years ago, like when those big college football teams they play at small schools.
Mm-hmm.
When you like them first half, they just come out and just punch them right in the mouth. Something that's been happening with that in that series with the Grizzlies, they've been just blowing them. Like the spread for the first half, it's -4.
Yeah.
The game before that was -6, and the game before that one was -5. They first half, Thunder has been just like money. If you like the Thunder, I think they take them first half.
Yeah, and they've covered a lot this year in the NBA, tremendously, and they've had one of the highest spreads. And the other thing, too, Alexander has not played good in Game 1 and 2, and they've still crushed him. So if he gets on point, I think it could be a long night for Memphis. And I do like the first half, too.
Yep. All right, G, I love you. May all your wishes come true.
I'm wishing for something right now.
What was it? Easter. I went to church and I didn't get to call you because we haven't talked since then. But I did light a candle for Jules.
Oh, that's nice. Thank you. A couple people did that and let me know, and I do appreciate it. And I actually told you that. I said a couple people were lighting candles for you down here and hoping that you get better. But thank you so much, Anthony. And thanks for always listening and be supportive. And let's try to turn a new page in this relationship and just simply call me Greek. That's it.
No, we need to move. I think we need to move up our relationship. Maybe like 5th gear. Because right now we're in 2 right now. Let's move it up like 3 or 4.
Wow, he's looking to rev it up fast.
Wow.
Are we trying to get a throuple going on here, Anthony? Girl, what's happening?
He likes Armani.
Anthony, stay out of trouble. I hope the Knicks win free unless I bet the Pistons. Have a good night, my friend.
Dom, I bet you can't wait for that tape to come out, right? You've been waiting patiently.
Which tape?
Shannon.
Oh, Shannon, that's
God.
we talked about that like everybody else all week. It's crazy. It's a sad situation for him. I'm surprised he's still on TV.
Well, gee, you got nothing to worry about because if you won't have a tape. It's just like a short little clip.
So I always put K and OK. There's none there in my text messages. Maybe I am the smart one after all. You never know. A lot of people have said that to me this week. I get heat for that, but if there's nothing there, there's nothing there. You can't prove anything, and it's not going to get in trouble. We've said that for everybody. Be careful what you text, especially late night if you're drinking and stuff. Even people at work. I mean, people talk about that. Your boss. Different things. So, once it's in there and it's in your phone, it's there forever. So,
this is something for probably you to ask Jason Weiser whenever you talk to him. When that situation, he's on the phone with somebody. Isn't it like I don't know the termage. Isn't it like premeditative? Like, why is she recording their phone call?
I don't think it's legal. And again, I'm not an attorney, obviously. I don't think it's legal to record somebody without them knowing. And I don't think that they would be able to put it in court. I think they're just releasing the tapes to show. I don't know all this. You'd have to ask an attorney if they could play sound bites. But, Franny called me on the phone. I would have to tell her, hey, I'm recording this. I think people do it in situations where they, are trying to blackmail somebody or different things like that. But I don't know the law, so I don't. And every state's different too. That's another thing a lot of people don't realize. All laws are different. It's not standard for the whole country. So I'm not the one they ask, but I would ask them.
Yeah, go ahead, ask them right now and let us know. Text them.
All right, bro, you got it. All right, stay out of trouble, Anthony, and stay with your girlfriend. She seems like a nice girl. It is the Penthouse on a Thursday. We'll be back in a few minutes. And don't forget, we got a giveaway today. Who's most likely at 12:45? Peace.
Real Radio is the news junkie.
Good evening. This is the Fox 8 6 o'clock news. I'm Neil McNeil.
And I'm Natalie Wilson.
His name's Neil McNeil?
Neil
McNeil is his name. He is the human version of Bodie McBoatface. Neil McNeil. I don't even know what this report's about anymore. I can't stop thinking about Neil McNeil.
The News Junkie. Weekday afternoons at 3 on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Here's traffic on Real Radio.
Left lane of your on-ramp is a blocked I-95 north from 6th Avenue South. Look out for delays in Boca Raton. Right lane closed. 95 south at Congress Avenue. That's traffic. I'm Judy Stewart.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
Hi, I'm Kyle, founder of Blindster.com. I started Blindster in 2010 to make quality, custom-made blinds affordable to everyone. Traditional window covering retailers are expensive. Our prices are low, and our blinds are guaranteed to fit. Blindster.com.
Febreze. As a rideshare driver, I love keeping my car smelling fresh and clean. So when I'm driving, I only trust Febreze car vent clips, featuring 3 distinct intensity settings, because it's that little touch that sets me apart. I can turn the intensity down for subtle freshness, or I can turn it up for when I want lots of scent. So whether it's set to low, medium, or high, with Febreze car, I know my car's going to smell amazing. Which keeps my driver rating right where it belongs. Picking up Oscar!
Thinking about buying your first home? Now, with Third Federal, you can buy your first home and pay no PMI. Hi, I'm Mark Stefanski, Chairman and CEO of Third Federal. Private mortgage insurance, or PMI, can cost thousands of dollars over the life of your loan. And you may not realize PMI doesn't protect you. It only protects the lender in case of default. But at Third Federal, you can buy a home with just 5% down and no PMI. Plus, first-time homebuyers get $750 off a closing cost. So if you're thinking about buying your first home, go for it and visit thirdfederal.com.
Even before you find a home, lock in 6.625%, APR 6.685% on a 30-year fixed-rate purchase mortgage. Visit thirdfederal.com or call 1-800-3rd-FED today. APR reflects 15% down for $350,000 loan amount. Rate requires automatic payment program and is subject to change. Restrictions apply. See conditions for closing cost coupon at thirdfederal.com/FTHB. Equal housing lender.
Star Wars Night at Roger Dean Chevrolet Stadium takes place Saturday, April 26th at 6 p.m. Take a picture with your favorite movie characters in a galaxy not far, far away and enjoy post-game fireworks after the game. Purchase tickets at RogerDeanChevroletStadium.com.
Doesn't anybody fix things anymore? It's like all we can think about is replacements. Your TV dies, you get a new one. You rip your pants, you get a new pair. Last time I caught a cold, I was worried the wife might trade me in. If your car is worth fixing when it has problems, and your home gets repaired when it needs improvements, how about fixing the garage door your car comes through instead of spending a fortune to replace it? At Mo Better Garage, we make that way mo better. Our technicians are not incentivized to upsell you to a new garage door when all you need is an expert repair. We got the parts, we got the training, and the personal drive to think, how can we get this baby back to working like she's supposed to? How do I know? Because I'm Mo. Call Mo Better Garage and we'll come over and make it right. Garage doors are a she, right? Like a ship? Pretty sure it's a she.
More Better Garage, we make it way more better.
MoreBetterGarage.com.
Men, here's the truth. In the bedroom, good enough isn't really good enough, is it? This is Jeff for the Atlantic Men's Clinic. And if your erectile dysfunction is making intimacy less enjoyable for you and your partner, give us a call today. Because whether your ED only happens sometimes or all the time, it's time to stop good enough and time to start really good. At the Atlantic Men's Clinic, we're experts in treating ED. Whether it's only mild or moderate, or even if it's severe, our treatments have success rates of well over 90%. And because we have a variety of treatments and can even combine protocols, we can likely get you performing like you haven't in a long time. You could even last up to an hour or more and make sex great again for you and your partner. So make an appointment and be done with good enough. Your initial visit includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. Call 877-455-7300 or go to AtlanticMen'sClinic.com. We have 6 offices across South Florida to serve you. Atlantic Men's Clinic, a Promenic restorative health practice.
Trust and Will knows that we'll all eventually need a will. How about right now? Trust and Will makes creating your will easy, like while you're lounging on the couch easy. Trust and Will is designed by attorneys but customized by you, and all documents are state-specific and secure. Find your plan at trustandwill.com and use offer code RADIO now for 20% off. That's trustandwill.com, offer code RADIO. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. Visit trustandwill.com for details.
Johns Hopkins University has found that just mild hearing loss doubles your risk of dementia, so hearing loss isn't something to ignore.
But hearing aids are so expensive and ugly.
Not anymore. Meet Audien Hearing. You can get nearly invisible hearing aids without a prescription starting at $98 a pair, and they're ready to use right out of the box. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, and with over 1 million customers, Audien is easy to trust. Visit audienhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Need new blinds? At Blindster.com, we offer guaranteed low prices, guaranteed satisfaction, free samples, and free shipping. At Blindster, we take the fear out of ordering custom blinds, shades, and shutters so you can do it yourself and save big. Blindster.com.
If you've been injured in a car accident, call Pound Law from your cell phone. Morgan & Morgan.
Here's what's happening with the weather on Real Radio.
I'm meteorologist Jennifer Collins, CBS 12 News. Mostly sunny this afternoon with temperatures in the low to mid-80s and an east wind between 10 to 15 miles per hour. Expect a partly cloudy sky tonight with overnight lows in the 60s inland, 70s at the coast by the start of Friday morning. Dry and warm through the weekend with temperatures in the middle 80s Saturday and Sunday.
This report is sponsored by Blue Stream Fiber, HOA and condo board members. Fiber internet has never been easier. Blue Stream Fiber simplifies the switch, helping your community save up to 50% while keeping residents happy. Their step-by-step process makes upgrading hassle-free. Visit bluestreamfiber.com/radio today.
Tariffs and your money? Well, we just offered our thoughts on the most recent episode of the How to Money podcast.
Let's say you do live in a state that gives you a tax break on $529. That's great, but don't invest those dollars once you put them in.
We're all about investing in a 529 plan. Typically, right, you want that tax-advantaged money to grow. But as you get close to needing to spend the money, de-risking is crucial.
In uncertain financial times, How to Money is here to help. Open your free iHeartRadio app, search How to Money, and start listening today.
Greek Trifecta is sponsored by Jason Weiser, attorney at law.
This is Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Real talk for the Palm Beaches and the Treasure Coast. listening to The Penthouse. Now back to The Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
Oh, it is The Penthouse on a Thursday, getting ready for the weekend. Barrett Jackson's going on. If you would like to tell us a car that you would like free, let us know.
Greek's buying.
I'm not buying. It's just a question. I'm not buying. Dominic's in the house, clean shaven. Ooh, by the way. Do you have any tattoos?
Nope.
Okay, just didn't know that. So good to know. A little trivia about you. Franny's here.
What's going on?
I am the Greek, and it's time for a trifecta, and then we'll get to some calls.
Riders up. It's Greek's Trifecta.
Marlins yesterday did lose. They did win 2 out of 3 from the Reds. Didn't sweep them, but having a very good season so far. And offensively, in top 5 category, a lot of categories, they're in the top 5. So Marlins so far playing good baseball in the first month. Panthers tonight, game 2 against Tampa. And that's going to be a good game. You can hear it on Real Radio, 921 and 1017. Panthers looking to take control of that series. If they can win 2 games and both in Tampa, they'll be in a great spot. Then they'll come down here at home ice and try to finish off Tampa Bay. But so far, game 1, 6-2 win was huge for Tampa. Miami Heat lost last night, 121 to 112. Not a good night for the Heaters. They're playing Cleveland, the number 1 seed. It's going to be tough for them to beat them. Tonight, the Knicks are taking on Detroit. Detroit having a first playoff game in years. I can only imagine that fan base is going to be going crazy tonight. Cunningham's over-under is 31.5. That's high. I mean, woof, for anybody. Then you got the Memphis home. They're going to be home, and they're taking on Oklahoma City. We'll see what happens in that game. And the Clippers in Denver. So 3 good games tonight in the NBA, along with the NFL draft, which starts tonight at 8 o'clock. First pick is supposed to be Ward from the University of Miami. And then it's supposed to be Hunter, number 2. Number 3 is where it's a little dicey. Who are the Giants going to pick? Are they going to go with the defensive end from Penn State or Deion Sun? If you like to bet on that, you can on the Hard Rock app. Remember, sports betting is legal in the state of Florida. You can either download it or get over to one of the 2 locations in our area, Seminole, Coconut Creek, or the Guitar. Greek's Trifecta, sponsored by Pollard Coffee Bar and Ice Streets in Deerfield Beach in the Cove Shopping Plaza. Who do we have on the air, Dom?
We have Jorge, your best friend.
Jorge, what's happening?
Not too much. Happy draft day to everyone.
Happy draft day. I know you must be excited, anticipating, I think the Patriots have the 4th pick.
Yeah. It looks like they're probably going to go with the Campbell, huh?
I'm not sure. We'll see. I mean, again, there's been a lot of speculation, and you don't know if there's any trades happening.
Yeah. I had heard something about the Patriots and Chiefs maybe making some type of a trade for picks, you know?
Yeah, I mean, again, you hear all these rumors. I don't know what to believe. A lot of stuff they say it's poker out there. All the GMs just throw stuff out, but you never know.
Yeah, well, I just hope they choose wisely. That's all, you know.
They've done some good things. I've told you in the offseason. Very impressed with them. The coach was out last night with Robert Kraft at a Celtic game. People are excited about the Patriots. I think they have a good chance to be second in the division this year.
Oh, yeah, if not first, buddy.
You never know. It's going to be tough to beat the Bills, but anything's possible.
Oh, yeah. We'll see what happens, you know, but they're saying that this Will Campbell is what they need, you know, to protect May.
Yeah, I mean, offensive line, you know what, defensive line are not sexy picks, but guess what? That's what winning teams have, good lines, and that's what you need to build.
Yeah. You don't think the Patriots could possibly end up with Hunter, though, huh? You think he's going to go a lot sooner, number 2, huh?
That's what they're speculating, and that's what the experts are saying. But, you know, Jorge, you never know. It could be, you know, all just smoke and mirrors. They might go somebody else. But it does seem like he's going to Cleveland. I mean, if you asked him, I bet you would rather go to New England.
Yeah. Yeah. He doesn't feel the same way that Joe does he?
No, Joe loves him. He saw about Joe in the locker room. He loves Cleveland. Joe actually gets very excited for the draft. He's one of my friends who he does locker room, but he really gets into it. And some people really like it, you know, like live and die by the draft and get so upset with picks. And you never know with picks. I mean, like I always say, draft picks are like marriage. You go in with a good head on your shoulders, and sometimes it works out, and sometimes it doesn't.
Oh, yeah. I think they're more like scratch-off tickets, you know? You never know what you're going to get.
You're right. Any scenario.
Yeah.
But it's going to be the draft's interesting. They expect a lot of people to watch it, and you've been a fan for years, and the draft has grown like everything else in the NFL. All it does is make them money.
Yeah, that's for sure. Yeah, and like you say, people are betting on it too.
Oh yeah.
Oh
yeah. You can bet Sanders to be the third pick, and if you do, he's plus 650 on Hard Rock. So that means you put up $100, you get 650. It's great odds.
Right.
The good thing is you'll know by about 9 o'clock if you're in or out.
Yeah, I'll be watching it.
All right, good.
Yep. You guys enjoy the rest of your day.
All right,
Bye.
Jorge, give us a call tomorrow or Saturday in the locker room. Let us know your opinion of who the Patriots picked.
All righty then.
All right, pal. Thank you so
Adios,
much.
Jorge. So, Dom, I have somebody text, but I wanted to confirm I did text him back about the noon keyword for grand in your hand. I believe it's bank.
Yes.
Yes, bank.
All right, perfect. So bank, enter that realradio921.com just in case you missed that 12 o'clock keyword. You'd have let's call it 15 minutes to do it. And then we'll have a new one happening 1 o'clock hour.
There it is. Your guys' opportunity to win $1,000 from Rover. He has the keyword for you. Make sure you listen and get it, and then you got an opportunity. This is week 2. I don't know how many weeks the contest is going on. I believe 4 or 5. But try to make it happen. Yes, Tom.
Shador's odds have gone up now for the third pick. He's now plus 900.
Ooh, that's better. I like it.
And then something else, Dom, let me know in the sports world is that TGL is looking for expansion. And it's something that we had discussed a bit, saying, well, what are they going to do all this time, right? Well, the season's over. I know they were talking about renting out the venue for events and stuff like that. And we were like, well, what about the LPGA, Women's League, or whatever it is, have them there. And it looks like that they are talking about doing that. They have advanced conversations to expand its number of teams, of course, which we thought was going to happen too.
Sure.
And now they're looking deeply into adding a women's version of this high-tech golf league. If you're not familiar, TGL, it's right here in Palm Beach Gardens. It's actually on the campus of Palm Beach State College. And they were talking to a panel at the CAA World Congress of Sports and Tomorrow Sports, TMRW, which is Tiger Woods. And there's another guy, the CEO was there. Mike McCarley said nothing had been finalized, but progress had been made on both fronts regarding expansion. He expressed being pleasantly surprised at the number of bidders and would likely start with one new team, and then it'll grow from there. So he noted TGL has narrowed the selection process to bidders from only North America for now. And joining him was the 776 founder, Alexis Onahan, who I believe isn't that
Serena
Serena's
Williams.
husband? Yeah.
Yep.
And he started Reddit, right?
Mhm.
So whose sports investment include co-founding Angel City FC, starting women's track lead, Athlos, I believe. And he shared that part of his original pitch for being the first owner in TGL was to ensure it would expand to women at some point. So he's like, I've been bugging these guys about LPGA deal for a minute, according to Alexis, who owns the LA Golf Club. And they have been very interested. And it says these things can take some time. And he was like, and I'm not allowed to make any news. So it sounds like it's in the works.
Yeah, I think that whole thing was really, from the beginning, a win-win. People enjoy it. People like going to it. Golfers enjoy it. It's also easy. People like watching it on TV. So it holds all the elements, I think, to be a great success. Both of you guys have been there many times. And people like it. I mean, they really do. And they say the golfers like it too, which is big. I mean, and there's big money involved.
Mm-hmm.
So anytime there's big money involved and these guys don't have to walk like they once, up and down the courses, all those, miles.
That's one thing Tiger likes about it.
Of course, I was going to say, and it's going to keep Tiger relevant. He's coming off that new injury that he's just had, but he'll be able to play that for a long time when you just got to go up to the tee and hit it. So I think it's a sport that's going to grow. No, and it's going to probably help regular golf too. Because you might get some more fans that maybe are interested in this and then check it out and say, all right, let me watch these guys when they're actually playing. It is time right now for you to pick up the phone at 877-927-6969. That is the number to call. If you can, we're going to play Who's Most Likely To. That's when Franny's going to ask you a question, and then you have to have the answer. Like, who is most likely to bet on the NFL draft tonight? Would it be Francis, Dominic, or Greek? That's going to be a tough one, though.
Is it?
Well, Dom might.
It could.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think the majority would probably vote for G-Man, even though Dom may.
Yeah, but give us a call. Your chance to win tickets right now.
We got tickets to go see Pantera. If you're wondering, a pair of tickets to see Pantera, and they're going to be rocking the stage. I think Financial Amphitheater on September 13th.
877-927-6969. That's the number to call if you can. Appreciate it. If you guys want tickets, Dominic's going to get you on. We got a full board of calls already. Not surprised.
A lot of people want to see Pantera.
Yes, they do. And then you guys can call us, and then Franny will ask you a pretty simple question. If you listen to the show, you should be able to swing it or wing it. And like anything else, you get some multiple choice, so you can take a guess. What do we got?
We have Alan on first.
Alan, good afternoon. Welcome to the Penthouse.
Hey, guys. What's up?
Not much. How are you today?
Real good.
All right, it's good. If you're real good, then that's good.
Yes, Alan. Well, let's make really good into great by getting you a pair of tickets to go see Pantera. So who's most likely to? I'm sure you know the gist of it. I ask you who's most likely to, fill in the blank. And then the answer is either going to be Dom, Greek, or Franny. But you got to give us a moment to place our votes in the studio, okay? And then I'll cue you for your answer. So don't just throw it out there yet.
Sure.
All right. Let's see. We're going to stick a little radio industry, but silly here in the radio industry. So, Alan, out of Greek, Dom, or Franny, who is most likely to add fart sound effects to a serious promotion just for fun? Serious promo just for fun. Who is most likely? All right. We have our answer. Who do you think it is, Alan?
I would say Dom.
Of course. Ding, ding, ding,
And
ding.
you would be correct. Congratulations, Alan. It's that easy.
You're still a child.
Hey, I probably would too if I had access to it. While Jason was away, I was having fun with that board while Megan and I were doing the morning show.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Ooh. All right, there you go, buddy. Congratulations.
Thanks a lot, guys.
You're welcome. Enjoy the concert. Have a great time. Take a friend.
Take a friend. Or a lover. We don't care. Enemy. Whatever. I
Take
don't
a
care.
friend. Take a lover. Take somebody who walks your dog. 877-927-6969. That is the number to call if you want to get involved in the show. Barrett Jackson is in town. What would be your dream car? Of course, you could always ask us anything you want. Also, the draft is tonight. Who should the Dolphins trade or get 13th pick? And should they trade Tariq Hill? Franny also told us earlier about some more issues he's having off the field. Tariq's had a lot of things in the last couple of years, and it doesn't seem to be getting better.
So I like this idea. Real Radio, TGL should expand to co-ed and celebrity pro-am team competitions. I'd like to see some ladies whoop up on some dudes. That's from BJ and Boynton. I like that. I like that idea.
That'd be cool.
Yeah, right? I like the celebrity pro-am idea and co-ed competition. Yeah. Maybe they will.
They might go to maybe some ball players, because all the players, baseball, basketball, I guess
that could be part of the celebrity, like a pro-am team. Yeah, of course.
I know. Dom sent me something the other day about Josh Allen playing golf, right? With his friends or something like that.
He was actually playing golf with Phil Mickelson and John Rahm and another big YouTube golfer, Grant Horvat.
Yeah, he's pretty good.
And he had spent his part of his bachelor party at TGL.
Yep.
Yeah. I think that'd be a good one, celebrity. Like if you put like Josh Allen and them, or a lot of the ex-football players who live in our area, they're always playing golf.
Yeah.
Lawrence Taylor.
And TGL is very much at its infant stage, so I think that it's definitely going to grow into things like that.
Yeah,
it'll expand.
Big names are going to always help. When you go like that. But I think you like celebrities going against each other, ex-ball players, stuff like that. People would really like.
You think they would ever try to get some live golf in there?
I don't know.
Because it's not necessarily PGA though, right? I know it's Rory and Tiger who are the big owners in it, and they're the ones that are very much against live. So maybe that's going to be the only thing holding it back.
Maybe.
But I didn't know if it was just only for.
But the PGA Tour has been working for a merger, so it's like, can they soon do it? It might be possible soon.
I didn't know if TGL, because it's its own league, was only allowing PGA players.
I don't know. But I think the celebrity thing, Jimmy Fallon, Justin Timberlake, guys like that who play golf all the time.
Tom Brady?
Yeah. I think people would definitely tune in for that.
Steph Curry?
Yeah. One of the big tours every year for fans is when they have that celebrity tournament in Lake Tahoe. And all the ex-players play and people like to check it out. So I'm sure they got plans for stuff. And they wanted to see in the beginning how it did. And it did well. And anything new, you need to obviously expand on it. And that's when people start coming in with different concepts. Hey, we can do this, we could do that. I would watch the celebrity one. I think it'd be cool. I really do.
I sent you a video of Phil Mickelson playing against Josh Allen.
Yeah.
And the funny part is Josh Allen is such a crazy guy on the golf course. He actually took Phil Mickelson's rangefinder that figures out, your distance from the hole, and he switched it to meters. So Phil Mickelson was getting it wrong the whole time. He'd taking the wrong shots.
Oh, that's funny.
And then he finally figured it out, and he started cursing out Josh Allen, just like, "What? You did this to me?" He got so upset. It was just too funny.
And I'm sure they were betting on it.
Oh, yeah. It was like $1,000 a hole, I mean.
Yeah. It's crazy the amount of money that people bet on golf. Michael Jordan for years. Some figures that they used to throw out, 100,000 a hole. Like I mean, can't even conceive that. Like, just unbelievable. But they do. I mean, people bet on golf all the time, locally, anywhere. Regular people, kids, guys, they're always betting it. It makes it, people always say it makes it interesting. I mean, anytime you bet on anything, but I could see the golf expanding in something like that.
Absolutely.
I was more interested in watching that, obviously, because of Franny and you. That you guys were there, and I watched it sometimes, and it was all over when it was on. I mean, that was the only thing on. And watch, maybe if there was other things, I might not have checked it out. But on the 4-letter network, that's what was on. But I thought it was interesting. I really did, and I'm sure they exceeded what they thought in the first year.
Oh, with the ticket sales and everything?
Yeah, I mean, and like you said, the apparel and the teams and people make the prices of things are not inexpensive. I mean, like the shirts, you said, what, $125?
Mm-hmm.
Even at Live, like some of the stuff that they had, like the hats and stuff, it's pricey.
Oh, yeah.
Not as pricey as the food at Coachella. They said that was like the most priciest thing all season.
Oh, speaking of festivals, did you see this? This guy, that Fire Festival.
Oh, that guy's
This guy
back.
is a lunatic. All
He's
right.
back.
So it was supposed to happen in this place in Mexico, and they're like, oh nope, I don't know what you're talking about. And he was like, all right, moving it to this city in Mexico. And they're like, no, still don't know what you're talking about. And so this guy is crazy. And he was like, well, it's gonna happen in May. It's supposed to be happening in May, y'all.
Mm-hmm.
So Billy McFarland is his name. If you're not familiar with the Fire Festival, look it up. You can watch documentaries on it. It was an S-storm of a festival. And he went to jail because he's a scammer is what he is.
He scammed everybody's money.
He scammed everybody's money. He made all these promises, and it's not what he said it was. So he went to prison because of this. Out of prison, now he's like, I'm doing Fire Festival 2. And I've got oh my God, who did I say? What Antonio Brown is going to be part of it. He's one of my acts. And he was supposed to tell us all these things about what was going on, the lineup. Never heard it. So now that all Mexico's just like, what are you talking about? Since it's been indefinitely postponed and has failed, now Billy McFarland has actually put up the Fire Festival brand up for sale. This is how crazy the guy is. He thinks that people are going to pay him. He said this just comes a week after a sequel to the failed event that was set to take place in Mexico was indefinitely postponed. In a statement, he said the brand is now bigger, that what he's able to lead on his own. What? You have nothing. You have nothing. You have no festival. He's like, it's big. The name is so big, he can't handle it on his own. He claimed that the new location for Fire Festival 2 has been found. We don't know what it is, but said it's clear in order for it to succeed. But he needs to step back and allow a new team to move forward independently without him. So he's selling the Fire Festival name and brand because he was like, "Listen, it's too much for me to do by myself."
10 million? How much?
But I got all this ready for you guys. I got the place. I think this guy I think he's crazy. I think he's certifiable.
I hope there's somebody not as crazy as him to buy it.
There probably is.
Yeah,
there's people who are buying tickets to this event.
I know. I was gonna say that's what surprised me. Not that he had a second event because he's a con man, obviously. But that people after all the mess go and buy tickets a second time.
Yeah, and he had tickets that were like $1 million. They were ridiculous.
Yeah.
This guy is nuts, and I love that he was like, "All right, brands for sale. It's just too big for me. I can't handle it. I have to step back.
It's too much. Too much. I gotta do it.
Bigger than any one person, and bigger than that than what I'm able to lead on my own, according to him." It just makes me laugh. I'm like, this guy is nuts.
Yep, they said there's a sucker born every minute, and he's a good salesperson.
Is he? The first time around.
But even a second time, people bought tickets. It's crazy.
I don't know if they bought tickets. We don't know his numbers for that. I don't know if people legitimately bought tickets. We knew that they were for sale, but I never really read reports that tickets were like selling.
Yeah, he's definitely not playing with a full deck. And now he wants to sell the brand. It's too big. I got to get out. It's just too big. And he did jail time.
I love it. Like he said, we've taken a long road to rebuild trust, rebuild momentum. We prove one thing, without a doubt, fire is one of the most powerful attention engines in the world.
Choo-choo.
Trust, really. Like you can't even hold every place you say it's going to be at is like, no, I don't know what you're talking about.
Sorry, buddy. That's not Ultra.
Yeah,
That's Fire Festival.
right?
You're at.
Oh, forget it. It's just crazy.
I'm curious to see how much this guy is asking for.
Oh, yeah, I would love
for
to
the
see.
rights.
Anything be good if he got it, because there is no rights. If he got $1,000, it'd be a lot. He doesn't have anything. It all went belly up twice. I'm surprised he's even allowed to do anything after he went to jail the first time. You would think that would have been part of the sentence. Like, you will never, ever in your life do any kind of concert or event ever.
Event promotions.
Yeah. That's what you would think. I would think so, because you scammed everybody. Just like on Wall Street, when guys get nailed, they can never, trade again. They lose their license. They're done. I'm surprised that he was allowed to even do another one after the first one went so bad and he scammed people. It's crazy. It is the Penthouse on a Thursday. NFL draft tonight, baby. Hours counting down. I believe it kicks off at 8 o'clock. You're going to get another keyword in a few minutes. It is the Penthouse on a Thursday. We'll be back. Peace.
When the smart speaker you gave your parents eventually becomes yours, tell your smart device to play Real Radio 92.1 on iHeartRadio. Our Stanley Cup champion Florida Panthers have slashed their way through the regular season and are in the hunt for a repeat. NHL playoffs are underway, and round one is through the rival Tampa Bay Lightning. It's the Battle of Florida, and Real Radio is your official home for Florida Panthers hockey. Catch every goal, every check, every fight, every face-off, and every victory. Not near a radio? You can stream Real Radio 92.1 anywhere on our free iHeartRadio app. Florida Panthers hockey on Real Radio is presented by Precision Garage Door. Why settle for better when you can have the best? Schedule your appointment today at flgaragedoor.com. Getting you up to speed on traffic on Real Radio.
From the Gordon Partners Traffic Center. Have you or a loved one suffered from nursing home abuse? Call 561-333-3333 or go to fortheinjured.com.
Roadwork in Boca Raton slowing us down. We have a right lane closed. I-95 southbound at Congress Avenue. Construction has the left lane of your on-ramp blocked. 95 north from 6th Avenue south. Our travel times on the turnpike are up to speed. That's traffic. I'm Judy Stewart.
This report is sponsored by True Green. We're back in the miller's yard who now use True Green. Their lawn started looking like a golf course, and PGA Tour golfers made it their favorite stuff. Get a PGA Tour quality lawn for as little as $1 a day at TrueGreen.com. Exclusions apply. See TrueGreen.com for details.
Hey, it's the Greek for the Crazy Horse Saloon. Your favorite neighborhood bar, great food and atmosphere. Always a good bar to stop in and hang and enjoy yourself. They got live music on the weekends, a great place to watch sports, and Taco Tuesdays. It's the Crazy Horse Saloon, 4240 North Lake Boulevard. Stop in. That was the home of Greek's Gridiron. You'll always have a good time there and great food. And live music on weekends. It's a Crazy Horse Saloon. Put that on your agenda this weekend. Peace.
It's Work Zone Awareness Week, Florida. Every year, lives are lost in work zones because of speeding and distractions. When you see orange cones, remember, slow down, follow the signs, and stay focused. Workers are counting on you to get home safely, and so are their families. Let's work together to prevent accidents and save lives. A safety reminder from the Florida Department of Transportation. Slow your roll. Safety's the goal.
Do you have multiple broken or missing teeth? Think you can't afford dental implants? The care team at Eric's Dental Group may be able to help. Eric's Dental Group, a unique dental implant practice, focuses on helping patients use their medical insurance to pay for life-altering dental implant treatment. You may qualify to receive total full mouth restoration for just your deductible and co-insurance fee. Full mouth restoration for just your deductible and co-insurance fee. Eric's Dental Group is in network with Blue Cross Blue Shield PPO and Florida Blue and work with most employer-based insurance. Your insurance company will never volunteer to help. That's where Team Eric's comes in. They guide you through the medical insurance bureaucracy. They do it every day, and they're great at it. If you have Blue Cross Blue Shield and you're ready to change your life, search for Eric's Dental Group right now. That's Eric's Dental Group. Your insurance company will hate it. Your family will love it. Step up and visit them now. ericsdentalgroup.com.
Spring cleaning isn't just for clutter. Let Benjamin Franklin Plumbing take care of your appliances. From water heater replacement or repair to advanced water filtration installation, Benjamin Franklin Plumbing is here to provide a worry-free summer for you and your family. Visit BenjaminFranklinPlumbing.com to schedule. You can count on the punctual plumbers, where your comfort and safety come first. Book now. Visit BenjaminFranklinPlumbing.com.
Get ready for Cinco de Mayo with Total Wine & More, your cocktail central. From margaritas to cervezas and tequila, we've got everything you need for the perfect fiesta. With the lowest prices for over 30 years, you'll always find what you love and love what you find. Only at Total Wine & More.
Drink responsibly, B21.
Uh-oh, Brad's buzzed.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, he's starting with the woots. Good thing is, he knows when he's buzzed.
Know your buzzed warning signs? Call for a ride when it's time to go home. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Febreze. As a rideshare driver, I love keeping my car smelling fresh and clean. So when I'm driving, I only trust Febreze car vent clips, featuring 3 distinct intensity settings. Because it's that little touch that sets me apart. I can turn the intensity down for subtle freshness, or I can turn it up for when I want lots of scent. So whether it's set to low, medium, or high, with Febreze car, I know my car's going to smell amazing. Which keeps my driver rating right where it belongs. Picking up Oscar!
Johns Hopkins University has found that just mild hearing loss doubles your risk of dementia, so hearing loss isn't something to ignore.
But hearing aids are so expensive and ugly.
Not anymore. Meet Audion Hearing. You can get nearly invisible hearing aids without a prescription starting at $98 a pair, and they're ready to use right out of the box. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, and with over 1 million customers, Audion is easy to trust. Visit audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Here's the latest with weather on Real Radio.
I'm meteorologist Jennifer Collins with CBS 12 News. Mostly sunny this afternoon with temperatures in the low to mid 80s and an east wind between 10 to 15 miles per hour. Expect a partly cloudy sky tonight with overnight lows in the 60s inland, 70s at the coast by the start of Friday morning. Dry and warm through the weekend with temperatures in the middle 80s Saturday and Sunday.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
Hi, I'm Kyle, founder of Blindster.com. I started Blindster in 2010 to make quality, custom-made blinds affordable to everyone. Traditional window covering retailers are expensive. Our prices are low, and our blinds are guaranteed to fit. Blindster.com.
From the Anajar and Levine Accident Attorney Studios.
Have you been in an accident? Call Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
Real Radio 92.1 is WZZR West Palm Beach, an iHeartRadio station.
Make us the #1 preset on your car radio and on the free new and improved iHeartRadio app. Listen for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
Hey, it's Rover. Real Radio wants to put $1,000 in your hand. For $1,000 now. Enter the nationwide keyword check at realradio921.com. That's check. Enter it now at realradio921.com, and good luck from Rover's Morning Glory and Real Radio.
You're listening to The Penthouse. Now back to The Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
It is The Penthouse on a freeze your ass off a Thursday in our studio once again. Very cold, but we'll put up with it. Dom's studio is just perfect. You walk in there, it's it's so unbelievable. It's not even like 5 feet away. But, you know, 2025, it's hard to figure things out. We could put people on the moon or in Jersey City, but we can't fix the air condition.
Hey, if you have an HVAC company, come on out.
Yeah, that's right. Thank you. Dominic's in the house.
Hello.
Francis is here.
Hey.
And it's time for some Florida stories.
Florida.
Florida.
Did you say
Florida? I'm from Florida.
WTF.
What the Florida?
All right. Well, let's start here in our What the Florida with a Florida man who was caught with a bulky wallet. And no, it was not full of cash. This dude was trying to get into the Magic Kingdom. And
With some magic.
He was, yes, with some magic. And Dustin Lee Wallace of St. Augustine, he was there with his kiddo. And, you go in through the whole little security area and walk up to the checkpoint. As per usual security policies, you have to get, the dude wanded the pair, make sure they had nothing on them, no weapons. Went through metal detector, checked their bags, all the things. And then when you go through metal detector, they ask you to remove everything out of your pockets, including your wallet. And the guy saw he had a wallet, and he was like, you need to remove your wallet too. And this dude, Dustin Wallace, he complied, so he did. Well, it looks like Brian Colon, who is the security officer, he observed that this dude's wallet was very bulky, but he also observed the guy looked nervous. So he explained, all right, well, I got to check your wallet. So the guy did open it. And that's when the security officer observed a bag of powdery white substance. So, of course, he called his manager over for some assistance. The Orange County Sheriff's Office used a field test on the white powder and found, well, yes, this is cocaine. He later admitted that he was trying to bring the drugs into the Magic Kingdom, claiming that cocaine was for stress relief. He advised he'd been using cocaine for approximately only a month. Tell the cops, it's only been a month. Listen, I was just doing it because my job is so stressful.
Does he work at Disney? Where does he work?
Just never heard anybody saying, I do cocaine to relieve stress. I don't know. Maybe take like a Xanax or Valium or something.
Maybe smoke a banana.
Maybe smoke a joint. Yeah. I kid. Don't do all those things unless you want to. This latest incident is at least a second time in the past several months someone has been arrested for trying to bring drugs into the Magic Kingdom. They said somebody, of course, Lake Worth person with a small brown vial of which he told authorities was cocaine, left from the EDC, the Electric Carnival. She was like, oh, whoops, forgot to take it out of my possession after EDC.
Sorry.
Yeah. It actually wasn't coke, it was ketamine. But she was also charged too, so. Yeah, can't bring drugs into Disney parks. It's just the thing, can't do it.
Sorry.
Can't do drugs.
How about that? I was
Can't bring
going to
them
say.
anywhere.
How about that? You just can't take
do
drugs
cocaine.
anywhere.
I know ketamine is, they do ketamine therapy, but I don't think you just walk around with it. I think you have to be with a medical professional.
Wasn't ketamine the one that, the drug that, what's his name had from Friends?
There was a bunch of stuff.
But he had like large doses in him? I think that's what they were saying.
Because they do ketamine therapy. Let's see. Oh, and then we have a dude in Miami who went to the Setai, a very fancy hotel. And there's video of him, and he's crawling into the little valet key room. You know what I'm talking about. Most hotels have them.
Yep.
So there was just enough room where the door was for him, a little crawl space, for him to crawl into it. And this guy knew, man, there's some money here at this hotel. So it took some time to finally go back and view surveillance. But the guy was able to remove 3, I believe, key fobs. 4. So he had 4 key fobs and was able to flee with 4 luxury cars. Yep, detectives were able to identify this guy. His name is Gregory Yurdy, I believe, Jr. He did get arrested, but yeah, they said detectives were able to identify him through the investigation. He later did surrender himself at Miami Police headquarters because, he was a wanted man and people knew it. And his face was on the security footage. But they said, the increase in high-end vehicle thefts is a concerning trend nationwide. Miami Beach is not immune to it. In fact, Miami Beach is probably one of the hot spots for it. But yeah, he was arrested on 4 counts of grand theft in this incident that happened since July of 2024. Then, next up in your What the Florida, we have an intoxicated woman. This is actually a wife. She's from Turkey. And I wonder if she was like a mail order.
Mail order? Aw, that's stereotyping.
She's younger and she's married to an older guy. And they've only been married for a year. And she just listen, don't judge the book by its cover, but she gives that look in her picture, in her mugshot. So this intoxicated woman from Turkey, they have to mention that, was arrested after attacking her husband. They said snatching his Cadillac from their home in the Villages. So her name is Gülden Wietkamp, had been drinking when she got into a fight with her husband, like I mentioned, of only 1 year at their home. They said at a very high-end Harbor Hills community in Lady Lake. So the husband first went to a spare bedroom trying to avoid any confrontation with her while they were fighting, but she forced her way into the room like she was just ready. Then, she's tough. Then she headbutted him in the face, struck him several times. He still was like, I don't know. I'm not going to lay hands on you, whatever. So then he gets into his Cadillac Escalade. Nice one, new one. And ultimately sought refuge at a home of his friends who lived in the Villages, but another one, the village of St. Catherine. So this Wietkamp contacted What would I say her name is? It's funny because that's why I think.
Is it
Gulden.
Yeah,
Gulden
weird
is name.
Different.
Gulden, but yeah, she's from Turkey. So they said that she contacted an Uber, got a ride to the home that her husband was trying to seek refuge at. When the native Turkey arrived at the home, it was like 9:30 at night. Her husband came outside. He's like, and they started arguing outside. She used her cell phone to hit her husband in the head, in the face multiple times while demanding the keys to the caddy.
Sounds like
She
love.
finally got in the caddy, which had the vanity plate of her name, Golden. I'm telling you, like he was like, throw him money at this one.
Yeah.
And it makes you think even more the more we get into the story. So despite pleas from her husband and his friends, who agreed she was in no condition to drive because she was very drunk, the husband called 911. So police did find her in another village, the village of Bradford. She identified the Cadillac as my car. She was like, look, even the license plate has my name on it.
Yeah.
But it was in her husband's name. He bought everything for her. She had asked her husband for a divorce earlier that day. She said that's what sparked the argument. Her husband, who had a visible knot on his forehead and other lacerations, told police that he did not want to press charges. But he did say, I'm used to it. She does this all the time.
Nice.
She's been arrested before, and I even got stitches in my head as a result of our last physical altercation.
Sounds like real love to me.
Yep, Golden was arrested back in August after attacking her husband, and the case was eventually dismissed. So it says, as a result of this altercation, she was arrested on a charge of battery. And that is your What the Florida.
Great job, Franny. I want to go back to the story about the hotel in Miami. Satai, I've stayed there many times. I had a question. Did he get I don't know if it said it. Was he by himself or did he have accomplices? Because he got 4 cars. So
Accomplices, yeah, it doesn't say.
Okay.
Yeah, it does not say.
Because I'm saying, like, did he go back 4 times?
I'm guessing.
And they didn't catch him 4 times?
I mean, he probably had somebody to meet him, got the car, took it somewhere, corner, had somebody else take it, got another car. I'm sure he was not alone.
Yeah.
And there's got to be details. Did they find the car? Or did the cars get shipped off somewhere else? Like, I don't know. I can look for deets, but I don't know.
No, I just found it surprising. Where that hotel is right by the beach, and it's a small circular driveway when you pull in. They take your car, and I know because I asked the guy one time, hey, where do you take the cars? Because I was curious.
Mm-hmm.
And he said, down the street.
Yeah.
We have a garage. He said it's safe. There's nobody there. Like, you don't have to worry about it. And I was like, all right.
A lot of hotels in Miami are like that. There, you don't see the parking garage right there.
No.
Yeah.
Because there's no space.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm thinking to myself when she read the story, like, did the guy sneak in 4 times? Like,
Yeah.
boom, boom, boom.
I mean, this car, it was nearly $2 million worth of high-end luxury vehicles.
He must open up that garage door and been like, woo, look at this. Yeah, you got some heavy hitters in there. When I was there was a couple ball players from the NFL, NBA there, other people. Beautiful place, right
Yeah, they
on the
need to
water.
give us more info because even I looked, that was on Miami Herald. I just looked CBS News. It's all giving the same report. So I don't really know if anybody else was doing this.
Yeah.
But they had to have been. But
And I
I'm
wonder
not
if
sure.
any of the valet guys are involved too. I mean, you're agreeing,
I
right?
mean, I don't know because he's crawling. He's breaking into it. He's crawling through.
You just never know with stuff like that. I always find it odd, and I've told this story a million times. When you're down in Miami, Prime 112, big restaurant, and the cars that pull up, and there's so many people. There's so many. And they just yell out your car. And you give them a tip, and they run away. And, like, I've always said, like, somebody could just get in, you know what I mean? And just like, yeah, that's me. You know what I mean? Like, and where would you think? They don't ever, you have a ticket, but it seems to me like when I've been there, they don't even glance at the ticket. Like, they're just like real quick, boom, boom, boom. Because the line's so big, people are screaming for their car. They want their car. I'm talking Friday, Saturday nights when it's jammed. And I always said to my friends, like, man, somebody could just walk up and just...
Here we go. So I got more information. I found another article. So it even says, like, 4 luxury vehicles, a Lamborghini, how do you say it, Urus? I know those are the SUVs.
Yeah.
And he did a Rolls Royce Ghost, too, or a
forget
couple
it.
of them, right?
Yeah.
As I mentioned, 4 cars, $2 million worth of vehicles. Like, this dude. So 2 a.m. in the morning, the guy's doing it in the valet room. They said once inside, he stood up, grabbed several key fobs, crawled back out, apparently trying to avoid being noticed on camera. They said he drove off with 2 stolen vehicles, accompanied by 2 unidentified men.
Oh, there it is.
He would return just before 6 a.m. and took 2 more cars, so all in one night.
Yeah.
A rented black Cadillac Escalade. I wonder if it was Gurdon's.
For turkey.
Was seen on surveillance video, trailing and returning with men during the thefts.
Yeah.
Investigators began after multiple reports of stolen vehicles from hotel guests. Detectives used video footage, rental car records, and cell phone tracking data to identify this dude.
Yeah.
He later turned himself in. He already faces 4 counts of grand theft, burglary of an occupied structure, And he is right now hanging out Turner Guilford Night Correctional Center. But they saying here, yeah, they don't have anybody else. And I wonder if he's going to turn on him or if he's just like, nope. Snitches get stitches. I ain't no rat.
I figured he had to have accomplished.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no way he could have got, because I was thinking, like, would he walk in, get one car, come back, get another car? You know what I mean? It had to be a deal. And it might be an ex-employee. You always find that, too. Somebody who works someplace and then comes back and says, again, these are my thoughts on the whole thing, but $2 million, 4 cars, you know, you're picking some good cars.
Oh, well, he's Rolls-Royce Ghost and the Lamborghini Urus.
There it is. They're like $500,000-600,000 each. And you're in good shape. Yeah, so you're in good shape. He got caught, though, which is bad.
47142 started off with Real Radio. Says, come on, Greek, if you're going to... He did get caught. What?
I said he got caught.
Oh, I thought you said he didn't. Yeah. Come on, Greek, if you're going to steal 4 cars, you can have a 4 carrier parked around the corner and have somebody waiting at the port to put them in containers to ship them off.
Yeah, you could.
I'm just speculating.
Yeah. I mean, anything's possible.
And then somebody says, how great would it be to have a girlfriend or wife that would headbutt somebody? You'd have the upper hand in a bar fight.
That's something to think about.
Yes. And then we have Franny, did your relatives in Puerto Rico get their power turned back on? There are thousands still without power as of today. I did hear that the issue got taken care of pretty quickly, so I'm not sure, because when I talked to my mom, she said that the next day she was fine, but luckily she was okay because she has solar, and so she was doing A-okay with that situation, and she also has a generator, but that was last week.
Yeah.
I can't remember, and I thought, so maybe it's again.
I think it was last weekend, because somebody told me when I was out to dinner, I think it was last Sunday night, that Puerto Rico had...
Yeah, I mean, maybe it happened again. I don't know. I have to, but when I talked to, I specifically reached out to my mom, and she said that she was A-okay, so, and the power is back.
877-927-6969. That's the number to call to get involved in the program. Anything you want to bring up, we'll always take. Dolphins tonight, 13th pick. Who do you think they should select? Is Tariq Hill going to get traded? Within the next couple hours, you'll start to see some trades. Things start heating up. Dolphins have the 13th pick. Barrett Jackson kicks off today locally at the fairgrounds. If you can get one car, what car would it be? If you could just walk in and they said, hey, take your dream car and let it rip. I talked about this morning when I was driving up on 95. I saw a couple beautiful cars, and that's where I anticipated they were going to Barrett Jackson. I wouldn't be taking cars on 95 in the morning.
They probably like, oh, we're good. It's not that busy. No, it's always.
Oh, yeah. I saw 3 accidents this morning. Today wasn't bad. It took me about, I think, an hour and 20 minutes.
All right, that's not terrible.
No, it's not. It really...
Considering it's supposed to be like a half hour.
Yeah. I'm used to it now. I really am. A lot of my friends are starting to take the train. I thought about it, the Tri-Rail. I picked up a couple guys this morning, friends of mine, who took
what happened? Didn't you get an offer to carpool with somebody?
Yeah. Now he's taking a Tri-Rail.
Okay, because you said no. You're like, I don't want to carpool, so he's taking the train instead.
I just don't want to be locked into a time. Like, he gets out a little bit later, and, I want to do my own thing. And so we'll see. But I picked him up at the train today, a couple of the guys, early this morning when I got here. But I mean, I can't walk too. I thought if one of my friends said, you can walk. And I'm like, I can't walk from there. From the Tri-Rail.
What?
Yeah.
To work?
Yeah. From West Palm, the one right on.
I understand.
Yeah, I didn't know where it was. I
mean, you could, but you don't want to. And not just that, it would take you some time.
Yeah, it would take probably about an hour, I would think. Or 45 minutes.
Yeah.
It's not a great area.
It's not a fun walk.
Yeah, it's not a great. Maybe I'll make Domster pick me up if I take the train. Choo-choo. Dom's like, I'm not doing that in the morning.
You train? I don't see it.
Oh, it's that one. Yeah, right. Brightline? Yeah.
I took a Brightline.
No, I know. That's what I'm saying. Brightline, yes, I can see you taking it, and you have.
Yeah,
Amtrak, not so much.
Yeah, my buddy said today it was different. There's no doubt about it.
Even though, I mean, sometimes they're not. My girlfriend takes Amtrak to Tampa to go see her kids, and she said it's not that bad. Is it Amtrak, right? That's the one? And she says that they even have, like, booze and stuff and food on those, too. I didn't know that.
This is the Tri-Rail.
The Tri-Rail. Okay.
Yeah, that's the one. But you can call us or you can text us. Don't forget, $1,000 comes your way. A chance to win $1,000 every hour. Dom, I got a text again. I know you said it, but what is the keyword this hour, please?
The keyword, let me just double check, is check.
Check.
Yep.
There's the keyword, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes.
CHECK.
Enter at realradio921.com.
Yeah, and you'll be on your way to try to win $1,000.
Let's hope.
Let's hope. We so far we have not had a winner. It's been about 8-9 days. We were hoping to get a winner. Please, we want one. Ladies and gentlemen, last time we goose-egged it. This time we don't. I think it's going to go on a few more weeks. I don't know how many weeks it's going to go on, but hopefully we end up getting it right. And that you guys can win $1,000 because we want our bosses off our back. A couple things on the table today, but you could always bring up anything you want to us and speak about anything. Maybe you got an opinion on something. Maybe you want to talk about something in the news. We don't care. Just bring it up, ask us, and we'll always give you an opinion. NFL draft is tonight. And again, will be exciting for all these guys that step in and be pros. Now they're all getting paid already, so it is a little different than it was. Their outfits will all be critiqued.
They might be getting paid less now.
When they go to the pros, that's,
that might.
which is unbelievable that they would get less in the pros with some of these NIL deals. Rondo is still the number one paid athlete in the world. Soccer player.
Who?
Rondo.
Ronaldo?
Excuse me. $280 million he makes a year.
Cristiano, yeah.
Unbelievable. LeBron's in the top 5.
I'm not surprised.
Yeah, he's in the top 5. I think he's at 180. But yeah, Forbes put out their list of the top athletes. But Ronaldo was number one at $280 million. What a year that is. Woo! Every year he's up there. I would think in the last 7 years, 7 to 10 years, he's been number one.
Is that current players only? Like active?
I think so. I know because other ones, I think Jordan's up there.
Yeah, I was going to say, how's that beat out Jordan?
Yeah, Jordan,
and
yeah.
Tiger.
Yeah, I think active it is of the Forbes list. But you could check it. I know Forbes has 2 lists they come out with every year, like active players, and then also they have players who are just sports players who are just, retired. Jordan's always one because of obviously, all his stuff with Nike and his brand.
Yeah, there was a list I saw the other day. It was like the top athletes made ever.
Yeah.
And I believe it had 4 soccer players in it. It had 4 golfers in it.
Yeah.
And then it had Michael Jordan. And I want to say, I forget what the last one. There was one more. I forget what sport he was from.
Jordan's always in it. I mean, it's amazing that brand, the Jordan brand, the sneakers, how it just is over the years just gotten bigger and bigger. And it's not fading. I mean, I know guys in their 50s, my good buddy Buddha, when a Jordan shoe comes out, you would think it's Christmas Day. Mm-hmm. And not just him. I mean, all guys, 40s, girls, they love them. And they're just become such a...
I just bought a pair of Jordans the other day.
Yeah. And it's amazing how, you know what I mean, it hasn't lost its popularity because usually things after a while get a little faded, but it's not. It's gotten bigger and broader. And obviously, Jordan's retired for years.
Mm-hmm. So talking about money, Taylor Swift was on the top and was always number one for the world's youngest self-made female billionaire. Mm-hmm. And she no longer is. She got bumped. So they said, and she's 35, but she became a billionaire before that, but they said she's been dethroned as the world's youngest self-made female billionaire. Per Forbes, her name is Lucy Guo, I'm not sure, Guo, and she is 30 years old. She's co-founder of the San Francisco-based AI company. I'm telling you, AI is everywhere. I've never heard of it. It's called Scale AI, and she took her place. In 2016, when she was a college dropout, only 21 years old,
amazing.
She started Scale AI, with 19-year-old Alexander Wang was his name. Wang became CEO while she ran operations and the product design team. So the duo both placed on Forbes 30 under 30 list in 2018. However, Wang allegedly fired her that same year after the pair disagreed about how to run the company. So after leaving Scale AI, she still retained most of her stake in the company, about 5% of it. So while pursuing her next startup, called Passes, where she currently is the CEO. Now she, with her shares in Scale AI, she said it's really paying off too. So according to Business Insider, Scale AI is in the midst of wrapping up a tender offer, which allows early employees investors to sell their shares to newer returning investors. The deal, which values the company at $25 billion, a company I've never even heard of, is projected to be finalized, the deal, June 1st. That said, her stake is now worth, right now, $1.2 billion at 5%. That she has, and combined with her revenue from Passes Passes is an OnlyFans competitor. I haven't heard of it. Go look into it. She said she's estimated to be worth $1.25 billion per Forbes.
Wow.
So, yes, they said that Taylor Swift, who is valued at 1.6, first reached billionaire status in 2023, becoming the first musician to hit that benchmark solely based on the value of her songs and performances. But yeah, they said the two of them, this new one and Taylor Swift, are two of the 6 self-made billionaires under the age of 40. Rihanna is one of them who joins the group, having an estimated value of $1.4 billion.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
College dropout.
I was really surprised, and maybe it's just I don't know. I thought for some reason Kylie Jenner was on that billionaire list at a young age because she's only 27 now.
Yeah, I thought so too.
Same here.
Yeah.
No.
But Forbes doesn't even mention her.
Yeah, she's old news. She's not. She don't have the cash. Imagine that kind of money at a young age. And a college dropout, which is amazing too. It shows you in life sometimes, you know what? Right place, right time.
Man, it's all about tech companies, man.
Oh, yes.
I wish I would have done something different.
You still can.
I don't know any of that stuff.
You still can.
I don't know. I got to go back to school.
I mean, if I can have kids, you can do it. It is the Penthouse on a Thursday. Getting ready for the draft tonight, baby. Excited about that. Dolphins have the 13th pick, and there's NBA playoffs tonight. And don't forget about the Panthers on Real Radio. Panthers will be taking on Tampa Bay. You could hear it on Real Radio 921 and 1017. It is Dominic, Francis, and the Greek. It is the Penthouse. We'll be back.
Real Radio is the news junkie.
I don't have like a secret connection to let you meet Beyonce here.
Yeah, no, like you made me think that you did for my birthday.
You thought that because you're delusional. Come on. I was trying to do something sweet
naive
for your birthday.
At that time, I trusted everything that you said, and now I know better.
The News Junkie, weekday afternoons at 3 on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Let's see what's up with traffic on Real Radio.
Travel times up to speed on the Florida Turnpike. We do have road work on 95 slowing us down in Lake Worth. Left lane of your on-ramp blocked and 95 north from 6th Avenue South. Right lane closed at 95 South at Congress Avenue. That's traffic. I'm Jody Stewart.
This report is sponsored by Straight Talk Wireless. Straight Talk might not be on your shopping list, but it should be. Next time you're grabbing some milk off the shelf at your local Walmart, stop by the Straight Talk aisle and switch to real unlimited data. It's quick and convenient. It won't even take up room in your cart.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing, must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business. Powering possibilities.
Now through May 4th, new customers can get started with 300 megabit internet and Security Edge for $69 a month for 24 months. And ask how to get free installation on qualifying bundles. Plus, find out how to get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Call today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Equipment, taxes, and other fees extra. After 24 months, regular rates apply.
Did you know even the smallest increase in mortgage rates can cost you thousands of dollars over the life of your loan? Hi, I'm Mark Stefanski, Chairman and CEO of Third Federal. It's true, even a 0.25% change in rate can cost you thousands of dollars over the life of your mortgage. But with Third Federal's new Early Rate Lock, you don't have to take chances. Early Rate Lock is the only pre-approval that locks in your rate at pre-approval, even before you find a house. Plus, we're so confident that our rates are the lowest, if you find a lower rate, we'll beat it or give you $1,000. And now through April 30th, get pre-approved with Third Federal and we'll pay all of your closing costs. So don't wait. Call Third Federal today.
Right now at Third Federal, even before you find a home, lock in 6.625%, APR 6.685% on a 30-year fixed-rate purchase mortgage. Visit thirdfederal.com or call 1-800-THIRD-FED today. APR reflects 15% down per $350,000 loan amount. Rate requires automatic payment program and is subject to change. Restrictions apply. Zero closing costs on low-cost loans only. See conditions for lowest rate guarantee at thirdfederal.com. Equal housing lender.
Doesn't anybody fix things anymore? It's like all we can think about is replacements. Your TV dies, you get a new one. You rip your pants, you get a new pair. Last time I caught a cold, I was worried the wife might trade me in. If your car is worth fixing when it has problems, and your home gets repaired when it needs improvements, how about fixing the garage door your car comes through instead of spending a fortune to replace it? At Mo Better Garage, we make that way mo better. Our technicians are not incentivized to upsell you to a new garage door when all you need is an expert repair. We got the parts, we got the training, and the personal drive to think, how can we get this baby back to working like she's supposed to? How do I know? Because I'm Mo. Call Mo Better Garage and we'll come over and make it right. Garage doors are a she, right? Like a ship? Pretty sure it's a she.
Mo Better Garage, we make it way more better.
MoBetterGarage.com.
Victim of a slip and fall? It takes one phone call to take back control of your life. Anajar and Levine will fight to get you the compensation you deserve. Call me, Mark Anajar, for a free consultation. 1-800-747-FREE. That's 1-800-747-3733.
In office, West Palm Beach.
Hey, it's the Greek for the Crazy Horse Saloon. Your favorite neighborhood bar, great food and atmosphere. Always a good bar to stop in and hang and enjoy yourself. They got live music on the weekends, a great place to watch sports, and Taco Tuesdays. It's the Crazy Horse Saloon, 4240 North Lake Boulevard. Stop in. That was the home of Greek's Gridiron. You'll always have a good time there and great food. And live music on weekends. It's a Crazy Horse Saloon. Put that on your agenda this weekend. Peace.
What the Florida is brought to you by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather Injury Lawyers.
Febreze. As a rideshare driver, I love keeping my car smelling fresh and clean. So when I'm driving, I only trust Febreze car vent clips, featuring 3 distinct intensity settings, because it's that little touch that sets me apart. I can turn the intensity down for subtle freshness, or I can turn it up for when I want lots of scent. So whether it's set to low, medium, or high, with Febreze car, I know my car's going to smell amazing. Which keeps my driver rating right where it belongs. Picking up, Oscar!
Johns Hopkins University has found that just mild hearing loss doubles your risk of dementia, so hearing loss isn't something to ignore.
But hearing aids are so expensive and ugly.
Not anymore. Meet Audien Hearing. You can get nearly invisible hearing aids without a prescription starting at $98 a pair, and they're ready to use right out of the box. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, and with over 1 million customers, Audien is easy to trust. Visit audienhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
The following heartwarming yet informative scene is brought to you by Trust and Will.
Son, your grandpa and I used to work on this car together, and when I'm gone, I want you to have it.
Wow. Thanks, Dad. Doesn't count. What you need is a will. Luckily, Trust and Will makes it easy. Designed by attorneys, but customized by you, you can easily create a state-specific, legally valid document that actually counts. Now, let's let the engine do the talking, am I right? Start your will at trustandwill.com. Use offer code COUNT for 20% off and make it count. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. For details, see trustandwill.com.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother got life insurance from Ethos, and it only took 10 minutes. And he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit ethos.com/today. Ethos.com/today.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
Rocket is giving every home one address. Rocket.com, a single seamless home ownership platform to help you find, buy, sell, finance, even refinance your home. Everything you need, all under one roof. Visit Rocket.com, the new home for all things home ownership. Rocket, own the dream.
Real Radio weather.
I'm meteorologist Jennifer Collins with CBS 12 News. Mostly sunny this afternoon with temperatures in the low to mid 80s and an east wind between 10 to 15 miles per hour. Expect a partly cloudy sky tonight with overnight lows in the 60s inland, 70s at the coast by the start of Friday morning. Dry and warm through the weekend with temperatures in the middle 80s Saturday and Sunday.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
Hi, I'm Kyle, founder of Blindster.com. I started Blindster in 2010 to make quality, custom-made blinds affordable to everyone. Traditional window covering retailers are expensive. Our prices are low, and our blinds are guaranteed to fit. Blindster.com.
The future of the NFL is getting written.
With the first pick.
Right now. The 2025 NFL Draft. Catch Jay Glazer alongside former Jets GM Joe Douglas, College Football Hall of Famer LeVar Arrington, and Fox Sports lead college football reporter Jenny Taft.
Hi, this is Jay Glazer.
LeVar Arrington here. Join us for Draft Night Live on Fox Sports Radio.
Tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern.
Just search Fox Sports Radio and make it your next preset on the iHeartRadio app.
Medical marijuana made easy. Get approved for your card today at mmjhealth.com.
You're listening to Real Radio 92.1, and we are an iHeart radio station. You're listening to The Penthouse. Now back to The Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
It is The Penthouse on a Thursday. Welcome to the program. Dominic's in the house.
My ear.
That was a scream. Francis,
It is scream day.
Francis is here.
You know, I realized from just doing radio and bartending, every now and then I lose my voice. It happens very quickly. I can't scream anymore.
Really?
Like, I think I've blown out like a vocal cord or two.
Not at all.
Not
God forbid you don't think you'd scream. Or
I
something
mean,
happened.
like, I could. It's just not as everybody's like, ha ha ha. Can't scream.
Nobody's saying
not
that.
like I once could.
Really?
There's a point where it just like it strains. Like I can't.
Really?
Yeah, I'm not going to try now. I'm not going to scream in the mic. But yeah, there's been times where I've noticed. I was like, I just like concerts and stuff like that. I was like, I just can't.
Wow.
I think I have.
Can you yell, you think? Pretty loud?
Oh my God.
Well, I'm just trying to say.
What's the difference?
Scream and yell? A little different.
Oh, can you yell? Wow.
A scream is like, ah!
What's a yell?
Help me, help me.
Oh my God.
That's a difference.
Just, yeah.
It's trifecta time.
Thank God.
You got review tomorrow, pal.
Oh, do I?
You better hope I'm on your side.
Oh, man.
You're on thin ice. The Panthers are playing
Can you
tonight.
yell? I can't.
Panthers are playing tonight as they take on Tampa Bay. Up 1-0. Big surprise in the first game. A lot of people did think Tampa was going to beat the Panthers. That's why you can't believe experts. We'll see what happens tonight. If they do win, you get it on Real Radio 921 and 101.7. Man, they'll be in control of this series. We'll see what happens. Even a lot of Panther fans I knew were saying, ooh, it's going to be tough. But we'll see. It's going to be good, but you can definitely listen to it right here on Real Radio. NFL Draft is tonight. There'll be the first rounds tonight, and there'll be 32 more millionaires in the world as these kids will step up and listen for their names to be called. It does look like, from what everybody is saying, experts and opinions, the first pick is going to Tennessee. It will be Ware. Second pick, the Browns with Hunter, but they've been known to screw up a lot of things, the Browns, so who knows. And the Giants are 3. We don't know what's going to happen with the Giants. Speculation, they might take the defensive end from Penn State, kid's a baller, or Sanders. Will they take Deion's son? Earlier today, Dom said the line has changed, and now it's 9-1 for Sanders.
Mm-hmm.
So $200 brings back $1,800. That's a nice pick. It really is.
Is that what you're doing tonight?
I don't know. I'm definitely taking Sanders. I liked him at 650 to 1, so why not take him 9? Again, it's a crapshoot. Probably going to lose, like most things, but for blanks and giggles, I might do it. Greek's Trifecta is sponsored by Pilar Coffee Bar and Ice Treats in Deerfield Beach. In the Cove Shopping Plaza, stop by for some excellent gelato. Great for lunch, breakfast, or dinner. Pilar Coffee Bar is a great place. You'll love their lattes.
I hope you hit one of your parlays soon, buddy.
I got a couple text messages, and then we're going to get into something. And thank you. I always say on Friday I talk about things that are going on in the weekend. You can always text 47142. Started off with Real Radio. I got my buddy Chris from Knox and Dunn texting right now, and I'm like, just remind me tomorrow. But I will give a heads up right now, just in case, and I'll do it again tomorrow, that they're doing, which I did hear about, the Friends of Jupiter Beach Festival. It's under the Indiantown Bridge, and this is happening Saturday. So I will give you a heads up if you have not. I've heard it's a fantastic time to be out there and have a good time. Bunch of restaurants and and distilleries and beer and breweries and stuff like that. So it's supposed to be a really, really good time. But I was just letting him know to remind me tomorrow. But you can always do that. Text me 47142. Started off with Real Radio. And on our text line, somebody says, my dream car. And from the Macomb auction, would be the Pacer from Wayne's World. Greek would be my chauffeur, and we would sing Queen songs on our way to Syracuse or Sea Caucus.
Sounds so awesome.
All right, sounds great. Somebody said you got to be careful with a drink on the Brightline. You'll spill your mimosa. Your mimosa when they hit a car. All right. Then we have good afternoon, Penthouse. I'm wondering if I'm the only one who starts to hyperventilate whenever Greek starts to spell a word, and then fist bumps in the air when he gets it right. I can't be the only one, right? And if I am, oh well. I'll keep rooting for the home team. You go, Greek. Just like in gambling, if you get 2 out of 3 right, you're still making money. And that's from Hugh. Let's see what else we got. They said, please tell Greek it's Cam Ward, not Cam Ware.
I said Ward. Maybe I said Ware. Ward Ware. You know who it is. Plays for University of Miami.
So I was going to get into like a story about, and I can talk about it tomorrow if we don't get into it, but I did see this, and I mentioned it last week, but we didn't talk about it, and it just popped up again on one of my show prep sites, and this is the NFL draft drinking game.
Oh!
So since it is tonight, I guess I should tell you guys about it, right? If you do plan on watching it and boozing.
All right.
Yep, so we know it's going to go on tonight, but also goes on Friday and Saturday. And this will give plenty of reasons to have weekend-long parties and even turn the whole thing into a drinking game. So make sure you got some friends who can handle their booze, a stocked bar, a decent television setup, plenty of shot glasses or solo cups, and a designated driver or two. So here are some things to watch for that'll be sure to get the booze flowing in no time and take a drink every time. All right? Take a drink every time, Commissioner Roger Goodell mispronounces a player's name. You take a drink.
See, and he gets paid millions, and he does it.
Okay, every time Roger Goodell gets booed, bonus points if you can chug through the entirety of the introductory booing session.
You know what? It seemed that lately, and I could be mistaken, that the booing has dropped a little for him, but I could be wrong.
They're saying every time he gets booed, take a drink, and bonus points if you chug throughout the whole time they boo. Like if it's a long boo session. They said drink each time Travis Hunter is referred to as a dual threat or double threat, or the phrase both side of the ball is uttered. Drink, the hand size of a quarterback is mentioned. Drink if the color of a player's suit matches the color scheme of the team that drafted him.
Oh, that's cool.
Better be writing these down because I'm not going to repeat it. Drink when a drafted player hugs Roger Goodell and actually picks him up.
Ooh, that happens a lot.
Drink when a drafted player is referred to as the next version of a previous NFL player.
That happens a lot, too.
They said sip when the possibility of a trade is mentioned. Chug if a trade goes down. Drink when Jacksonville, Tampa Bay, or Miami drafts a player who went to college in Florida. Drink when an ex-player reads the pick for his former team. Drink anytime one of the following phrases is uttered. Passes the eye test, huge upside, character issues, generational talent, day one starter, playoff drought, or coach him up.
No, those are a lot of them, man. You'll be smacked.
Drink if any television analyst is shown running the 40-yard dash, and the results are shown in comparison to a player being drafted. Two more here. Drink if someone makes a reference to Mel Kiper's hair and or forehead. Drink. This is bonus points if you can gargle the tone that ESPN uses each time a pick is ready to be announced.
Tom's got it.
If you can gargle that, bonus points. And there you go, your drinking game for tonight's NFL draft.
Now, if Sanders doesn't get picked, and the third pick, and it goes on, his name will get mentioned.
Dropped.
Yeah. I mean, but his name will get mentioned throughout the whole first night. There's 32 picks tonight. They do the first round, and the speculation will go, like, well, is he going to 9th to maybe the Saints, 21st to Pittsburgh? That's a name that you'll hear a lot. Once the guy gets picked, it comes off, obviously, the table, and you don't hear them speak about it. Like, say, Tennessee tonight didn't pick first, somebody odd for the first pick, then everybody would be shocked. Or Hunter. You know what I mean? But those are good drinking games, too, if you mention something like that. But it's quick because it starts at 8 o'clock. So the first two picks, by 8:30, you're done. I think it's 20 minutes you get, or maybe it's 16. I can't remember. But, yeah, you could be done. But a lot of the ones that Franny mentioned, man, you'd be smacked for all those.
Yeah, won't be able to be hungover at work tomorrow.
Yeah, you definitely will have a couple in you if you play that game. Interesting game. Roger Goodell, he does have a tendency of getting some names wrong. He's done that over the years. The crowd booing, we'll see. When he first comes out, I think that's when he gets a couple years ago, he was getting crushed. I remember that he was really getting blown up, and people were all over him. But again, you have to realize Roger Goodell works for the owners. People don't realize that. He's the figurehead. He does what the owners tell him. He's never waking up in the morning and saying, hey, I'm going to do this. He goes by, he talks to the owners, their decisions. There's 32 of them. They have a vote. I'm sure he has some authority, but if any major decisions, he's definitely asking people in the league, like, what do you think? What should we do? But the draft is always fun, like I said. And it gives teams that are not good, obviously, a chance to rebuild. And that's one of the good things about the NFL, where if you have a good draft, you could turn your team around in a year. Look at Washington 2 years ago. They were terrible. and they were terrible for years. A lot had to do with the management and the ownership. Snyder got out. They got new management in there, and last year they turned it around with good draft picks and a good quarterback. So it can happen in all sports if you have the right person running the team. So that's the little bit of confidence that we have in the Dolphins. Hopefully they can turn it around, but I still don't think they will. And Tyreek Hill, I don't know. I have a feeling he might get traded. I really do. Not today, but I like your pick, Dom. That was a great one. That's the first time I heard that. I had a couple guys text in and say, wow, that'd be great. But they don't think that the Tyreek's worth the first-round pick anymore. But they said, yeah, that'd be great if the Dolphins get the second pick and get Hunter, which would be awesome. So good one for you. Greek Zone today, we'll have a couple guys talking about the draft if you're interested. We'll talk about that and the different possibilities, and that'll follow up on the Penthouse today after the show. 877-927-6969. Favorite car? I thought we'd hear a lot more from you guys about your favorite car, ladies or men. You could also text us at Real Radio 47142.
So there is a interesting story about a cheating couple that got busted, and could happen to any cheating couple. So be careful.
Is this the golf course one?
It is. It is. There is a golf course in California, and it has gone viral for a parking lot affair. So it's called Skylinks at Buchanan Fields. It's a small, family-friendly 9-hole course in East Bay, and it's now a social media spotlight after posting a very blunt PSA on their Instagram. So the message is this. It says, to the late 30s, married wife in the black car who's having and I love how they know this, who's having a secret affair, and with a guy in the smaller silver car who've decided to use the back right corner of our Skylinks car park to meet weekly on the same day they live something 3:30 a.m. next to the workshop and recycling dumpster where you think no one is watching. Please stop.
Wow.
If it happens again, we'll drop the footage and watch all hell break loose. We're a family golf course, not some Jerry Springer family destruction zone. Dr. Phil would suggest to go home and have an honest chat with the person who really needs to hear it.
Wow.
Yeah.
Jerry Springer always gets mentioned.
Oh, my God. So, yes, the owners included one nicknamed Kiwi, confirmed that they've got the footage, but they said, don't worry, they're not releasing it. They're not trying to destroy lives. They just want their course back from becoming what they called a drive-through hookup spot. As Kiwi put it best, this isn't the kind of hole-in-one we encourage.
Wow. Oh, my God. That is unbelievable. If they know what's going on, why don't they just go knock on their window and be like, hey, move along?
Because I think that they do it so early in the morning that they're not there. Like when they show it says XX3 a.m.
Okay.
So the place probably isn't open, but they have footage. And so they probably look back at it and they're like, this is not, that would be my assumption. I don't know, G-Man, because you would think, right? Somebody just knock on the door, be like, hey, get out of here, scram.
Yeah, because golf courses are open early. I mean, they get there like 5:30, 6 o'clock in the morning.
True. I don't know.
It surprises me that they've gotten away with it. And like the article says that they've done it on a regular basis. And
They said every week at the same time.
And what was the time? Did they mention the time?
No, I said it. No, they said it was like in the AM, but they put like XX30 AM. They didn't say exact time because I'm sure they don't want people to show up at that time and be like, oh, are they hooking up? Are they here?
Now, if you're that woman with the black car, man, what are you trying to do first? Sell your car?
Now, what if you have a silver small car and you're the guy and you just show up there, a different guy, you just show up there this time?
Yeah, and that's why they probably didn't put the time. Yeah.
And you walk in, knock on her window, hey, you want to bang?
Yeah, exactly.
I get the silver car. Man, it is funny, though. Yeah. In our society, like the other story Franny had about the guy stealing the cars and these two, there are cameras everywhere. And you just don't realize it. I don't think it's top of mind to people. And like everything else, if you get away with it once, you'll just keep doing it.
So this was it. So Kiwi is a person from the staff who wrote this, and then this Kiwi person started noticing the pattern about 2 months ago with the same cars, same day of the week, same far corner of the lot, which sees basically zero legitimate golf traffic. And she's like, you don't park way in the back to go play a quick round. There's no reason to be near the recycling bins unless you're dropping off cardboard or something else. So the maintenance crew, which starts work at 5 a.m., would routinely spot the black and silver car pulling in one after the other. So that's how early it is.
Oh, wow.
One of the guys finally said, here they go again, early bird smash session in the car park.
Smash session.
And they were like, and after that, we couldn't unhear it. So it became a running joke until it wasn't. They're like, this is a family space. I've got 2 daughters. We got kids playing under the pomegranate tree 20 feet away from this happening. A pomegranate tree would be cool to have. At certain points, like squirrel. At certain points, it's just gross. Like, go to the hotel across the street. It's 100 yards away, and it has doors. So once they posted this, they said things got even messier. The post went viral, and the DM started flooding in. So we started getting messages from people saying, hey, I think I know who this is.
Really?
Send me the footage. Like, no, that's not what we're doing here. We're not here to destroy people's lives. We just want them to stop using our parking lot. It's poorly disguised it's a poorly disguised driver or whatever. One man even contacted the course because his wife drives a black car and he just wanted to be sure. So that's what happened. I mean, when you do this and you're unsure and you, whatever, he's like, that's when I know things had really blown up.
Escalated.
They said, despite all the attention, Kiwi says the footage will stay locked up for now. We've got the footage, and yes, it's very clear what's going on, but we're not releasing it. This is still a family business, not an episode of Dateline. But yeah, they said still the viral fame has brought some new attention to Skylinks, which is a public course, with a comeback story of its own. They said once nearly shut down, the course was revived after this.
Of course it was. Yeah, where is it? Let's go there.
But they said this Kiwi person bought it a little over a year ago. Since then, he's tripled the business and turned it into a thriving community hub. So he himself did this before this even came out. So, yeah, they said it's full of people just learning to play, local families, grabbing lunch, hitting a bucket of balls, whatever it is.
So the thing with this situation, too, is that the people who are actually involved might not see it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there's no guarantee.
This is on Fox News. I mean, it was on a lot of things, so.
Yeah, you never know, but I'm just saying. And it might be something where they don't see and their friends do, and you maybe don't want to say it to your girlfriend.
Well, I wonder if they're members at all at the golf course.
Yeah, that's true, too. But maybe it's...
Or if that's just the meeting spot.
Yeah, it might be just a meeting spot. Or like you said, maybe they're members and they're like, hey, you know where we can fool around? In the back corner by the recycling bin. Nobody's ever back there. Yeah. And it'd be crazy if they don't see it and everybody, their friends say it, because you don't want to say anything. You know?
Or what if they don't follow that golf club on Instagram?
Well, that's my point.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, who does, really?
Mm-hmm.
But obviously, it happens. You get 1 or 2 people like, oh, my God, did you see this post? And then they blast it, and then they share it, and they share it, and they share it, and here we are talking about it, and it's on national news.
Pretty crazy.
Yeah.
And like you said, that one guy reached out and said, "Isn't my wife?" Because
she got blown up with a bunch of stuff.
Yeah, I'm sure. Because if you have somebody who has a black car, you're probably like thinking right away, "Is that my wife? What the hell's going on?"
Somebody wanted me to tell you, G-Man, 47142, just a heads up. It said draft day 1 is 10 minutes per pick. Day 2, 7 minutes. Day 3, 5 minutes.
Thank you. I wasn't sure how long the in between were. It seems like sometimes they go very quick, and usually it seems like every team takes to the last second. Mm-hmm. And it looks like they do it on purpose. Because, come on, you've had months to notice. I mean, I could see if you're after, especially pick 1, that should be automatic, the first couple. But, I mean, after, maybe 7 or 8, maybe your selection got nailed that you were number 1 honing in on, then I could see it. But they all have backups. Like, if we don't get him, we're going after him. If this happens, I don't think anybody's willy-nilly in it at the night of the thing. They shouldn't be. For the money that they're making, you would think they have a couple of choices in the bank.
Mm-hmm.
I would think so. I don't think they're just like, well, what do you want to do now, Joe? I don't know. And it's funny. 4-Letter Network always still talks about the Dallas Cowboys. And the Cowboys are a funny team. They haven't won in years. But yet, still, everybody wants to know what's going on. And they'll show Jerry Jones tonight a million times in his war room and everything to go. We'll see. Dolphins have the 13th pick. Maybe they'll make a good selection, and we'll be on the maybe the trail back to having a better season next year. That's what we're hoping for. Don't forget about the Panthers tonight. The Panthers will be taking on Tampa Bay, and you could hear that on Real Radio. That's an early game, I think. I think it starts 6:30 tonight.
6:30, you are correct.
Yeah. So you have the Panthers.
Puck drops at 6:30.
At Tampa, 6:30 tonight. Let's go Panthers. Try to go 2 in a row. That'd be awesome. Dom, thanks for your ability today to do a good show.
You didn't want to cover that one last story?
No, I do not.
Oh, okay. No
Which
problem.
story?
No.
No?
No.
We have a couple minutes. All right.
The one that I sent you, Franny.
Oh, yeah. The one that says gross. It is gross. If you listen to Rover's Morning Glory this morning, you would have heard something very disgusting. And you can watch it again if you want, because they do. They podcast it. You can watch it live. Briefly, I did not listen to this because I myself was doing my own morning show on the Gator. But Dom let me know that they were shaving their pubes and smoking them. So there you go.
Yeah, that's a new one for that's out there.
There you go. And that part is disgusting. But what's even more gross? Have you ever smelled just burnt hair in general? So having to inhale and I mean, it's all in all. But yeah, I've heard them do some disgusting things on that show.
I think they're supposed to. They did the action. They shaved.
Did you send me the video?
I didn't know. I didn't look at the video.
Okay.
They shaved and then they rolled the joint. I think they're supposed to smoke it tomorrow on the show.
Gross. All right, well, yeah.
G-Man's about to throw up.
Look forward to that tomorrow morning on Rover's Morning Glory. Of course, he's the guy who's going to give you keywords so you can get a grand in your hand. Coming up a little after 2 o'clock, you'll get your next keyword. Take it, enter it at realradio921.com.
Dominic's review coming up tomorrow.
I can't wait. You better watch it, Dom. Watch it or listen to it so you can tell us, because I ain't.
Another indication of him not listening. Asking me, should we switch to this? I say no, and he hits the gas anyway. That's what I love about him. It's great working with you, Dom. Appreciate everything you've done. Good job, as always. Thank you very much. And clean shaven today, by the way. I know it's 2 days old, but I still noticed. Have a great afternoon. I got one more hour with you. Franny, always great to see you. I know tomorrow's one of the happiest days of the week because it's Friday, and you get excited for the weekend, and you don't have to work with me. So thank you for everything.
Okay, wow. Thanks.
You get excited.
Thanks, Dom, for everything. Thank you for listening.
Dom's review, we'll talk about it tomorrow. I have 10 things I came up with. We'll go over it tomorrow. One is, does Dom listen? No, absolutely not. Never listens. That's what I love.
Franny was the boss.
No, I'm not the boss. Remember, it's just a show.
It is the Penthouse. We'll be back with the Greek Zone and so much more. Peace.
This must be why God created YouTube.
Well, this and cat videos. But mainly for the cat videos. Go to realradio921.com/watch so you can watch us make radio. Our Stanley Cup champion Florida Panthers have slashed their way through the regular season and are in the hunt for a repeat. NHL playoffs are underway, and round one is through the rival Tampa Bay Lightning. It's the Battle of Florida, and Real Radio is your official home for Florida Panthers hockey. Catch every goal, every check, every fight, every face-off, and every victory. Not near a radio? You can stream Real Radio 92.1 anywhere on our free iHeartRadio app. Florida Panthers hockey on Real Radio is presented by Precision Garage Door. Why settle for better when you can have the best? Schedule your appointment today at flgaragedoor.com. Here's traffic on Real Radio.
From the Gordon Partners Traffic Center. Have you been injured in a motor vehicle accident? Call 561-333-3333 or go to fortheinjured.com.
No major incidents on our expressways. We do have road work that's slowing down the drive. Left lane of your on-ramp is closed I-95 north from 6th Avenue south. Right lane closed I-95 south at Congress Avenue in Boca Raton. That's traffic. I'm Judy Stewart.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com, and we sell custom blinds, shades, and shutters at low prices. Our blinds are handcrafted to fit your windows, and if they don't, for any reason, we'll remake them for free. Your satisfaction is always guaranteed at Blindster.com.
Hey, it's the Greek, and baseball's back. If you're not happy with your current wealth management and they are not hitting out of park for you, then step up to the plate with Trajan Wealth and call them today. 561-390-1000. Your money's important to you, and it should help you for your retirement, but you need a plan. And if the guy you're with's not doing it, you call up and you make a lineup change. Call Trajan Wealth today. 561-390-1000. 561-390-1000. See what Trajan Wealth has in their bullpen. They'll make a switch for you, and also you can sit down with them and ask them any question about finance and figure out a plan for you that is comfortable with your amount of risk you want to take. In baseball, you want to hit a home run out of the park and touch them all. Trajan Wealth can help you. They'll put you in the batter's box so you can hit that homer. 561-390-1000. 561-390-1000. Offices in West Palm Beach. Let Trajan Wealth help you today with your retirement so you can hit a grand slam. Peace. Advisory services offered by Trajan Wealth, LLC and SEC registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement. Hey, it's the Greek. Rev up, baby, for the after party on Saturday, April 26th in Monroe's at Palm Beach. Beautiful ladies are there, and you'll enjoy yourself with a 5-star menu and beautiful ladies all night long. It's April 26th. It's the after party of Barrett Jackson, and it's the beautiful ladies of Palm Beach with you. You'll feel like you have the keys to a beautiful car when you step into Monroe's at Palm Beach. April 26th. It is Rev up, baby. Get ready for the party. Be there. Monroe's at Palm Beach, 7 days a week, open at 5 a.m. That's where the beautiful girls are at. Peace.
It's the final days of Diamonds Direct's annual spring sale. This is your last chance to get an extra 20% off our already renowned prices. Plus, book an appointment and get an additional $100 off your purchase. But hurry, these savings end soon. And this weekend only, we're open Sunday to give you an extra day to shop our expanded selection of trending engagement ring settings, his and hers wedding bands, must-have fine jewelry, and more. Time is running out. 20% off, store-wide savings. Visit diamondsdirect.com for details.
The following heartwarming yet informative scene is brought to you by Trust and Will.
Son, your grandpa and I used to work on this car together, and when I'm gone, I want you to have it.
Wow. Thanks, Dad.
Doesn't count. What you need is a will. Luckily, Trust and Will makes it easy. Designed by attorneys, but customized by you can easily create a state-specific, legally valid document that actually counts. Now, let's let the engine do the talking, am I right? Start your will at trustandwill.com. Use offer code COUNT for 20% off and make it count. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. For details, see trustandwill.com.
Johns Hopkins University has found that just mild hearing loss doubles your risk of dementia, so hearing loss isn't something to ignore.
But hearing aids are so expensive and ugly.
Not anymore. Meet Audien Hearing. You can get nearly invisible hearing aids without a prescription starting at $98 a pair, and they're ready to use right out of the box. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, and with over 1 million customers, Audien is easy to trust. Visit audienhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Febreze. As a rideshare driver, I love keeping my car smelling fresh and clean. So when I'm driving, I only trust Febreze car vent clips, featuring 3 distinct intensity settings. Because it's that little touch that sets me apart. I can turn the intensity down for subtle freshness, or I can turn it up for when I want lots of scent. So whether it's set to low, medium, or high, with Febreze car, I know my car's going to smell amazing. Which keeps my driver rating right where it belongs. Picking up Oscar!
Johns Hopkins University has found that just mild hearing loss doubles your risk of dementia, so hearing loss isn't something to ignore.
But hearing aids are so expensive and ugly.
Not anymore. Meet Audien Hearing. You can get nearly invisible hearing aids without a prescription starting at $98 a pair, and they're ready to use right out of the box. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, and with over 1 million customers, Audien is easy to trust. Visit audienhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Here's what's happening with the weather on Real Radio.
I'm meteorologist Jennifer Collins of CBS 12 News. Mostly sunny this afternoon with temperatures in the low to mid-80s and an east wind between 10 to 15 miles per hour. Expect a partly cloudy sky tonight with overnight lows in the 60s inland, 70s at the coast by the start of Friday morning. Dry and warm through the weekend with temperatures in the middle 80s Saturday and Sunday.
This report is sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone. The free AutoZone Fix Finder service can help you troubleshoot the likely cause of your pesky check engine light for free and help you save time and money down the road. Restrictions apply. Get in the zone. AutoZone.
From the Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys Studios.
You've been in an accident? Call Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
Real Radio 92.1 is WZZR West Palm Beach, an iHeartRadio station.
Make us the #1 preset on your car radio and on the free new and improved iHeartRadio app. Listen for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
Hey, it's Rover. Real Radio wants to put $1,000 in your hand. For $1,000 now. Enter the nationwide keyword GREEN at realradio921.com. That's GREEN. Enter it now at realradio921.com, and good luck from Rover's Morning Glory and Real Radio.
Live from South Florida, this is the Greek Zone. The Greek Zone is brought to you by Schuler, Weiser, Zoller, Overbeck, and Baxter.
What
do you want? I already made your bet.
I know. I got to change the bet. I got $21,000 here. So you add it on to the 19 grand. It's $40,000 in all.
Scrap the whole bet?
Scrap the whole bet. I want to make a six-way parlay. Celtics, Sixers game. What's the line?
Still +1.
+1. Okay, so I want the Celtics to cover. I want the Celtics halftime. I want Garnett points and rebounds. Garnett block shots. Celtics opening tip. Do you take lightning bets?
Yeah, but you don't want any part of lightning bets.
Fine.
Come on.
$1,000 a point, okay? Take this. And this is a gift for me.
It is the Greek, and it is the Greek Zone on a Thursday. NFL Draft tonight. Who's going to be the picks? Dolphins have the 13th pick. Also, don't forget about the Panthers playing tonight. You can hear them on Real Radio 921 and 1017. The Greek Zone is a gambling show where we talk about the odds, the line, and some interesting stories in sports. And when you talk about interesting, this guy definitely is interesting, no doubt about it. The host of Questionable Call on 3 times a week on YouTube. I definitely recommend listening to it and checking it out. I do every week. Good afternoon, Josh. How are you, pal?
What's happening, Greek? How are you? Happy draft day.
Happy draft day to you, too. You are invited if you want to come south to watch the draft with me. I will be at New York Prime if you want to get a steak and hang out with a friend.
Very nice. Very nice. That's your spot. I mean, that's your second home, right? I mean, they know you there. They treat you right there.
Oh, yeah. I'm in there 3-4 times a week. I mean, no doubt about it. Yeah, I love it there. I love the steak. But, it's a good place. And my picture's on the wall, so you can't beat it.
Isn't that the spot that, not to bring up bad memories, but didn't you get married there or have a reception there? Am I thinking the same spot or no?
Yes. You and I had dinner there a while ago.
Okay.
We did less than a year. Remember? We had dinner there. So, let me ask you, 2 things. First of all, and you may know this, I mean, you may not, but you do know a lot of different laws. When we talk about Sharp in this case and the taping of conversation, is that legal to tape somebody? I thought it wasn't legal to tape somebody's conversations.
So it depends on the state. And in some states, only one party need be aware that a conversation is being recorded.
Okay.
And I learned that the hard way after getting my car towed in Albany, New York, and then going off on the phone on the tow people. And then when you show up to pay them at the tow lot, they got a sign that says, just so you know, conversations are recorded in New York State at this time. Only one party needed to know that. So, yeah. This young lady lived in Nevada, I believe.
Okay.
He was, so I'm not exactly sure, but it does vary state to state if both parties need be aware a conversation is being recorded or if only one party need be aware. But regardless, I can't imagine they would introduce that as evidence if, in fact, they knew it was illegal, because then not only is it not admissible, but then obviously you're admitting to breaking the law as well. So I would imagine where she was, it must have been legal for just one party to be aware that a conversation is being recorded.
Talking to Josh Cohn, host of Questionable Call. You can download it 3 times a week on YouTube. Always interesting. Since you and I talked on Tuesday, I think it happened right after it, where it was Sharp's attorney who now says they offered her $10 million. That amount blew my mind, first of all, she was going to get that. And to me, it seems like Sharp and his attorney have really not handled this well. I don't know where this ends up. And I am also surprised, I want to see your opinion on it, that the 4-letter network is letting him stay on the radio, on TV.
Yeah, you're absolutely correct on all of these points. I mean, everything changed on Tuesday. Everything changed on Tuesday. When his lawyer admitted we were negotiating with her before she filed suit. Now, let me repeat that again, because the timeline matters. If you're negotiating with someone who has filed suit, that's one thing. If you're negotiating with someone so they won't file a lawsuit, that's something completely different. And just because you're settling does not mean you are admitting guilt. But we don't give $10 million to people for no reason.
Yeah.
If we're giving $10 million to someone, it doesn't necessarily mean that everything she's alleging is true, but it also means that everything she's alleging can't be false, because you don't give an offer that kind when you're offering a settlement prior to filing suit. And by the way, his attorney said, we were caught off guard. They filed this suit out of nowhere.
Mm-hmm.
They thought they were going to make this whole thing go away by paying her off.
Yes.
Generally, you're paying someone off because you've done something wrong and you don't want it to damage you.
Sure.
So the whole narrative of I'm being shaken down, I got targeted, it's a scam, you can throw that out the window. All of that is gone. Now, to me, it certainly appears is that whether this young lady targeted him or not, whether he took the bait, it doesn't matter. If she was playing him, guess what? He got played. Either way, the text messages are the text messages. The phone conversation is the phone conversation. And you're absolutely right. It has been mishandled. This is textbook. There are college courses in crisis management. There's a profession in public relations, in crisis management, contingency planning. This is how not to do it. They're doing everything not just wrong, but in the wrong order at that. And ESPN, I get it, allowing him on the air on Monday. But after Tuesday's revelations, it is kind of shocking that he's remained on the air, unless, of course, they want the clicks, they want the eyeballs. Listen, it's the advertising business. People forget what we're doing right now is the advertising business. And sometimes corporations say, well, times have changed. We live in a different era, as you well know, from the presidency on, with what it is you can say and do and what people, we just elected a president, correct? That people said, hey, I don't care. Doesn't matter to me. The conviction doesn't matter to me. The felony stuff doesn't. We're looking at a company that's facing a tough spot. Don't forget who the executive producer of First Take is, Stephen A. Smith. And don't forget who brought him on board. Stephen A. Smith.
Yeah.
Right.
So Stephen A. is probably going to – he did say something. I'm just surprised after the phone conversations, like I said, that he is still on. Not Monday, because they said they're – and again, we're talking about Disney, who, at ESPN, where, so they're pretty conservative on certain things. And I think if there was any kind of loophole, they would be looking at it and saying, hey, this could hurt our image, this could hurt our brand, and, we don't want to be associated. We'll see what happens. I'm sure it isn't the end of the story. Talking to Josh Cohn, host of Questionable Call. You could download it on YouTube 3 times a week. Josh, draft tonight. 1 and 2 looks pretty good. 3, do you think the Giants do go for Sanders, or do you think they go for the tight end from Penn State, Clark?
Yeah, back to Questionable Call on YouTube. Hit subscribe at Questionable Call. New episodes Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and then shorts on Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday. The Giants absolutely, positively are not taking Shedeur Sanders at number 3. I've been wrong before. Lord knows that. But I would be absolutely stunned, as would others who are inside and out and around that building, if in fact they went that direction. That doesn't mean the Giants won't end up with Shedeur Sanders, but he looks like someone right now who will be falling outside of the top 10, who actually might still be on the board at 21 for the Pittsburgh Steelers should they choose. But the Steelers got to choose wisely. Regardless of their situation with Rodgers, they do need a quarterback for the future. They may wait on that, but they don't have a second-round pick, remember. That went to Seattle for DK Metcalf. Shedeur Sanders may be the guy that is the reality story. Remember 2005, 20 years ago, Aaron Rodgers in the green room.
Yep.
Remember a few years back, 2013, I think it was, Geno Smith thought he was going first round.
Yeah.
He went early second round. Lamar Jackson.
Yeah.
They said, he can't be a quarterback. And then he went finally at the very end of the first round to the Baltimore Ravens. Shedeur Sanders is going to be that story because he's not going top 3. He's not going to be a Giants top pick at number 3. That's not happening. 3 is going to be whoever is remaining out of Hunter and Abdul Carter. And I would bet that the Browns like Travis Hunter and who and what he is. But if the Cleveland Browns take a pass on Travis Hunter, the New York Giants absolutely will not. And to be honest with you, the Giants, it seems, might really like the kid out of Mississippi, Jackson Dart.
Yeah, the quarterback.
And you see the numbers move, the lines moving. Not that the gambling has a whole lot to do with what's going to happen in the draft.
Yeah.
But there are tells and indicators that the Giants like that kid a whole lot. So they could wind up with both potentially. But if you had to ask me today, if the Giants were to go quarterback first round, who would it be? It kind of feels like it's more Jackson Dart right now than it does Shedeur Sanders. And don't forget, Shedeur Sanders has been telling everybody, whether it's wishful thinking or hoping it's a self-fulfilling prophecy, the cleats he wore for the bowl game said New York Giants.
Yeah.
He's been telling everybody since December, I'm going to the Giants. I know where I'm going. Now, maybe he's trying to speaking into existence. We've seen that happen before. Or maybe he's got, maybe misled to some degree, but it certainly doesn't feel that way today. And we are 5 hours and 50 minutes from that chime that tells us we're underway for the draft. I mean, it's go time. It doesn't feel like it Shedeur Sanders for New York Giants, bro.
The NFL cannot do anything wrong. I mean, every time something happens in our society, it seems like it only increases. The draft is a perfect example where in the 60s, they did this in a room with cigarettes and coffee. And today, the millions and millions of dollars that the NFL makes, and tonight example in Lambeau, in Vegas, Detroit, it is amazing the appetite Americans have for this game and the NFL, and it never fades. And people think it will and different things. And then the gambling aspect, which just ignited it even more, it's amazing. They can't do anything wrong. And like I said, tonight you're watching a draft that's probably going to have between 12 and 15 million people checking in of guys just coming on a stage, getting a hat, and walking off.
Do people have any idea how hard it is in 2025 to get 12 million people to watch anything?
Oh, I know.
I mean,
it's crazy.
Outside the Super Bowl and the Oscars.
Mm-hmm.
This occurred to me back when I was at Real Radio doing the home team. We talked about it in 2010. You had more people watching the draft. You had more people watching a dude in a suit reading names off a card every 15 minutes than you did watching the World Series.
Yeah.
Think about that. More people watching names being read. And now tonight's broadcast will be on ESPN platforms, ABC platform, and NFL Network platforms, and also streaming on top of that. This is, there's no way to duplicate the NFL.
Yep.
It is the most watched television show every Sunday night, all fall long. If you look at the list of most watched television shows, episodes, whatever, in prime time, it's all Sunday Night Football. All Sunday Night Football.
Mm-hmm.
And then for cable, Monday Night Football. The NFL, as you said, owns it, can't do anything wrong. But think about what we're talking about. More people will watch tonight than they will games of the NBA Finals, than they will of the Stanley Cup Finals, than they will of the World Series. Everything except for the NFL playoffs, because there's nothing like the NFL. And by the way, how many thousands of people live in Green Bay? 105,000. They're going to have another 110,000 show up to stand around tonight to just say they were part of it while names get called.
Oh, yeah.
That's how crazy this is.
Yeah, they're expecting 50,000 over the next 3 days. Speaking to Josh Cohen, host of Questionable Call. Josh, let me ask you about the Dolphins. Do you think, if not today, within the next couple of months before the season starts, do you believe the Dolphins are done with Tyreek Hill?
It kind of feels that way, right? It kind of looks like both parties have kind of hinted at that. He's such a wild card. You know that. He's a difficult kind of a personality. I did an appearance with him back in September. It was he and Zach Thomas and myself from a Dunkin' Donuts location.
Okay.
And I'll tell you what, man, Zach Thomas is one of the all-time great Dolphin players, right? He's got a gold jacket. He's a Hall of Famer. And to watch the young people, and people who maybe, when I say young people, I'm talking about kids, teenagers, early 20s, but they were treating Zach Thomas like he was me, like an afterthought.
Yeah. Well, they're not familiar with him. Yeah.
They wanted the picture with, they wanted the moment with the cheetah.
Of course.
He doesn't seem happy. And look, Mike is a different kind of a coach. He's a different kind of a guy. I got to know him a little bit about a year ago. We were at a party together, and he's an awesome dude. But as far as straightening out personalities like that,
no.
I don't know if that's his forte. That's his strong suit. If you were to ask me today, Tyreek Hill, a Miami Dolphin on opening day, my guess would be no. My guess would be that's less likely than it is likely to happen.
Yeah.
Not overwhelmingly, but it feels like both parties have realized this just isn't the fit right now.
Yeah, they might trade him today. If they get something for a draft pick, we'll see what happens. I don't think McDaniel is the coach for the Dolphins either. Last year, I've said this when he came out himself and said, hey, these guys are not showing up for practice on time, not watching film. To me, bro, that's on you a little too. You're the head coach. You're the guy who runs it. You know what I mean? And to admit that, I don't know if I'd be happy as a GM or as a coach or as an owner, if my coach is saying that, because the Dolphins definitely lack discipline, no doubt.
Yeah, and if you look at the recent crop, let's go the last 5 years of NFL coaches that were a little bit of the nerdy, the geeky, the nerdy, geeky, unique, smart guys. you had Brandon Staley with the Chargers, who went for it on every fourth down he shouldn't have and didn't when he should have, and then lost. Look, you have coaches like Mike that are different, unique. They're not.
Yeah.
And then you look at guys like Dan Campbell, who are a little gruff and they're a little rough.
Yeah.
They talk about grit, and they've had that greater success. I'm all for thinking outside the box and being innovative, but at the end of the day, you're still talking to 22-year-old young men that need to believe that what you're saying is what it is that they need to do. Football games are suffer contests, much like fights in the UFC. And generally, they're won by the people who are willing to suffer more. Mike McDaniel, I love the guy personally, but does he inspire dudes to, whatever it is, hurt a little more, suffer a little more, do a little more? I'm not so sure. There's something about that mindset of the Dan Campbells. There's something about that resonates with young players and guys in this era.
Yeah.
Every player's making more than the coach. Every player's got more power than the coach on social media. So it's a different mindset these days. Got to have a little bit of that. Listen, because I said so. Does Mike McDaniel get that out of people? I don't think so.
No, and then you also saw the defensive coordinator who was with the Dolphins a year ago saying, hey, they don't want to study film. They want to be out at Live in South Beach. He goes to the Eagles, wins the Super Bowl. And again, the Dolphins a couple of years ago, people were talking about them being the sexy pick for the Super Bowl. And that, last year, obviously, they dropped off. And going into this season, and speaking about the Dolphins, obviously, because of the draft, they're an afterthought right now. They might have been a team that people thought 2 years ago in the top, 10, 12, but now they're in the back 16.
I think they'll pick 13 tonight. You make a great point. 2 years ago, last year, people talked about the Dolphins are close. Dolphins might have something.
Yeah.
Dolphins might be. And now it's a complete afterthought. And now it's, okay, the Buffalo Bills, and we're not worried about it. They'll have 2, 3, 4 years at the top. Listen, the last time the Miami Dolphins, it's going to blow your mind. The last time the Miami Dolphins won a playoff game, Bill Clinton was president. It was my birthday. It was the year 2000.
They beat the Colts.
They beat the Colts.
Yep.
Clinton was going to be president for another 3 weeks. And then the inauguration of George W. Bush. Bill Clinton was president the last time the Miami Dolphins won a playoff game. That's all we need to say about that.
That's bad. I mean, it definitely is. Talking to Josh Cohn, the host of Questionable Call. Download it on YouTube 3 times a week. Entertaining, 4 minutes. It's quick. You'll find out the hot topics, hot stories, what's going on, and you'll get Josh's take. I am definitely telling you guys to get with that today, sooner than later. Josh, I might be going to Brickell over the weekend, and I think you have a way that I could possibly get down there.
Yeah, driving, tough, parking, impossible.
Yeah.
Download the Revo rideshare app, REVO. Revo, as in revolution. You can ride for less. Drivers get paid a lot more. And then you get rewarded with every mile. So go to the App Store, Revo Rideshare, REVO, because, the other rideshare companies, they don't care about us. They don't care about us for riders and people I know that drive. They definitely don't care about them. So just download Revo Rideshare. And again, ride for less and drive for more. Get rewarded with every mile, G.
I appreciate it, Josh. Always appreciate your time. Before we leave, Monday, is Sharp still on the 4-letter network, or do you think he's suspended?
This feels like he's going to need a little time. Here's the good news for ESPN. He's not on draft coverage. He's not a studio show host or analyst, okay? What he is a part-time guy who contributes to First Take under executive producer Stephen A. Smith. So it's easier to hide that because it's easier to make it just we're not using them today, not using them. But if you had to ask me, I think he's going to have to go to timeout. He's clearly done stuff wrong. Clearly tried to offer $10 million to someone before they would file a lawsuit, as we mentioned at the top of this phoner. So I think they have to. Yeah, I think they have to put him in timeout at the very least.
Josh, always appreciate your time. Again, Josh Cohn, host of Questionable Call. You could download it on YouTube. You guys will definitely enjoy it, and Josh's take on everything. Josh, appreciate it. Remember, the invitation's open tonight if you are in the Boca area.
Appreciate you, G. Always a pleasure.
Thanks, pal. We'll talk to you next week. Josh Cohn, everybody. Panthers tonight, don't forget about them, as they will be taking on Tampa Bay. That game starts at 6:30 when the puck drops. You could hear it on Real Radio 921 and 101.7. So excited about that. Also, you got some NBA playoffs. We'll look at some of the lines on the Hard Rock app. And there is some baseball today, too. And then also other things that you can bet in the draft. There are a lot of things. Sanders now, his odds went up to 9-1 that he will go in the third pick. I liked it at 6.5-1, so I'm going to love it at 9-1 because at this point, for me, if I don't bet it and it happens,
oh, you're going to be so mad.
it's like Sunday when I was at the track and my buddy had 2-4-6 and I didn't bet it and he ended up winning $3,300. So it's just like, I'm that guy, like even the roulette wheel, like I don't want to look at it if I'm in the casino. If I walk by, I'm just keep walking. Because if it comes out in the 30s, then I get mad. So at this time, I'm like, man, I liked it at 6. You know what I mean? So if it's 9 now, okay, probably not going to happen because of where the odds are. But again, this is one of those things where somebody knows what's going on. And there are limits that you can bet on these too. You can't go into a casino and bet $10,000 on the draft pick. They will not let you. They put limits on this kind of stuff. You can go to other casinos and bet. That's a good thing about Vegas. You can go up and down the strip, start at 10 o'clock in the morning, and be ready. And people do that. And professionals do have beards who do that for them and go in and out of places. I had 2 of my friends who did that for a long time in Vegas. They just put bets in. Dom, you'd be great at that job. I think I'd be great at that job. You wake up in the morning, and they give you a list of bets to put in, give you the money. You go to the casino, put the bets in, bring back the tickets. Not a bad job.
Yeah, and I'm on the Hard Rock app right now. I don't see a limit for what you can place on the Hard Rock app.
All right, try to put in 2,000.
Yeah, I'm not trying myself for that. You want to send me $2,000 and I'll try for you, buddy.
It is the Greek Zone on Real Radio. We'll be back in a few minutes. Some draft talk and so much more. Peace.
You're listening to Real Radio 92.1, and we are an iHeart radio station.
Rover's Morning Glory. I so contacted my old street law teacher from high school to ask his opinion because that's what his take was. Yeah,
Street law.
Yeah, it was teaches the basics of our justice system and whatnot. And
and you still got popped for the prostitution even after you took the street law class?
He was just doing that for extra credit. Whatever.
He didn't take streetwalker law.
Rover's Morning Glory.
Weekday mornings from 6 to 10 on Real Radio 92.1 for the Palm Beaches and 101.7 for the Treasure Coast.
Getting you up to speed on traffic on Real Radio.
From the Gordon Partners Traffic Center. Have you or a loved one suffered from nursing home abuse? Call 561-333-3333 or go to fortheinjured.com.
Florida Turnpike is up to speed in the Palm Beaches. We do have some road work slowing us down on 95. Left lane of your on-ramp blocked, I-95 north from 6th Avenue south, and we have a right lane closed, 95 south at Congress Avenue. That's traffic. I'm Jody Stewart.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com, and we sell custom blinds, shades, and shutters at low prices. Our blinds are handcrafted to fit your windows, and if they don't, for any reason, we'll remake them for free. Your satisfaction is always guaranteed at Blindster.com.
Do you have multiple broken or missing teeth? Think you can't afford dental implants? The care team at Eric's Dental Group may be able to help. Eric's Dental Group, a unique dental implant practice, focuses on helping patients use their medical insurance to pay for life-altering dental implant treatment. You may qualify to receive total full mouth restoration for just your deductible and co-insurance fee. Full mouth restoration for just your deductible and co-insurance fee. Eric's Dental Group is in-network with Blue Cross Blue Shield PPO and Florida Blue and work with most employer-based insurance. Your insurance company will never volunteer to help. That's where Team Eric's comes in. They guide you through the medical insurance bureaucracy. They do it every day, and they're great at it. If you have Blue Cross Blue Shield and you're ready to change your life, search for Eric's Dental Group right now. That's Eric's Dental Group. Your insurance company will hate it. Your family will love it. Step up and visit them now. ericsdentalgroup.com.
Febreze. As a rideshare driver, I love keeping my car smelling fresh and clean. So when I'm driving, I only trust Febreze car vent clips, featuring 3 distinct intensity settings, because it's that little touch that sets me apart. I can turn the intensity down for subtle freshness, or I can turn it up for when I want lots of scent. So whether it's set to low, medium, or high, with Febreze car, I know my car's going to smell amazing. Which keeps my driver rating right where it belongs. Picking up Oscar!
I'm Mark Anajar. I'm Glenn Levine. I'm Ellie Anajar. And we're Anajar and Levine. Experience the Anajar and Levine difference by calling us with any of your legal needs. Call 1-800-747-FREE for a free consultation and take back control of your life. In office, West Palm Beach.
Tito's Handmade Vodka is America's favorite vodka for a reason. From their first legal distillery in Texas, Tito's is 6-time distilled. Till it's just right and naturally gluten-free, making a high-quality spirit that mixes with just about anything. From the smoothest martinis to the best Bloody Marys. Beyond the bottle, Tito's has gained a reputation for giving back, teaming up with nonprofits around the world to serve its communities and do good for dogs. Make your next cocktail with Tito's and learn more at Tito'sVodka.com. Distilled and bottled, 5th generation, Inc., Austin, Texas, 40% alcohol by volume. Distilled from corn. Copyright 2025. Crafted to be savored responsibly.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
It's the final days of Diamonds Direct's annual spring sale. This is your last chance to get an extra 20% off our already renowned prices. Plus, book an appointment and get an additional $100 off your purchase. But hurry, these savings end soon. And this weekend only, we're open Sunday to give you an extra day to shop our expanded selection of trending engagement ring settings, his and hers wedding bands, must-have fine jewelry, and more. Time is running out. 20% off, store-wide savings. Visit diamondsdirect.com for details.
Are you a business owner, CEO, or responsible for marketing? If you are, iHeartMedia can help you reach your goals and find new customers. We reach more consumers in your target area than anyone else. And we can give you access to those potential customers more cost-effectively across radio, digital, podcasting, and social. We'd love to show you how iHeartMedia can work for you. Get started today by calling 844-844-iHeart. That's 844-844-iHeart.
Hey, get in. What? Who are you? I'm future you. Constipation with belly pain still coming back? Yeah. Mia, our doctor figured it out. She said it's irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, and Linzess could help you get ahead of it.
Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Here's the latest with weather on Real Radio.
I'm meteorologist Jennifer Collins with CBS 12 News. Mostly sunny this afternoon with temperatures in the low to mid 80s and an east wind between 10 to 15 miles per hour. Expect a partly cloudy sky tonight with overnight lows in the 60s inland, 70s at the coast by the start of Friday morning. Dry and warm through the weekend with temperatures in the middle 80s Saturday and Sunday.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
What if I can guarantee the price of Bitcoin will be $1 million in 2030? Well, I can't, but I can guarantee you'll save a lot of money on blinds at my company, Blindster.com. Free samples, free shipping, and guaranteed to fit. Shop at Blindster.com today.
The future of the NFL is getting written.
With the first pick.
Right now. The 2025 NFL Draft. Catch Jay Glazer alongside former Jets GM Joe Douglas, College Football Hall of Famer LeVar Arrington, and Fox Sports lead college football reporter Jenny Taft.
Hi, this is Jay Glazer.
LeVar Arrington here. Join us for Draft Night Live on Fox Sports Radio.
Tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern.
Just search Fox Sports Radio and make it your next preset on the iHeartRadio app.
Why does this
seem like gambling to you. I mean, why do you think the same 5 guys make it to the final table at the World Series of Poker every single year? What are they, the luckiest guys in Las Vegas? It's a skill game, Joe.
Don't guess at the games. Know the games. This is the Greek Zone.
It is the Greek Zone on a Thursday, night of the draft. We'll get to a couple lines in the NBA and so much more. But first, we got a caller. Who do we got, Dominic?
We have Evan on the phone.
Evan, what's happening, buddy?
Hey, I got 2 quick things, and I'll hang up for your response. First of all, the reason teams wait to the last minute to turn in their picks is they're waiting for another team that may call and give them an offer they can't refuse.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard that before, too, but I'm saying, like, the first pick, they're not trading, and it's just whatever. But I understand your point. No doubt.
Oh, I thought you meant in between time, because that was what Kevin Costner did in that movie, Draft Day. Or trade, yeah. And secondly, now, if Sanders drops down to 13th and Pittsburgh calls Miami, do you think the Dolphins should trade down to the 21st pick? I do.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, if they get some more for it, but again, it depends what their plan is and who they're looking for. I don't know who they're targeting, but that's what's fun about the draft, Evan. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, I got you. Okay, I'll be listening and see what you're talking about. What's going to happen tonight.
Thanks, brother. We appreciate it. Dom, who do we have?
We have Joe on the phone to talk draft with you.
Joe, what's happening, buddy?
Oh, great day. Exciting day, my man. Can't wait.
I know you're very excited about the draft, and you're always a big sports fan with that. Let me ask you right away, being a New Yorker years ago, do you think the Giants go with Sanders, or do you think they go with Carter?
Oh, they can't. I mean, Schoen and Dable basically probably have a year left. There's no way that you bring in a guy like Sanders or any of these quarterbacks that's going to save this team. They actually got a couple of guys that I think could do the job. But no, they have to go for the talent, the surefire talent, whether it be Carter, that looks like it's going to be, or for some reason if somebody makes a move at 2 where they can get Hunter, I'm sure they would take Hunter over Carter. But 2 guys that are can't-miss guys. And Sanders, that's a lot of risk right there. That's in a normal year, that's a second, third-round quarterback, Greek.
Yeah, I know. It's interesting, obviously, because of the name and his father, and people are talking about him. The first 2 picks look like they're in. Obviously, Hunter's going to go second, the Heisman Trophy winner. That's what they say. But the draft always does have some, but it could be like the NCAA March Madness this year, where it just goes predictable what people think, and it happens just like that.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. I mean, there's so many good ball players in this draft in a lot of positions. Obviously, the quarterback position is weak. Probably wide receiver is also weak, but a great tight end draft class, a lot of running backs. Somebody's going to do very well. Even if you don't get Gentry, there are at least 3 or 4 or 5 guys that are going to be terrific pros. We even have a kid from University of Central Florida, R.J. Harvey. Somebody's going to get a dynamic playmaker in him in a later round. I love the tight end from Miami, Arroyo, as the third tight end to go. But the first 2, Tyler Warren and Coastal Loveland, those guys, I wouldn't be shocked if those guys are all pro guys.
Yeah, Warren's good.
How much I love those 2. Oh my goodness! And Greek, if you look at Loveland's tape, I guarantee you that if he's there when Harbaugh picks, he's going to grab his kid from Michigan.
Oh, no doubt. Yeah, I would definitely agree with you there. I think he will. He's seen the kid. He's coached the kid. He recruited the kid. So he's definitely going to go after him with the Chargers. We're talking to Joe, who is a NFL guru with the draft and different picks. And are you surprised? We've talked about it a lot, how the NFL draft has just turned in such a moneymaker and makes millions and millions of dollars where, in the 60s and 70s, this was done in offices in New York City with coffee and cigarettes.
Yeah, no, I'm not surprised. I mean, I remember running into you the day after the Super Bowl or a week after the Super Bowl, and I basically told you how depressed I was that there was no more football.
Yeah.
That my wife had me taking walks on the beach, and I was ready to drown myself. So a lot of us that really love football look forward to it, and it's such a great event. And as long as you can bet on something, it's a better event.
Of course.
That's what's going on as well, as you know.
Yeah, I know. People look at the aspect of sports betting and what is involved with it. Let me ask you about sports betting. Are you surprised how big it is and where it's going? Because it doesn't seem like this train slowing down. It's just going to get bigger and bigger. There's a lot of information out there for people, but there's shows about it. There's, obviously so much social media, people selling picks. It is just off the chain. And a time where you can't put it on the TV without seeing the lines.
Yeah, there's no question. Growing up as a kid, if we wanted to make a bet, we had to do it, in a quiet way with the local bookmaker.
Yeah.
You never got any real information on it. You had to call for the lines. Today, it's so much in your face.
Yeah.
And it's just not betting the game.
It's everything.
It's betting every play, betting
props.
Just so much. So that's why I think the ratings, as you know, are off the charts, because you're bringing people into watching this tremendous game, but they're watching it because of the juice.
Yep.
First it was fantasy, then it became actually betting on the games, So it's awesome. I mean, everybody that I know, we watch baseball if we have to. Basketball, most of us are not basketball fans, except, March Madness everybody loves. So it's really, football is the sport. And every team this time of year, or every fan, always feels that they have a shot.
Yeah, and they want to play GM.
That guy. Yeah, they can get that guy. But, I remember I moved down South Florida in 78.
True.
And with the Dolphins, we really didn't have that quarterback back then. It was David Woolley, Don Strock. But I remember that 83 draft, when we got Danny Marino, it all changed.
Yeah. Well, it can change.
Exactly, it can. I don't see anybody changing the Dolphins right now. I want to be a Dolphin fan again so bad, but it's been so hard.
Yeah.
So many years.
It starts with anything else, whether it's business or a radio station or a sports team. The people at the top making the decisions. And if they're making good decisions, you know what? You're going to get good results. And when you're not going to get good results. And gambling to the NFL was really like giving the Kardashians another sister. It just was off the chain. I've said it many times. It's a moneymaker. It's crazy. And it doesn't stop. Like I said, you go anywhere on a Sunday, I would get many text messages of girls showing me outfits or bikini shots. Now I get girls sending me things of their pics on Hard Rock. And what do you think? Which is crazy.
Oh, that's outstanding. I love it. I do want to mention a little bit about. I'm not much of a daily gambler, but I was fortunate enough to bet on the Eagles.
Yeah.
As soon as they acquired Saquon Barkley last year,
that was a good bet.
Thought that was maybe the missing piece. And I'm going to give you a team this year that I think has a good shot, and the odds are fantastic. 20-1, the Rams.
Yeah.
Win the Super Bowl.
All right.
They got some really good pieces, and I think there's a lot of value there. So as long as you wanted to stay on the gambling side of it, that would be my pick.
You know what? I like the coach. I think he's a very good coach. Their quarterback's very good. They got a lot of young talent. Again, they almost beat the Eagles in a playoff game in the snow. So you know what? I wouldn't go against it. The Rams' problem last year, they started bad, but then they finished great. They ended up getting to the playoffs. But yeah, I would. I think that is a good pick at 20-1. I'm not going to poo-poo on anybody. One of my good buddies had the Detroit Pistons to make the playoffs this year at like 25 or 27-1, and they made the playoffs when last year they only won 14 games. So that is the good thing about when you're doing sports betting. Joe, before we let you go, any other player that you think could make a splash tonight and in the upcoming season in the NFL?
Well, I'll just say that the tight ends are absolutely the stars of this draft. I think when it comes to defense, I think if the Giants do wind up with Carter, they have an absolute stud. Mm-hmm. He flies around the field. He's the guy that I would love. I'm a huge Tyler Warren fan, as I mentioned. I think the Jets have to go with a right tackle, and they'll get Membu most likely from Missouri, which most mocks have him at. But that's it. And all of those other quarterbacks, and there's so many good quarterbacks in this draft, but they're third and fourth round picks. And the only kid that I like that I think might be some value in the second or third round, if you could wait that long, is Tyler Shuck out of Louisville. He throws a great ball. He has good velocity. He's a decent athlete, 4.6, 4.40. The combine. He throws with good timing, good accuracy. So I think somebody taking a shot. His only knock is, he's 25 years old, which not so much of a knock these days. But Tyler Shuck would be my guy. That if you're going to take a shot with one of the later quarterbacks, he's the guy.
Joe, appreciate your time. I know you're going to enjoy the draft, and hopefully we get together sooner or later and grab a cigar.
Sounds great, Greek.
Thanks, buddy.
Appreciate your show.
Peace. Appreciate it. 877-927-6969. If you have anything on the NBA playoffs tonight or the MLB, we would love to hear about it. Also, we'll look at the lines right now on Hard Rock because there is some hoops tonight, and there are 3 games in the NBA playoffs, which I enjoy. And one of the games is the Knicks and Pistons. Knicks -2 tonight over the Pistons, over under 216. Interesting there. Oklahoma City taking on Memphis. The line now is 9.5, and Memphis is home. Ooh, that's a lot. Over under 228. A lot of the games so far in a small sample of the first round have stayed under. There's been a little bit of defense played because a year when the NBA was like a pinball machine, you just thought it was going to just go off the chain. Oklahoma City, like I said, Alexander is the MVP in my opinion, and he probably will get it. But the first 2 games, he's not played well or scored a lot. The last game, I think he had 15. His over-under is 31.5. I mean, that's steep.
Oh, yeah.
So, I mean, they don't make mistakes there. Denver and Clippers, series tied at 1-1. Clippers could really be up 2-0, just like the Pistons could be up 2-0. But Clippers tonight with Kawhi healthy, -5.5 to Denver. It's a lot of points to give Denver.
What's Kawhi's points?
Kawhi's points, we will check. I'm guessing 20-something, 25.5.
Bam.
I've done this a couple times.
I could take that.
James Harden, 22. Murray, 20. The Joker, 27.5. I like Quad and the Joker. I wouldn't mind taking them, to be honest with you, for overs. Kawhi last game was on fire. I think he came out 8 for 8. And it was like a couple weeks ago, about a week ago, when the Miami Heat had the games, they had the play-in games. Hero came out 7 for 7.
Yep.
I think he had 22 in the first half. I mean, these guys like that are very good shooters, and they get off a hot panel. I mean, they're crushing it. So I think looking at Kawhi and the Joker tonight, 27 and 25, not bad.
Kawhi looked like his old self, playing back in the day, like the Spurs, like those type of plays.
I mean, he's a great player. He's just been injured. I mean, that's the problem. I mean, he's got 2 rings with Toronto. He took them single-handedly, basically, that year on his back. And then, obviously, with the Spurs.
I saw a funny quote that said, whoever Kawhi's doctors are, they should be, getting paid right now because he looked fantastic.
He looks himself, but again, he went in very well rested. You know what? And a lot of these guys look at it, and teams look at it like, you know what? We're not caring about a game in January or February. We want to make the playoffs, get a decent seed, and then if you got somebody like him, you let him loose.
Yep.
And you know what? The other day when I was watching him, again, if you didn't look at the calendar, you would have thought it was years ago. He was not missing. And he's got that move where nobody can stop him. And he's good. He's good defensively still, but he's a great shooter. And he's a money guy. Thing with Kawhi, like he never, he is a superstar, but he isn't like a mega superstar because he's so quiet. He drives a Ford pickup. He's a quiet guy. He lived in an apartment for years, makes millions of dollars, but not a guy that was ever in the spotlight nor wanted the spotlight. Same thing with Joker. Now, Joker, you could say a little bit, he was known. He's a little bit more known for other things. He likes horses and stuff like that. Maybe a little bit of a language barrier with him, but a quiet guy too. And 2 guys that you're watching tonight that you're like, wow. And you're hearing about a lot of ball players. A lot of times you hear about them, things that they do off the field, off the court, off the diamond that are negative that happen. John Morant's a perfect example on Grizzlies tonight. John Morant is definitely a talent, one of the best players in the NBA, but he gets a lot of headlines for stuff he does on the court, gestures, and some things that he did off the court. There are guys like that where you're looking at him and saying, okay, I really don't know too much about him, but his name is in the headline. Sharp played in the NFL for, 12, 13 years, won a couple Super Bowl rings, I think 3. One with the Ravens, and I think 2 with the Broncos. He's got a gold jacket. I guarantee you more people knew about him this week
Oh, yeah.
of what happened than what he did when he played in the NFL. And again, it's what's in your face. Like when Josh was talking about Tyreek Hill and Zach Thomas, people don't remember Zach Thomas, some young kids, stuff like that. But when you make headlines and you're mainstream, your name's getting out there.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's it. I mean, you see it with a lot of players off the field that do stuff, and you know what? People realize who they are. And I'm sure people looked up Sharp all week. Oh, I didn't realize he played that long. Oh, he's a Hall of Famer. Oh, he got a couple Super Bowl rings. Kawhi's not that guy. Very quiet. Very quiet. Or on the court, too. I mean, just one of those guys. And really, there's been many reports where he's like a recluse. You know, he's involved with the team, but not really. Practices when he wants to, and that's it.
I saw a report. It's actually a video of him and James Harden don't ride in the bus. They actually have their own Escalades.
Oh, I wouldn't doubt it. Yeah. I mean, again, these things I would not doubt. Things that teams do for players and they want it. I've seen things where players take their own planes to games. You know, they don't fly with the team. I mean, I don't think that's great, me personally, because I think it's better for team and we're all together and
Team chemistry.
Yeah, and all that stuff. But again, somebody like that comes to you and he's a star and he's like, hey, I want to take my own car or whatever. I don't know. Do you push back? Some people would say yes. Some people say let him do what he wants. We're winning. Because at the end of the day, that's what it's all about, winning.
A person that would be pushing back would be like Pat Riley.
Yes, Pat Riley's old school. Pat Riley would. Yeah, the story with the cookies. The other famous story when LeBron wanted to take the whole team Thanksgiving the next day to his mother's house. And Pat was like, no, you take the team, you take the plane home. It's the Miami Heat plane. I mean, again, I don't know what's right, what's wrong. Everybody's got their own system. It's just like being a parent. Some people feel you know what, I'll be a hard nose and that's it. And it'll help the kid at the end of the day. I think for winning, that's what it's about. It's about winning the games for teams and getting to a championship. I don't know if you said to Kawhi, like, you know what, you got to be on the team bus. He's not going to play as hard. But again, you might get that static where he's not happy. Other people, yeah. Tyreek Hill, I think he would mope. Mm-hmm. I think he would, again, just a persona we know of him. I met Tyreek at Palm Beach Autographs. Nice guy. Really nice. Was great with all the people. And just very, very friendly. So some of the times when you hear these stories, you are surprised. But again, there's always two sides to every coin and everything in life. And you always get different sides of people's personality and who they really are. All we know them is on the field and what they do. And we like to cheer for them, obviously. And, hopefully they do well.
We just had Evan call in. You know what Kawhi Leonard's nickname is?
What?
Quiet Leonard.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he's quiet, like I said. He's definitely quiet. There's no doubt about it. He's always been like that, even with the Spurs. I remember him when, he was down here and he crushed the Heat in that one championship years ago. He was just on fire and doing everything. And then, like I said, through the years, been traded a couple times.
Off the bench, too.
Oh, yeah. It's just a stud. Doesn't miss. I mean, again, like you watched him the other night and it was like you're watching 2012, 2010. It was not smart. I had the Clippers because of him. And even like tonight, the Clippers are home, laying 5.5. I don't know, over 27.5. I think he does it. I bet on that more of him getting it than stepping away from it.
Oh, yeah.
No doubt about it. Don't forget about the Panthers tonight. They are on Real Radio 921 and 1017. Always excited for the Panthers, and it's playoff time. We are trying to defend our cup. Will we get to the Stanley Cup 3 years in a row, which would be a record for the franchise? But hats off to them. They already won one game. If they lose tonight, they lose, but they're in Tampa. They're not supposed to win. Remember that. So if they get a W tonight, they will really be controlling their destiny in the first round of the NHL playoffs and trying to get back to the Stanley Cup. Draft is going on tonight. We'll see what the Dolphins get, number 13. The big pick is the Giants at 3. We'll talk about this tomorrow. Did Sanders go? Was that 9-1 just a throwaway, like a lot of things? Dominic, thanks for your help.
No problem, buddy.
We'll be back tomorrow in the Penthouse. We'll have another giveaway. Don't forget about that. Always have giveaways for you guys every day. Tomorrow we have I believe, a Burton Max's card for $100 and Pantera tickets. Those are to be the two giveaways tomorrow, 11:45 and 12:45. Don't forget about Rover. I don't know how you could. He's our morning show, but he's got the keyword for you every single day. Take that keyword and get $1,000. Ladies and gentlemen, let's try to make this happen. Don, will you be consuming the draft tonight?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
All right. I'll be out and about and start at New York Prime and then probably end over at Strikes to watch the draft, see what goes on, and we'll hear that famous sound.
Yep, I'll probably watch it for the first 5 picks, and I'll go to NBA.
Yeah, and then check it out. I want to watch the Pistons and Knicks.
Yep.
And also the Panthers in Tampa Bay.
Remember, everybody, Anthony said Knicks money line tonight.
Yeah, I just took the Pistons pick.
Oops.
I'm kidding. It is the Greek. It is Dominic. It is the Greek Zone. Always sponsored by Jason Weiser, personal injury attorney, 561-689-8180, 561-689-8180. If you get into an accident or maybe you get injured someplace and you're not sure, give Jason's team a call. They will help you, get you the information you need, and help you and give you everything you need to be successful if you have a serious injury. Give them a call, 561-689-8180. Personal injury lawyers